Chapter 221, Family. I'm home, Dream shouted as he entered the house. When he did, he could already smell cooking food. Hey, where were you all this time? Melody spoke from the kitchen where she was helping her mother prepare food. When Dream walked over, he could see several pounds of meat, some chips and dip, taco shells, pizzas, spaghetti, and more. I was traveling the world. Why? Did you need me? No, just wanted to make sure you didn't miss the party. People start showing up at 3. All right, Dream nodded. There was an hour before then. By the way, what's with those new cars in the garage? Dream's mother spoke, and he smiled. Those are the cars I promised you. I built them myself. When? Yesterday. They can fly and are self-driving. They also don't need refueling. So go ahead and toss out those other cars when you're ready. Flying cars? Are you serious? Melody looked at him as if he were stupid. Dream just shrugged. Go try it if you don't believe me. Mom? Go ahead. Okay. Smiling, Melody ran out of the kitchen and into the garage, eager to see if the cars really could fly. And 15 minutes later, Melody was running back into the house. Mom, they really can fly. Really fast too. And it talks. I told you. Hey, how was I supposed to know you could actually build that stuff? Like I said, I build spaceships in my sleep. In fact, those cars can fly you into space. Really? Come back after you fly by my space station. The computer knows where to go. All right. Melody ran out of the house once more, jumping into the nicest car and flying off. Meanwhile, Dream's mom rolled her eyes. She's supposed to be cooking, you know? We've got 6 pounds of meat to make. I can help with that. Dream walked over and started unwrapping meat, throwing it on the grill or in the oven to cook. He then helped out his mom with other stuff. So when is this family coming over? After some silence, his mother spoke. Dream just answered casually. When everyone else does. All right, now, what should I be expecting? 2 beautiful women with very different personalities. Wait, 2. Yup. Dream smiled as he prepared some ingredients. It'll be a little bit of a culture shock, but I have 2 girlfriends. Seriously? Seriously, they're twins too. I must say, I would have expected something like that from Austin, but not you. Well, their situation is a bit complicated. Magically speaking, basically, they can't really be separated. So I ended up taking them both. I see. Are we talking about me? At that moment, a voice was heard from behind. Austin came walking into the kitchen, and Dream smirked seeing him. Heh, yeah, kind of. I was just telling Mom how awesome I am, and how jealous you're going to be pretty soon. Jealous? Of what? Your small dick. Huh, if mine is small, then yours is non-existent. You boys never grow up, do you? Hearing them, Shannon shook her head. Austin just chuckled with confidence. Whatever. Anyway, who's this girl of yours we're going to meet? You know, I think I'll keep it a surprise. I look forward to your expression when you see them. Oh, so she's at least pretty. Be careful I don't snatch her. Believe me, that's the last thing I'm worried about. I suggest you just don't get too pushy. We wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen. As if, I may not be as powerful as Melody, but I'm still a class 3. There's not many people who can even touch me. Well, if it helps you sleep at night, keep telling yourself that. What's that supposed to mean? It means that there are now many more people who are as strong or far stronger than you and even Melody. The city that I built and the people I brought over live by a much higher standard than anybody on Earth can even imagine. Luckily, I have them all under my control. So that city and all those robots, those really are under your control? Austin spoke a bit dazedly as he also started helping with the food. Dream nodded. Yup, don't worry. I'll be showing you all soon enough. So if you are really in control of all those people and have the power to build everything that you did, then how powerful are you? Dream was silent as he powdered for a few seconds. The strongest person on Earth, that guy nicknamed the Dark Knight, is on the cusp of stepping into the Class 4 realm, and he's really as strong for a Class 3. But within my city, there are a few dozen actual Class 4s, and all of them can annihilate him easily. A few dozen? Seriously? Yup. In fact, there used to be over 100, but the demons wiped them out on the other world, leaving only some behind. Okay, now, those few dozen people, most of them are approaching the highest levels of the Class 4 realm. So for Class 4s, they're pretty strong, and you can control all of them? I can kill all of them. They're virtually incapable of injuring me if I don't allow it, and none of them can resist my power. Hearing Dream's bold statement, Austin went quiet. Their mom also paused for a second, digesting what he said. Anyway, you guys are still lacking. But luckily, if you want to, I can introduce you to some people to help further your skills. Plus, I'm planning on leaving the demons alone, so as to maintain a good source of experience for you guys. Wait, leave the demons alone? Yeah, I was planning on wiping them out, but I've decided against it. For some reason, they're really weak here, so I have nothing to worry about. Huh, so you disappear for a few years and now you're a big shot. You could call me the king of the world, King Dream, or King Silas. You're right, I know you well enough. You being a king is impossible. Let me guess, it's not actually you who controls that city of yours. Huh? You got me. Of course I did. Fun fact, it's actually my girlfriend who is reigning over the city. Dream spoke with a smug face, obviously proud of the fact. Austin's eyes widened a bit. A queen, huh? Man, I can't wait to see this girl. I want to see the unfortunate babe who fell for your ugly ass. Maybe when she sees me, she'll finally understand what a true man is. Sure. Dream just rolled his eyes as Austin laughed. Knock, knock. Hello, anybody home? Suddenly, a knock was heard as the front door opened. Dream and Austin went out to see who it was, though they already recognized the voice. Grandma, would you look at that? It's Silas. How are you doing, sweetie? I'm doing really good. It's nice to see you. Dream smiled as he went and hugged his grandparents. It's nice to see you too. We brought food. I'll take it to the kitchen. All right, where's your sister? And Walter? Is he here? Melody is out paying around, and Walter? Where is Walter? He's picking up people. Austin answered as Dream took a couple of pots and bags to the kitchen. Not long after the grandparents came in, though, another knock was heard. Hello, Uncle John, Aunt Linda. It's Dream. How are you doing, Guy? Dream. Well, look at you guys. You've gotten bigger. Dream smiled as some of his little cousins ran in, much bigger since the last time he saw them. Soon, more people started pouring into the house, family by family. The time for the party approached, and the house was already starting to get festive. When the moon hits your eyes like a big pizza pie, that's amore. When the world seems to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore. Eventually, the rest of the family arrived, filling the house with people, food, and music. There were easily 50 people all around the big house who were watching TV in the living space, snacking on chips and dip in the dining area, cooking in the kitchen, playing in the pool outside, or sitting around a bonfire. If one were to see everything without knowing any better, they would think it was some kind of house party instead of a family gathering. Though there was more than just family there. There were also close friends of the family who were treated as if they were one of their own. Everybody there knew each other well. Melody had also arrived, though she was beyond stunned and baffled, taking some time to gather her thoughts about everything she had seen and experienced. Dream, of course, was the one in the middle of everything. Everyone was thrilled to see him back from the dead, and he had already gone on for almost an hour just greeting and conversing with people. The only reason he hadn't gone into full lecture mode was because he needed to wait for the girls and the in-laws. It was an incredibly lively atmosphere, and some of the family were already dancing in the living area to the jazz playing over the speakers, a normal occurrence in these gatherings. Meanwhile, a certain group of people approached the house, landing in front of it. From outside, they could hear the music and see plenty of people through the windows around the place. Is this seriously supposed to be a family gathering? Iris spoke as she looked at the house incredulously, her nervousness mounting. Riddick and Celine were also hesitant. If not for Sophia guiding them, they would have thought they were at the wrong place. Dream sure does have a big family. I can already sense almost 60 people. Is every family on Earth like this? I highly doubt it, but who knows? I'm still processing how this world works. It's so different from Kaban. So, are we just supposed to walk in? Everybody in there is going to see us. Iris spoke anxiously after her parents. Without her knowing it, she was getting very self-conscious, something she almost never worried about. Let's just call Dream. Shaking her head, Luna tapped into their connection, nudging Dream with it. A bit later, the front door opened. Hey guys. Dream smiled brightly as he walked out, giving them all a hug. I'm glad you guys came. Dream. Are all of those people seriously your family? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty crazy, huh? Yes. Are we just supposed to walk in there in front of them? Hmm. Actually, wait here. Pondering for a second, Dream rushed back into the house, leaving the four there. He returned quickly, though. Mom, Dad, I want you to meet your future in-laws. Oh. Opening the door, Dream led his parents out to meet the four. They quickly laid eyes on each other. Wow. You weren't lying about them being beautiful. Hi, I'm Shannon, Dream's mother. I'm Luna. It's nice to meet you. Shannon walked over to Luna, and they shook hands. At the same time, Dream's dad, Douglas, walked over to Riddick. I'm Douglas, Dream's father, Riddick. The two shook hands. While Douglas was taller than Riddick, it wasn't by much, so it wasn't like either towered over the other. Since Dream had taught them English as well, communication wasn't an issue. After greeting both girls, Shannon then greeted Celine. Douglas also greeted them, and soon, they were all acquainted. They're here. Why didn't you let me know? Suddenly, a shout was heard from the door, and Melody came walking out. She stopped in her tracks, though, when she saw the girls. Melody, this is Luna and Ira. They're here. What are you trying to hide them from me? Interrupting Dream, Austin also appeared. He too, though, stopped in his tracks when he saw Luna and Iris. Damn, is that all you have to say, Playboy? Anyway, this is Luna and Iris. Which one is the girlfriend? Both. Dream scratched his head sheepishly when he said that. Hearing that, though, Austin's jaw dropped. Both? There's no way. You're scrawny ass? I'm literally bigger than you. And two? How do you have two girlfriends that know each other no less? They're sisters. Even more impossible. Hi, I'm Austin. Luna, totally disregarding their conversation. Austin went over and shook Luna's hand. He also went to shake Iris's, but she just looked at him with narrowed eyes. It's all right, Iris. He's not that bad. I'm Iris. Austin. Hearing Dream, Iris sighed inwardly and shook Austin's hand. Heh, they can see the nature of souls. Austin is a notorious playboy, and unluckily for him, they can basically see that. Dream chuckled inwardly as he remembered the girl's inherent skill that could expose the nature of souls. While Luna didn't really care, at least not outwardly, Iris was more true to her thoughts. Anyway, I welcome you all to our home. Things are just getting started. So come on in. Shannon smiled and led the family through the large double doors into the house. When they walked in, though, all eyes swiveled to them, and things got a lot quieter. With so many eyes on them, Luna and Iris got more nervous. Well, it wasn't the amount of eyes, but who the eyes belonged to. This was Dream's family, and their impression bore much more weight than random strangers. Seeing the attention, Shannon laughed and announced, "Hee hee, everyone, I want to introduce some people to you. These two lovely ladies are Dream's two girlfriends." What? Two girlfriends? I thought that was only a Chinese thing. A few people spoke out and started laughing. Well, it's true. Anyway, this is Luna, Iris, Celine, and Riddick. Grab some wine and beer and give them a warm welcome, 'cause they're here to stay. Well, damn. Welcome to the family, man. Standing up and laughing, some of the uncles came over with a bottle of beer and handed it to Riddick, dragging him off elsewhere. Celine, follow me and we can get some wine. Oh, all right. You can come too if you want. Luna and Iris. I would love to. Not questioning everything, the women went with Shannon, going to the kitchen where many of the wives were hanging out. Dream just smiled as he watched his family walk off with the four. Hee hee, this'll be a fun night. Hey, explain your relationship with those two. As Dream chuckled, Austin came over to him demanding an explanation. He just smirked at him, though. It's as I said, they're my girlfriends, but there's two of them. How the hell did you pull that off? I've only been able to get two girls together once, and it was during a threesome with a chick and her friend at a concert. Hey, maybe I'm just that awesome. I call bullshit. Whatever. Fine, keep your secrets. So who's the queen one? Luna? Yup. And what was with that Iris girl? She looked scary. Austin shivered a bit as he recalled Iris's cold gaze. He could sense, just a bit, how powerful she was from that menacing aura. He didn't know why she would dislike him, though, when they just met. She's basically chaos incarnate, and she probably just doesn't like you. Think of it this way. Both of those girls can do something similar to reading your mind. They probably saw all the vulgar crap that goes on in that horndog brain of yours. What? There's no way. Believe me or not. Now, I'm gonna go get myself a brownie. Hold up, I still have questions. As Dream turned and walked away, Austin chased after him. And this kicked off an eventful night of festive greetings and celebratory activities. Chapter 222, Propose. 150 years old. There's no way. You mean to tell me that that huge cube in the sky is yours? How do you get such glossy hair? And you really don't wear makeup, huh? How the hell does that even work? Having two girlfriends? I can barely handle one wife. Hold on. Are you telling me a shrimp fried this rice? Make an ice statue. Wait, but not inside. Make a big one outside. Hours passed, and the night was filled with inquiries into the lives of the new members of the family. Luna, Iris, Riddick, and Celine were all bombarded with questions. Dream also wasn't spared, and he eventually went on to do a recounting of the past few years, depicting his life on the other world. Because of this, most of the family had eventually gathered around in the living room. Some of the younger kids were either oogling at the girls or running around, while most of the adults were drinking and eating. They had already gone through several bottles of alcohol, though that wasn't odd for such a big family. Even Melody, who was 20, was drinking with everyone. Apparently, since people now had powers, they could drink at younger ages. As the night drew on, though, things started to calm down. People relaxed in the jacuzzi, watched movies, or simply fell asleep. Dream and the girls were one of the many people watching the movie. He sat on the couch with Luna at his side and Iris on his lap in her fox form. As they watched, though, Melody suddenly came up to him. "Hey, Dream. Come here. I want to show you something." Melody waved him over. He just nodded and got up, leaving the girls to continue watching. The two walked up to the second floor where the bedrooms were. She walked over to one of the doors, opening it. The two went inside. Click. Flicking a switch, the room was lit up. Dream could immediately see boxes strewn about the place. "My old stuff, huh? How'd you know?" Melody looked at him when he spoke, surprised. "I've seen every corner of this house, so I obviously noticed this room full of familiar objects. Whatever. When we moved, we took everything from your room and packed it." Mom was close to actually unpacking everything and arranging it to how it was before, but Dad stopped her. "I see." Dream nodded and walked over to the boxes. He opened them and pulled out some of the things. Medals, clothes, books, even my old laptop. Everything's there. I don't know what use you would have for them, but it's yours, so do as you please. By the way, what do you plan on doing? In what sense? Well, you're home now. Are you going to live here? Actually, I had another plan in mind. Dream smiled as the subject was brought up. How would you guys feel about moving? Us? Why would we move? Because I have a better place to live. I call it my little slice of paradise. I was thinking that you all could come live there. Me and the family live there already. We'd have to see it first, obviously. Location also matters. Seeing it is no problem. And I was thinking about placing it on the beach. Oh, the beach sounds nice. I don't know about leaving this house, though. Is your house better than this? It's different. We live in a nice cabin. Of course, if you don't like that, then I can make a modern house. I was actually thinking of building a few houses for all of us. A few? Yeah, a house for me and the girls, a house for Riddick and Celine, and then however many houses you guys want. If you want to live alone in your own place, then I can make you a house. Same for the others. There's plenty of space and there's not much I can't build, so it's no problem. That's an interesting idea. Do you even have the materials for something like that? Heh, you don't need to worry about materials. When I show you around, just tell me what you want. All right, so, you're kind of rich now, huh? Being able to build whatever you want. You can think of me as the single richest and most powerful man on this planet. And for all intents and purposes, there's nothing I can't do. At least, nothing that's not within your knowledge. All right. If you're that good, then I want a sword. I still have to go out and battle, and to request a custom sword from enchanters costs a lot of money. Make one for me. Consider it done. Good. Melody nodded, both happy and expectant. She had already seen Dream's ability to some extent with the flying car and her trip to the cube in space, so the image of her seemingly all-powerful brother was taking shape in her mind. While it was a bit dazing and hard to comprehend, she wasn't a normal human anymore. and her mind was more accepting of broadening views. She was looking forward to seeing the sword her brother would make her, though she had no idea that the sword would be more than she could ever imagine. She still had no idea of the true extent of Dream's constructive powers. She couldn't be blamed, though. Not even Luna and Iris could totally understand it. As it got late, Dream's family started wrapping up the party and heading home. The house was cleaned, and people cleared out one by one, making it much quieter. Dream, where do you plan on sleeping? As she went around the house tidying things up, his mother asked. He pondered for a second. I guess I could sleep here. I'll use the room with my stuff in it. Oh, are there extra rooms? Yes, we have 2 extras on top of yours. Nice. Hey, old man, you good with sleeping here tonight? Not if it's too much of an intrusion. We can go back to the dome if necessary, Riddick responded. Hearing him, Shannon spoke up. Oh no, it's all right. We have a guest bedroom that you and Celine can use. Then we'll thank you in advance. Of course. Here, I'll show you to it. Saying that, Shannon led Riddick and Celine to the bedroom. Dream also looked at the girls, motioning them over with his eyes. The 3 walked up to his bedroom. After walking in, they found a dark, tidy room outfitted with a large bed and other standard furniture. It was mostly empty, though, a result of not needing to store anything like clothes in a dresser. Dream had already moved his old stuff into his inventory. We'll sleep here tonight, Dream said that as he threw himself on the bed. While the concept of fatigue was mostly foreign to him now, he couldn't help but feel more relaxed. Luna and Iris also climbed in with him. Your family is nice, Luna spoke as she cuddled up against him. Iris did the same, and her body heat quickly turned the bed warm. Oh yeah? Glad you enjoyed yourself. I told you it wouldn't be bad. It's different, but it's a nice home. Everyone truly cared for each other, despite any small differences. Though that begs the question, why did I throw it away? Yeah, I guess I took it for granted, Dream sighed as he recalled bad memories. You don't realize what you have until it's gone. When that happens, you see things for what they were. As they say, hindsight is 20/20ths. I made the mistake of being blind to the people around me, but I don't know. It's hard to say if I regret it or not. You could say that I got exactly what I wanted, maybe even more so, but would I do it again? That, I'm not sure of. I don't know what to say other than that we just need to keep moving forward. Well, that's exactly right. We are where we are, and where I am isn't a bad place at all. He smiled as he pulled the girls in closer, content washing over him. Like that, the 3 quickly fell asleep, as did the rest of the house. A few hours went by, and it was soon midnight. At that time, a figure appeared over the house. It was unknown how long it had been there. Its eyes pierced through the walls and into Dream's bedroom, seeing the 3 people on the bed. Not even the enchantments around the house could block the gaze. So that's what he meant. The figure mumbled with a woman's voice, complicated thoughts passing through its eyes. However, it soon noticed something. As it looked into Dream's room, the man himself also seemed to notice. Dream's eyes shot open, and his power traced back the gaze of the figure. Oops. Seeing that, the figure was surprised. Suddenly, Dream's body disappeared from the bedroom, reappearing outside. Who are you? Dream spoke as his eyes turned toward the figure. The figure was barely visible, and Dream could hardly make out whether it even existed. He knew someone was there, though. For some reason, he could feel it. Whether it was by instinct or fear, though, the figure immediately disappeared from the spot. This alerted Dream, and he disappeared as well, chasing after it. The 2 zipped through space a few times, traveling a few hundred miles away. Dream was able to trace the ether fluctuations and follow the figure, though as he did so, he got more and more nervous. Who the hell is this? They're at least on my level of power since they can manipulate ether so well, he thought to himself, but he didn't stop following. He at least needed to know who this was. After all, it was impossible that it was someone from Earth. Nobody on the planet had even reached a sliver of the power of this person yet. Luckily, the figure eventually stopped zipping around. When it stopped, Dream appeared only 20 meters away from it. Since you've stopped, I'll ask again. Who are you? Nobody from this world is capable of manipulating ether like that. Dream spoke as his skin started to crack, his cosmic body partially revealing itself. At the same time, the figure appeared before him, no longer shrouded. The figure revealed itself to be a girl. She was short, no taller than 5 feet 2 inches, had blonde hair, and a white mask covered her face. When she revealed herself, Dream also got a better read on her aura. Though when he did, he noticed an odd connection between them. The connection was felt in his Origin Seeker title, but that only confused him more. The two stood there in the air for a few minutes, just looking at each other. Eventually, Dream broke the silence. Why do I feel a connection with you? Are you? Wait, were you sent by Korvach?
Yes.
Oh, I see. But why did you run away? I didn't know how to approach you. Huh, well, I don't bite. My name is Dream. What's yours? The girl went quiet, as if hesitant to reveal her name. Dream waited, and she eventually spoke. My name is Alice. Alice? That's a familiar name, Daff.
Alice Hatch.
The girl spoke, and Dream's eyes went wide. His heart immediately started thumping out of his chest, even more so when she reached up to her face. The girl put her fingers on the white mask, and it sank into her skin, revealing her face. It's been a long time, Silas. Crack. As Dream gazed upon her face, a few things clicked in his mind. However, it was then thrown into chaos, so much so that his mind space actually cracked. This was his girlfriend, the one who had died, resulting in him being plunged into darkness. She had been the final straw that broke him, but now she was back. Alice was quiet, but she was able to sense Dream's aura waver. Just the shock on his face told her everything. You're supposed to be dead. I know, but you should also know. The man who brought us back, just in different worlds. You, Arg. Then what was it for? What? Alice recoiled as Dream yelled and disappeared. She quickly followed. Both of them reappeared above the ocean, except now, Alice maintained her distance from Dream due to the seething power coming from his body. What was it for? I fell so damn far. You. Why? I don't. Dream spun around and shouted at Alice. She stuttered as she attempted to understand what was going on. He was mad, really mad. She could almost see the rage waving off of him. But while she could understand some anger, this was a bit more than what she had predicted. She didn't know why he would be so mad. You died. I saw your dead body in the hospital. I buried you with your parents. I was alone. I was thrown into the deepest recesses of hell. And for what? Why did you come back? Why did? No, no. As he yelled at Alice, Dream suddenly stopped himself. He bit his lip, and his mind was thrown into even more chaos. He was conflicted. Who should he be mad at? Should he be mad at her for leaving? Should he be mad at the fact that she was back? Why was he mad that she was alive? He should be overflowing with joy, but all he could feel was rage. He felt like he was being toyed with. Alice saw the conflict on his face, the battle that was raging in his mind. He was trying to divert his madness away from her. It's okay, Dream. No, it's not. Then hit me. Let's fight. Don't suppress yourself. No, that's not right. Why not? Because I'm not going to let myself be controlled. Not by that damned God, and not by my emotions. Arg. Boom. Releasing his pent-up anger, Dream slammed down at the ocean, releasing some of his power. For several miles around, the water was pushed away by a seemingly invisible meteor, revealing the ocean floor and creating waves hundreds of feet tall. His power proceeded to obliterate the ground. A huge crater was created in the ground several hundred meters deep and a couple miles wide, causing utterly massive earthquakes and lava to spew forth from several new cracks that appeared in the earth. Dream didn't care about any of that, though, as he continued to rein himself in. I can't. That damn God. Why? What does he want from me? No, that doesn't matter. All right. Seemingly coming to a consensus, Dream calmed down. The crack in his mind space healed, strengthening it further. The book in the center of his mind also started flipping pages, cataloging and processing information. Sigh. Dream. Alice spoke hesitantly as he straightened himself out. In that small span of time, his aura seemed to change, giving off a much different feeling. Suddenly, though, he turned around and faced her. After they looked at each other for a bit, he flew over, and Alice stumbled on her words. I am sorry. I didn't realize how much I hurt you. If you want me gone, I'll leave right now. I saw those other two, so I won't get between you. I didn't mean for you to do that. I didn't want to hurt you. I'm so sorry. Come here. As if ignoring her words, Dream went over and pulled her into a hug. She cried as she curled up in his chest. After a while, when she calmed down, they pulled away. They looked into each other's eyes as Dream raised his hand to brush the side of Alice's face. She nudged into his hand, feeling the touch she had been longing for years.
Alice Hatch.
Sniff. Yeah, will you stay with me for the rest of our lives? Huh. Going wide-eyed, Alice looked up at him, taking a second to process what he said. Are you proposing? Yeah, Dream. Are you? Suddenly, another voice was heard from beside them. Iris appeared with her eyes narrowed, and Luna had a bitter smile beside her. Realizing what was going on, Dream ever so slightly panicked. The next moment, though, he himself smiled, and his aura became more domineering. Yes, I am proposing. You, Luna. Iris, this is Alice. She's my girlfriend from my time on Earth. Originally, she had died, but apparently death isn't the inescapable monster I thought it was. Anyway, she's back now, and there's nobody in this universe who's going to take her away from me again. So yes, I'm proposing, but then dash. I know this is sudden, but work with me. The three of you are irreplaceable to me, and I'll be damned if any one of you are taken away from me by that god. Dream spoke with a heavy sense of malice, surprising the three there. There weren't many things that made him angry. So, although we have many things to talk about, I'm putting this out there now. I wish to marry all three of you. If you agree, I'll devote my life to you guys, and you will devote yourselves to me. All three girls were stunned quiet as he spoke. It was truly bold, what he was doing. In fact, the way he was acting was almost out of place. Of course, I'm not going to make you answer now. We four now have many things to discuss, so let's do so.
Come on, let's go to the cabin.
Saying that, Dream disappeared, tunneling to the cube where the slice of paradise was stationed. The three girls stood there for a second, processing everything before looking at each other. They almost weren't sure how to take this. Without words, they also followed him. Chapter 223, Acquainted. When the three girls appeared in the cabin, they saw Dream pondering to himself. Luna and Iris glanced at Alice before the three of them took a seat on the couch. As they did, Dream was processing things in his mind space, blocking out the world around him. She's really back, he muttered inwardly. Because his mental faculties were far above a normal human's, processing odd, out of place, or sudden changes didn't take very long. For him, Alice had simply appeared. While that would bring about several changes, everything was quickly fleshed out in his mind. However, the impact of her appearance was still great. Dream almost didn't want to believe it, but she was there, the same person that he knew. Alice was a short woman, only a year younger than him at 22. She was only 5 feet 2 inches, so both Dream and the girls basically towered over her. She had golden hair, crystal blue eyes, a cute but mature face, and a curvy hourglass figure. While there were subtle changes due to the fact that she was now very powerful, it was definitely the person Dream remembered. Sigh. All right. After taking a minute to accept everything, Dream sighed and turned around.
Alice.
Yeah. After you died, what happened? Dream asked, getting straight to the point. Alice answered simply. I imagine it was similar to your transfer. My soul was ported over to a different world. Except unlike you, I was brought to a plane, a world in the inner realms of the universe. So you weren't kept in the outer cosmos. Correct. Now what are these realms? Dream asked. He only had limited information on what exactly the difference was between the outer cosmos he's heard about from people like the devil he fought and the inner universe he heard about in his letter. Alice would be a good eye-opener. Think of the universe like a ball, except unlike a regular ball, it's four-dimensional. The outer skin of the ball is the universe that you know, full of stars and planets. Inside that ball, though, are what we call realms. Realms are like a bunch of really big bubbles. A single realm can be the size of a galaxy, though they can also be the size of a star cluster. And then there are planes, which is just another term for a world. There are many planes in a realm, not unlike planets to a star, though those worlds also function differently from planets like Earth. Interesting. Dream nodded his head as the image was created in his head. He was already interested in the working of these planes and realms. So you were brought to a plane. Yes, but not just any plane. I was told that I would be explaining this, but I guess it came sooner than I thought. Explain what? Your title. Alice spoke, garnering an eyebrow raise from Dream. First, let me explain the god that you now hate so vehemently. He's what's known as the founder of the origin system. Technically, it's supposed to be a system that operates outside of the record, but many people question the validity of that rumor. Anyway, there's a group of people under this system, known as specialists. Putting it shortly, every single specialist is an expert in their field. There are 4 types of specialists. First, the raiders. They're people who specialize in combat of all types, and they make up the majority of the specialist population. Second, the guardians. They specialize in defensive and support combat, mainly healers and reinforcers. They often work in tangent with the raiders. Third, the artisans. They specialize in crafting, the sciences, and magic, basically anything non-combat related. Finally, there are the seekers. There's no category they fall under, and that's usually because they're exceptional at everything. Putting it short, they're legends in the specialist community, and the god chooses them personally. Naturally, there are very few because of this. I see. So are you a seeker too? No, I'm a raider. Alice spoke, not sure whether to feel good or bad about that. Anyway, this specialist community has a few planes where we congregate. The plane I was taken to was one of them. I see. As for that connection between us, that's our titles. When in proximity, the titles resonate with each other, something unique to specialists. Also, you should have that intelligence with you too. Intelligence? Yeah, I do. Dream nodded as he thought of Sophia. I also have one. Every specialist has one. The one for raiders is called Master. It can help with martial arts, combat, and many other things. This intelligence is one of the reasons specialists are so powerful. I believe yours is called Savant. Yeah,
It was. Was?
it was renamed. She is now called Sophia. You, a named intelligence. Alice went quiet, seemingly baffled. Dream just tilted his head. Is something wrong with that? No. It's just that named intelligences are special. They operate more like normal people instead of a rigid AI. It's also considered nearly impossible to get one unless you're a Class 5. Oh, well, I've had her for a while. I don't think I was even a Class 1 yet before I got it. What? How? She received intelligence in exchange for a piece of my soul nucleus. Of course, I'm sure that God had a hand in it too, so it most likely wasn't all my doing. Right. That's crazy. Anyway, so you're the apprentice of that Korvach guy? Huh? Dream sat back in a chair as he thought about the words Korvach told him. He wanted Dream to take care of his apprentice. Turns out that was Alice. Korvach is my master, or teacher. When I appeared on the plane, I went under his tutelage. I learned a few skills, leveled up through many hard battles, and was slowly but surely forged into what I am today. And what are you? An assassin. Alice smiled proudly. I specialize in the arts of stealth and burst damage. While I'm still only a Class 4, I can hold my own against Class 5s. Huh, so you're really strong. By Earth standards, we're nothing short of demigods. That's not really the case for my standards, though. I've met Class Edison. Those guys are insane. Alice shivered a bit as she thought about the demon lord she barely escaped from. I can imagine. So, you were brought to another world, trained, and sent back here to meet with me again. Honestly, not much different from my story, just without the master part. Yeah, I both am and am not surprised that you've come so far as well. I've heard details of the world you were on from Korvach. To think you basically pioneered your own path. Man, that world's standards were really low. How so? Where I come from, there are tens of thousands of Class 4s. They're barely considered to be powerful and are more thought of as the first step to being a true powerhouse. Plus, I've seen the Class 4s in your city. Those guys don't even have spirit bodies. They'd be considered the bottom of the barrel. Spirit bodies? Yeah, those two have one, though that's surprising enough considering that world didn't have ether. Alice pointed at Luna and Iris. Dream nodded, realizing what she was talking about. Right, you also have one, though I'm not able to see it. I'm impressed by your level of control. Want to see it?
Sure.
Alice nodded, and Dream quickly released his cosmic form. Alice's eyes went wide seeing that spectacular body, full of colorful stars and nebulae. He was like a window to the universe. Holy crap. Pretty nice, huh? I made it myself. We all make it ourselves. But yes, that's impressive. She nodded as she continued to observe his body. She didn't even bother hiding her awe and leaned forward, resting her chin on her palm as she stared. As she did that, Dream processed everything that Alice told him. The stuff about the realms, planes, the specialists. While it wasn't much to take in, it broadened Dream's views of the universe. It also gave him a little backstory about the origin of his title. Apparently, it was a pseudo-system. He had kind of guessed this, though, as it had influenced his evolutions quite a bit, from class advancements to skills. Eventually, though, Dream sighed. He was finally getting a bit of a bigger picture, but he was still only on Earth. Suddenly, he thought back to the letter and task he received. He was supposed to escape the Earth and enter the boundless universe. The demon portal was one of the ingredients, as was a certain someone. Dream now knew who this someone was, so he supposedly had everything he needed to move on into the wider universe. That reminds me, that guy said, "May the goddess of love be with you," at the end of the letter. He really is just toying with me? Huh? This was planned all along. Dream shook his head. To think that everything that had happened was totally planned out. For all Dream knew, from the moment of Alice's death, this god already had everything mapped out. This was why Dream was so angry. He didn't enjoy being jerked around like that, but he was conflicted. Regardless of Dream's inner conflict with this god, he now had definite knowledge of the universe, as well as a pathway forward. There was no way he was going to simply sit back on Earth and do nothing. His very being wouldn't allow him to. He needed to build his way out and discover more. So although doing that would just be playing along with this god's plans, he decided that he was going to do it. Back when he had calmed himself from his rage, this was the conclusion he came to. All right, I'm going to play along. Dream spoke as his body reverted back to its human form. The girls perked up. I'm going to do everything I wish to do. I was given a task to tunnel away to the realms, but I'm going to do it because I wish to, not because it's a task. Either way, leaving this planet for the realms is a benefit to all of us. Okay. Oh, that reminds me. Suddenly, Alice took an item out of her inventory. She tossed a wristband to Dream. This is an item used for teleporting. I was also told to give it to you. This, good God. As Dream caught the band, he was immediately mesmerized by it. Within, he could detect profoundly complex enchantments and extreme power, as well as high amounts of ether. He could already tell that the device was a construct of grand design. I was sent on a mission to nab that from a demon lord, a class 6. They used those to teleport to certain worlds. In fact, this demon lord was prepared to descend to the planet you were on with that device. Once that portal was activated, the two objects would have exchanged coordinates and created a portal. I see. Well, I'm certainly going to study this later. Dream nodded in approval and put the band into his inventory. Now, let's talk about you three. Us?
Yes.
Dream smiled as he looked between them. With Luna and Iris, the relationship was manageable because you two are sisters, and also inextricably linked with each other as well as myself. But with Alice, well, things just got more complicated. At least for you guys. Well, we already know what you want. Luna smiled as she spoke to him. Dream nodded as a matter of factly. Yes, I'm just saying how I feel. Alice is back, and I'm not letting her go. Yes, it's sudden, but again, I'm not making this complicated. This woman was with me during my darkest times, so I'll be damned if I push her away now. Dream walked over and put his hand on Alice's head, causing her to smile gleefully. And of course, you guys were there with me during our time on the other world, my support in a foreign place, my queen and my glutton. There's no way we're ever going to separate, so that means I just need to take you three as my wives. Dream spoke as he stroked Luna and Iris's hair as well. With Alice's arrival, his love for her was rekindled, and the despair deep within his heart was driven out. But that didn't mean his love for Luna and Iris was any lesser. If anything, he was now more loving toward them than before. For him, loving them was now almost second nature. He was beginning to understand what Korvach meant by becoming simpler in his mindset. Hearing his simple but bold statement, the three pondered. Before they could speak their thoughts, though, Dream spoke again. However, a marriage isn't gonna happen today. You three need to get acquainted with each other. Also, Alice, have you gone to see your parents yet? Yes, actually, Alice nodded, and the recent memories of her appearing before her parents resurfaced. She smiled bitterly. My mom passed out from shock, and my dad almost attacked me thinking I was some imposter. But after a few hours and some stories about magic and resurrection, I was able to convince them that I was me. That reminds me, I need to be there when they wake up in the morning. Otherwise, they'll freak out. Of course. Well, it's good that you've done that. How about this? Tomorrow you can bring your parents over to my family's house, and we can all get together. Maybe seeing me will lessen their doubts, since I'm also supposed to be dead.
Sure.
Good. Anyway, you three need to get to know each other, and I think I have a good way to do that. What way?
A fight.
Dream answered simply. I know Iris is already itching for one, so how about we find ourselves a deserted area and fight a bit? Since you two have recently gotten a boost in power, and Alice here is apparently capable of taking Class 5s on, it'll be a good opportunity to get a sense of where everyone's at. Okay. Hearing that, Iris stood up with an excited nod, already looking forward to it. Alice frowned, though, as she remembered something. Hold on, Dream. Did you take care of the damage you caused in the ocean? Oh, crap. Luna's eyes went wide as she also remembered. Before she could portal down to Earth, though, Dream spoke. It's fine. Sophia tasked some bots to take care of things. I kind of caused a tsunami and huge earthquakes, but it wasn't anything my bots couldn't mitigate. Although there will be a couple $100 million worth of damages needing to be repaired along the coast, it could have been worse. You really are just a walking natural disaster. Luna shook her head, though it wasn't by any means an exaggeration. By this point, she wouldn't be surprised if he could crack the entire planet. A simple punch loaded with mana was enough to split the ocean and create fissures in the ground. If he really concentrated, what was he capable of? After all, his power was usually concentrated in a small area, looking at atoms. It wasn't very often that he handled anything on a macroscopic scale. Well, no need to worry about anything. So let's head down, preferably somewhere more remote this time. Oh, how about Antarctica? That's about as remote as it gets.
Sure.
Then let's head out. Saying that, Dream enveloped himself in ether and tunneled down toward the planet. Each time he used the magic, he got more proficient at it. The girls also quickly followed with their own magics, and soon, everyone had appeared above the South Pole. It only took a matter of seconds. Chapter 224, Time. After Dream appeared in the air over the South Pole, he had Sophia set a timer for a few hours from now. They all had to return before everyone woke up, especially Alice. When the girls appeared, they started adjusting their moods, preparing for the battle. Usually, Luna and Iris would pit themselves against Dream, going all out to make him break a sweat. But now, not only were they more powerful, Alice was here. Nobody knew clearly how powerful she was. All they knew was that she shouldn't be far off from Dream's level. All right, standard procedure. You three against me. Control yourself, though, Iris. Why? I don't need to save the world from flooding due to the entire South Pole being melted. Just keep things off the ground. All right, Pumpkin. Whatever. Luna can just freeze it again. Now come on. Flaring up, Iris transformed into her fox form and flew toward Dream like a fiery comet. The glaciers 100 meters below her immediately started melting, and the blizzard around them was turned into vapor. Everything was made clear, causing the sun to shine on them from the horizon. As she approached, though, Dream was surprised. The moment she entered the range of his influence, it started to destabilize and seemingly disperse. His influence, not his mana, was being tampered with even before she reached him. It was an odd and surprisingly painful sensation. That was only the start, though. When she finally reached him, that bloody ball of fire collided with his body. His human shell was forcefully destroyed by her power, revealing his cosmic self underneath like stripping away clothes. Boom. The two smashed into each other, but neither retreated. Iris's jaws clamped down on his starry arm that he blocked with. Her teeth tore into his arm, and Dream could feel a dominating and ravenous force exert itself on the material of his body. His very image was threatening to be devoured by her, and if he were to just leave her be, he would be heavily injured just from this one exchange. But Dream knew better, and he could understand what was going on better than she did. Sucking in every last ounce of his presence, Dream proceeded to resist the devouring force and even eject her infiltrative power. Her teeth unclamped reluctantly, and when Dream's other fist came around, she was blown away with copious amounts of kinetic energy. Crack. The ground below was shattered, opening up a large ravine as Iris's impact was dispersed. Lakes of water were also created as she melted everything around her, causing Dream to shake his head. I apologize to whatever islands get flooded after this. Will coastal cities have to build walls to keep out the water? Dream pondered, but he couldn't for very long. Not long after Iris was thrown away, Luna came flying over, bearing a gladiator helmet and holding a spear and shield. The spear was silver and partially translucent, as if it was a mix between metal and ice. Knowing that he could no longer take her lightly, Dream called on Aegis, who instantly enveloped him. The red lines of his silver armor glowed with power, and a sword of his own was conjured from the body of particles like a liquid. Clang! The two weapons collided, causing loud sounds to reverberate. Luna smiled from beneath the helmet, and Dream smiled back. Her strength had increased greatly. Even now, he could see the particles of his sword freezing over with ice. His mana also began to slow down, as if being near her put him in a domain of frost. But just like with Iris, Dream understood how to counter these two extreme women. Using mana injected with a bit of gray mist, he countered the effects of her freezing. He then slashed away the spear, his sword transforming into a railgun and firing at her. Boom! The projectile from the gun slammed into the shield Luna quickly raised, throwing her back several hundred meters. Not only was the projectile carrying absurd amounts of energy, but it also contained powerful enchantments. Dream had always updated his weaponry, so his bullets naturally carried the best enchantments. Normally, mere projectiles like bullets would never be able to harm anyone here. Dream himself could ignore them in their entirety. But when they were infused with mana and magic, it turned harmless material into weapons that could bring down gods. Materials that could only be used effectively in the third dimension could use mana to deliver harm upon transcendent figures, like Dream and the girls. Without it, they could just become like ghosts with their spiritual bodies, negating any physical harm. This was why Dream never threw away material objects, and why he continued to push the limits of physics and engineering. The material world still had its place in a universe full of illogical and reality-defying beings. He believed matter and magic were inextricably connected, though this still had to be studied. After shooting away Luna, Dream formed another railgun and aimed it at Iris. He fired on both girls, suppressing and forcing them to fight through a deadly barrage. However, his mind wasn't totally focused on them. He didn't forget about Alice, the supposed assassin. There was only one problem, though. He couldn't sense her at all. Dream poked around with his influence as he fought off the girls, looking for even the slightest signs of disturbance in the air, mana, or even space. But no matter where or how he looked, he couldn't even pick up on her existence. For a second, Dream questioned himself, wondering if she really had come back. If she had, wouldn't he be able to at least sense her? Had he just hallucinated everything that happened in the last couple hours? As if to answer him, though, he suddenly sensed a presence appear behind him. The appearance was so sudden, and even after the figure appeared, Dream couldn't accurately make out who it was. And she didn't wait for him. Alice expressionlessly sliced at his abdomen with a knife. Before the blade made contact, Dream could barely sense the power within. But when it cut into his armor like butter, he could feel it. The explosive burst damage that Alice spoke of. It was like all of her power was concentrated on the edge of that blade. And when it reached his cosmic body underneath, it exploded. Boom. All the power was released onto his body, scattering all the mana, ruinous mana, ether, and gray mist that comprised his image. It was like a little grenade had gone off, and Dream could feel his body be thrown into disharmony. Are you okay? When Dream stopped his attacks, Alice stopped as well. Dream didn't answer her, though, and looked at his wound. Dream's body was made up of two opposite energies that would annihilate each other upon collision. Naturally, should his image be thrown into chaos, the two energies would have their balance tilted and run amok. Dream hadn't encountered many situations where this mattered, though. So when Alice suddenly blew a hole in his stomach, he was caught off guard. But as if understanding something, Dream concentrated on the wound. In splits of a second, he and Sophia analyzed it and fixed it. The wound was almost instantly calmed, preventing any annihilation from cascading out of control. That was fast. Alice spoke in surprise when she saw the wound heal and return to normal. At the same time, the feeling that Dream's body gave off suddenly changed. If before the body was flexible like a liquid, it was now more rigid. Dream had changed how his body held itself together on the spot. All right, I'm good. Okay. Hearing that, Alice tilted her head, but only for a second before returning to attack mode. She quickly slashed at Dream again like last time, and he didn't block it. Shring. The knife cut into his body, but unlike before when it released an explosion, this time it only created a large cut. Alice was stunned. It was like his body turned to a soft metal, one that could be deformed, but still absorb large amounts of impact. All of the explosive power that her knife gave off was seemingly countered and dissipated throughout his body, forcing it to cover a large area instead of a small one where it could disrupt everything. While this still required energy on Dream's part to counter, it made it so that his body wouldn't be thrown into discord. A single attack had given everything Dream needed to adapt and conform, making his defenses even tighter than before. I suddenly understand why you were able to come so far. I'm proud of you. Alice nodded at him and smiled. Even the girls could sense the love behind that statement. E.T. alone Dream, who knew her exceptionally well. Dream grinned a little. Hee, what are you, my teacher? Besides, you're damn good yourself. How the hell are you able to avoid my senses? Not even a class 6 could detect me when I disappeared. So don't feel too bad. Alice smiled as Dream attacked her, but before his blade could hit her, she disappeared, and he slashed nothing but air. He was stunned, but he snapped out of it when Luna and Iris came back for more. Not so godly now, huh? Let's see how long you last. Iris laughed manically as she threw herself at Dream repeatedly, draining his energy and harming his body. Luna also attacked with her powerful spear and ice shards, impaling Dream on several occasions. One person slowed his energy down, one person destroyed or devoured that energy, and another would come in with explosive sneak attacks. It was overwhelming. Dream couldn't keep up. They were fast and strong, especially Alice. He could tell she wasn't even going all out, just harassing him as she went in and out of existence. He was quickly pushed to his limits, forced to expend tons of energy and utilize his armor and tools at his disposal. He zipped through space constantly, avoiding attacks and retaliating with his own. His unrivaled control over his energy proved exceptionally useful against these girls. But he only had so much energy. He didn't mind, though. As he got pushed more and more on the defensive, Dream enjoyed himself that much more. This was even harder than facing the devil, but at least now, he was being pushed to his limits. He was proud of himself, but also the girls who had reached this point. Dream smiled as Luna mercilessly plunged her spear into his chest, Iris tore at his leg, and Alice slashed at his neck. His body, his image, was damaged, sending waves of discomfort and pain through him. But he just ignored that small bit of pain. Nothing could compare to having your soul destroyed bit by bit. Like during the girls' class advancement, his mind was strong. Another aspect that proved especially useful against these girls. The fight raged on, reshaping the Antarctican continent and scaring the world. Huh,
That was fun.
right. Haha, we really need to do that again. Alice and Iris spoke happily as they plopped down on an iceberg. Luna smiled bitterly when she heard them and looked at Dream. They were also sitting, only he was being held by her like a dying man. Are you okay? Yeah, cough. Hey Sophia, why the hell am I bleeding? Dream coughed up white blood as he spoke, baffled. He was back in his human form, but right when he transformed into it, he found that his body was horrifyingly injured. He had bleeding slash marks, and white blood streamed out all over him. Sophia wasn't sure what to say, though. I don't know. It's curious, though. Even though it was your image that was damaged, it reflected that in your shell as well. I really don't know why. Oh, I do. Alice spoke up when she heard them. Spiritual bodies are representations of yourself and state. Your shell is also a part of that image. When your spiritual body is hurt, that damage is reflected in your shell, since they're one and the same. Where I'm from, there are some people like you who have shells. They transform just like you as well, and when their spiritual bodies are hurt, their shells reflect that by showing bleeding and injury, just like now. Are you serious? Well, I can't go back to the house like this. Let's see. Concentrating, Dream analyzed his image and shell, looking at the connection between the two. Soon, he was able to find the connection. So that really is the case. It's almost like a natural instinct to show the damage like this. But I should be able to change that. Wait, tampering with your spiritual body isn't easy or safe. Don't force yourself to change it. After all, not even class 5s can easily dash. Got it. Huh. When Dream spoke, Alice watched as the injuries on his body disappeared. He now looked perfectly healthy, like he wasn't on the verge of death just a second ago. How? I just changed the display settings for my cosmic form. Alice went quiet in slight shock. She was about to say that not even class 5s could easily mask injuries. After all, trying to differentiate between your image and your shell, which were supposed to be one and the same, was like having two different images. Some people found it so difficult to change this setting that nobody really did it. Their injuries would just show normally like a mortal, but Dream just went and changed it. He made it look so easy. Not even the girls could do that. Right now, Luna and Iris were riddled with injuries as well, albeit not as bad as Dream's. After all, they could heal each other, unlike Dream who had to rely purely on his energy. But they were still bleeding with puncture and slash wounds. Alice was the only one looking fine, although she was somewhat tired. The only way the girls could mask their injuries was to heal the surface layer injuries like cuts, making them look fine, or they could use Dream's magic to make them look fine. Dream leaned back comfortably against Luna as if he were just resting. None of them were fooled though. They knew he was suffering a lot on the inside. Luna healed him with her magic. Dream spoke with his eyes closed. We'll have to head back soon. Alice, be sure to bring over your parents. I'd like to see them again. Of course, we'll come over in the afternoon, unless you need to rest. No, I'm good. Tired, but I can sleep tonight. Sigh. I just remembered that I have a lot to do. Like what? Alice asked, prompting Dream to go over a list in his head. I need to build an island to act as another city for the Haven. I need to help Luna establish the Haven as a sovereign state. I need to research a lot of things, like the bracelet you gave me and the demon portal. Then I still need to play around with Ether more. I want to max out my magic skill that only needs 3 more levels. Then there's the family trip to Mars that I planned. I also want to build a habitat in space for the people of Earth to visit, as well as a moon base for them as well. Plus, there's a lot of technology one want to hand over. I may end up using the Seeker program for that. That's quite the list you have there. And a family trip to Mars? Yeah, you want to go? I was going to invite everyone. Alice thought for a second before nodding. He spoke of going to Mars so easily, but after seeing everything from his ships to his Borg cube, Alice just assumed he could do it. As for the moon base, space habitat, and man-made island, hadn't he built 5 huge cities in a few weeks? Those things weren't out of the realm of possibility. Nice. Those things won't happen for another couple weeks, but I'll get to it. Honestly, I just need time, and everything will fall into place. Fortunately, I have that now. Actually, that reminds me of a question I had for you. Alice asked. You were given the task of leaving Earth for the inner universe. Were you given a time limit? No, I can take all the time I want. All right, then in that case, how eager are you to leave? Why? Dream pondered for a second before looking back at her. I don't think there's any rush to leave. Don't you think? No, there isn't. Dream smiled when he figured out what she wanted. I didn't plan to leave for a while, and by that I mean a few years, let alone the fact that I want to have some time to research a bunch of things. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to crack the tech of that portal and bracelet. It could take a long time just for that. So no, I don't plan on leaving for a long time. Who knows? We could be here for a decade. Dream chuckled a bit. That portal technology really was beyond him at the moment. He didn't know how long it would take to crack it. Though he didn't think it would take a decade, it might take a few years at the most. Still, that was a good amount of time for them. After all, he was on that other world for only a few years. A lot could change in that amount of time. Sigh. Okay. Alice let out a deep breath and nodded with a smile. She wasn't hoping to rush anywhere. She just got reunited with Dream. So why would she want to throw herself back out into the universe where they would be busy? For all 4 of them, Earth was an incredibly peaceful place. For Dream and the girls, it wasn't being taken over by demons, and for Alice, it wasn't a place full of trials given to her by her teacher. All 4 of them could finally and truly relax for the first time in a long time, with nothing looming over their heads. They knew this was a rare opportunity, so they would cherish it for as long as they could. Everything else seemed so insignificant. No fighting, no politics, no stress. None of that mattered for them who stood above all others. They could just do as their hearts desired. Chapter 225, Island. That day, Alice brought her parents over to the Dreamer household. And sure enough, when her parents saw Dream, they were stunned, though not as much when they saw their resurrected daughter. Being Alice's boyfriend, Dream naturally had a good relationship with her parents. They were a more mellow couple unlike the people in his family. Alice was also an only child, so their family dynamic was very different. Nonetheless, the two families were on good terms and kept in touch, so Alice's parents had heard of Dream's own death, which they also grieved. They couldn't help but feel guilt as well since their daughter's death had dealt him such a huge blow. But now, these two people had both returned. It was inconceivable. After seeing Dream, though, Alice's parents seemed to come to terms with the new reality. The world was different now, and while they didn't understand magic systematically, they understood that seemingly impossible things were no longer impossible. They just needed enough to convince them, and the revival of two dead people was enough for them. Dream's own family was also shocked to see Alice. When Austin saw this, he was able to quickly piece together some things and determine that both Dream's own arrival and hers were related. Although he didn't know how, he was convinced that it wasn't a coincidence. This was the conclusion of the rest of the family too. There was only one problem that the two families eventually thought of. Dream had come back with two women, but now his original girlfriend had appeared. The situation had turned into a love triangle with Dream at the center. Austin was especially baffled thinking about this, and he couldn't help but worry for his brother's love life. But miraculously, no problems arose. In fact, neither Dream, Luna, or Iris were shocked by Alice's arrival. They acted so natural, as if they already knew about Alice, and the girls never got into any conflicts. If anything, they looked to be rather close, still strangers, but gradually getting comfortable with each other. The family didn't really notice this at first, but thinking about it, they were stumped. Dream didn't mind this though, and everyone gradually settled down. The two families had a breakfast, and they all happily conversed. After breakfast ended though, Dream stood up and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" Melody asked him as she wolfed down a thick slice of ham. He rolled his eyes at her. "The city needs more land, so I'm planning on building an island off the coast." "Building an island? Like, an actual island?" "Yeah, I'm thinking I can make it pretty big, much bigger than the islands of Hawaii. At minimum, it should be able to fit another 5 cities. How the hell are you supposed to do that?" Melody asked as she looked at him like an idiot. Dream thought about it for a second. "I was thinking I could either punch a hole down to the mantle, effectively creating a volcano that would naturally construct an island for me, or just manually gather tons of dirt and stuff to build one. I'm more inclined toward the first option." I see. Melody nodded as a matter of factly, seemingly understanding. Dream just sent a flick her way though, and a tiny blade of air knocking into her forehead. "Ow, what was that for?"
Dumbass.
"Shut up, you trying to fight? I'm literally about to pull up an island, and you're thinking of fighting me? How did you manage to get a high position in your guild? Playing with a bunch of dirt does not equate to combat power." "Oh wow, did you just say equate? I'm surprised that monkey brain of yours could comprehend such a word. That's it. Enough." Suddenly, both Dream's mom and dad yelled at exactly the same time. Melody glared at her brother for a second before snorting and sitting back down, wolfing down another few slices of ham. Alice watched the exchange with a smile on her face. Austin and Walter just continued eating their food as if nothing happened, clearly used to such banter. "Sigh, be careful on your little trip." Shaking her head, Dream's mom spoke to him. He smiled and told them he'd be back soon before disappearing into thin air. Teleporting away, Dream quickly appeared above the ocean, the boundless blue spreading out for miles. He also wasn't alone. All around him were bots. There were around 10 million, all of them purposed for construction or material manipulation. Dream had already been planning to pull up an island, so he naturally had some assistance. "You know what to do." "Deploying bots." Sophia responded, and all the bots flew down into the ocean. They created a huge ring, each bot standing side by side. Dream wasn't lying about what he said to Melody. His plan was to punch a hole through the Earth's crust, causing huge amounts of material to spew from this artificial volcano. With a bit of his guidance, this would provide the foundation for his island. However, this would cause massive tremors, so Dream prepared this little army of bots to mitigate that. Right now, he was 1,000 kilometers off the coast of Baja California, a spot halfway between there and Hawaii. He decided to place this island on about the same latitudinal line as Hawaii, ensuring the best climate year-round. As for the island itself, he was just going to make it a simple circle. Only, it was going to be a really big circle. The diameter was going to be 1,000 kilometers, making for an area of almost 800,000 square kilometers. For reference, that was 10% bigger than Texas. Each of the bots powered up with their enchantments, anchoring themselves to the ocean floor. They placed themselves in a ring, outlining the circle that the island would be built within. With this, they would be able to negate the tremors caused by Dream's terraforming. With that, Dream had nothing else to wait for. He quickly shot down into the water, gliding through with no resistance. He didn't even stop when he reached the floor, instead smashing straight into it. Boom! A low but powerful thud shook the ground, causing a small earthquake. When Dream crashed into the ground, his magic split the floor, creating a big crack in the surface. This crack was an entire mile wide and several miles long, and it quickly deepened as Dream went further and further down. The earth was split open, like an axe through wood. The bots had to use significant amounts of power to negate the tremors that spread from the epicenter. In fact, they created their own tremors that collided with Dream's. The only problem with this was that the collision of the tremors destroyed the crust further, causing even more trenches and ravines to appear. Dream was totally okay with this, though. Anything that helped him create volcanoes was welcome, and destroying the crust would do that. Soon, Dream had deepened the trench several miles. The temperature rose quickly, indicating that he was getting close to the mantle. He kept flying down, his magic continually splitting the earth as he did so. And soon, he reached the mantle. The rock he encountered started to appear molten, but he just kept going. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles. Dream used atrocious amounts of power, splitting everything open. The earth around him got heavier and heavier, but he didn't mind it. It was only when molten rock and such started exploding upward that he slowed down. He eventually stopped and looked around him. Water continued to fill in the trench with massive waterfalls, and all the rock around him was flowing lava. The only reason the lava wasn't blowing upward was because he had lined the walls of the trench with mana to retain it. He didn't keep that lining there for long, though. He spoke. Explode. With that word, unprecedented amounts of power exploded from his body. The earth around him for 5 miles was blown back, creating a huge void. The lining of the trench was also removed, and with nothing holding back the pressure, everything was let loose at once. BOOM. Matter came crashing down like a wave. The ridiculous pressures of the earth exerted their full force on each other, searching for an outlet. Lava and rock and water shot upward through the trench, widening it even more. In only moments, the massive amount of material came surging from the trench and out into the ocean. Lava spewed out like a broken fire hydrant. It was as if the earth itself was bleeding, covering the ocean floor with red-hot blood. The explosions were several times worse than even the most violent volcanoes, and the ejected lava spread out for miles. Dream came flying out of that mess moments later, totally untouched. He looked down at the chaos below, nodding to himself. Now, I just gotta do that 100 more times. Why don't you just claim a piece of land in the Middle East or something? There's plenty to go around, and it would be much less troublesome. Sophia spoke up as they watched the apocalyptic scene. If I create my own landmass, then nobody can say that I don't deserve to own it. Besides, how can claiming land in some war-ravaged country possibly be cooler than this? He smiled as he looked at the surging explosions of lava. The scene looked like doomsday, only for the ocean, and it had only taken a couple minutes for Dream to cause. Hearing him, Sophia just sighed. Meanwhile, Dream dashed off to a spot only a few miles from the first trench and shot through the ground again, creating another fissure in the crust. Several hours later, Dream emerged from a trench that was gushing lava. When he did, he looked around him. By this point, anything that was living within his circle of operation had either hurriedly evacuated or died. What Dream was doing was especially harmful to the ocean's ecosystem, but luckily, he was nice enough to help out with that. After some systematic lava manipulation, Dream had created a ring of solid rock that would be the perimeter of the island. This ring rose to the ocean surface and isolated the water in the area, preventing the sulfur or harmful chemicals from spreading through the ocean currents. After everything was done, he would just filter out the water and send it back into the ocean. Easy peasy. With that said, Dream now just had to wait for his island to fill itself in. The area was continually filled with lava, stacking on top of itself to create mountains of land. There were already several peaks of rock poking above the water. The only reason this could move so quickly was because Dream had punched down into the mantle itself. The pressures there were immense, resulting in amounts of lava that couldn't be compared to something released from a standard volcano. Not only that, but he had ensured that there would be no blockages with his magic, allowing the matter to flow without inhibition. By his calculations, he could have the foundation of the island in another day or so. After that, he would get some dirt and other materials to make the island more hospitable, effectively terraforming the place. He wasn't planning on loading this island with cities right off the bat. While he was planning on making another megacity in the center of the island, he was going to leave abundant space for the people of the Haven, and even the people of Earth, to do with as they wished. He wanted the place to be a land of development and commerce. Needless to say, the real estate was incredibly valuable. The fact that it would have a climate like Hawaii only reinforced this point, and it could become a grand tourist attraction later on. With all that in mind, Dream got even more excited. Suddenly, he wasn't willing to waste time, and he dove back down to accelerate the land formation process. He also had Sophia prepare bots and materials to build the main megacity. Dream went on to form the land for a few more hours. After that time, one could see vast swaths of black, cooling rock. The landmass present above the water had already filled in half the designated area, with most of it being in the center. With that, Dream ordered the construction of the city, and the bots got to work. At this time, though, four people appeared above the landmass. They looked down to see Dream raising his hands in the air, lava exploding from under the water as if he were some kind of lava bender. Dream, what the hell? You were gone for half a day, Melody shouted as she flew down to him. Luna, Iris, and Alice followed, a bit stunned by his progress, but more so by the sheer size of the landmass. Oh hey, so how do you like it? I still need to terraform a bit, but there's enough land for the city, so I got to building it. This is insane. How the hell did you even do all this? Melody looked around, still baffled by what she was seeing. Dream just smirked at her. Simple large-scale manipulation. I poked some holes in the earth and let the lava spew out. It's a very effective way to get yourself an island. After all, that's how many islands were originally formed, like Hawaii. I just simulated and scaled the process. So how about it, Luna? It's a bit more than I was expecting. When you said island, I thought you were going to make something smaller like Hawaii. Not this? Luna sighed as she got the measurements from Sophia. It wasn't that she was unapproving, just that Dream had gone so far beyond her expectations. She would be ruling over this plot of land in the future, and the difference between controlling a small island and a pseudo-continent was vast. As they conversed, Alice suddenly noticed something in her inventory while she observed around her. She could feel an energy pulse from an item. The next moment, the parchment she received, which had her task on it, flew out into the open, garnering the attention of everyone in the vicinity, including Dream. Alice, I'm not sure. It's the letter I received before I came here. Dream stared at the paper that floated in the air. As they did, though, it glowed golden and separated itself into 3 equal pieces. Each piece then flew toward Luna, Iris, and Melody. It was so quick that Dream couldn't even react, and before they knew it, the pieces had been absorbed into their bodies. What the? It's a title bestowal. Sophia suddenly spoke as she received a connection from the 3 girls. Dream could also feel it. This paper, it wants to turn them into specialists. How the hell can a piece of paper do that? No, I guess I should be concerned about why Melody of all people is getting this. What the hell does that guy think he's doing? Dream frowned as he realized what was going on. That god wanted to turn them into specialists, like him and Alice. While he wasn't opposed to Luna and Iris receiving this benefit, he wasn't so happy with him poking around his sister. This god had already spread his influence throughout most of his life. He wanted his family to be left alone. Connection with Alice's master. Intelligence has been established. Connection with the page fragments within the 3 girls has been established. The fragments want to use you as the medium to bestow the titles and skills. It's asking for confirmation. Wait, so this guy actually wants me to decide? That is correct. If you so choose, none or all of them will gain the titles and skills. Son of a bitch. Dream chuckled wryly. This god was actually leaving the decision up to him. That meant that he couldn't complain if he went through with it. The spreading of this god's influence was up to him. Anger started welling up in his chest, but he quickly calmed down and went into thought. Sure, he was mad that this god had him in the palm of his hand, but this was also an opportunity, especially for Melody. This bestowal would essentially be giving them all wings, opening up a greater path of power. If it were anyone else in the family, he wouldn't be so hesitant to deny the bestowal. But this was Melody. Melody was, at least by Earth's standards, an exceptional swordswoman. She was fast, powerful, and talented. While she had the assistance of the Seeker program, having tons of knowledge that Dream gained at her disposal, she had pioneered her own path. Dream couldn't really help her down the path of the sword since he was essentially an artisan. This meant she had a good deal of potential. Plus, she loved combat. While she may not be the best leader or general, she was a reliable presence on the battlefield. This is what Dream had seen from the Seeker program. Needless to say, she couldn't go back to how she lived before. She was now devoted to the pursuit of power. It was all this that made him hesitate. Denying the bestowal would be stunting her growth and future potential. It wasn't fair for him to make the decision, so he gritted his teeth a bit and spoke.
Melody.
Huh, what? What do you think? Dream looked at her, and she pondered. When the piece of paper entered her, she had been given loads of data, basically letting her know what the deal was. She was given knowledge about the specialists, the title she would gain, as well as the skills she would receive. She could also feel a connection to her brother and Alice, telling her that they had what the paper was giving. She thought about everything before smiling. I want it. This stuff is good, and I'm getting it for free. Why wouldn't I want these awesome skills? The skills are nice, but it's not that simple. Listen up. The God that's giving these things to you is also the God that gave me the foundation to reach where I am today. However, should you accept this, he will have a hand in your evolution and your future. I'm already being led by the nose, and I don't necessarily want the same for you. How are you being led by the nose? This God seems to know everything. He knows everything about me, my past, and seemingly the future. He's the one who tossed me into another world and likely planned every step of my rise to power. And that's not a good thing? I mean, you're already class 4. It's good, but look at what just happened recently. He brings me back to Earth and then sends Alice my way. And that's not a good thing?
It's
Okay, has this God or whatever actually done anything bad to you? It seems to me like he handed you a pretty damn good set of cards. Melody spoke, and Dream went quiet for a second before coming to a conclusion. He thought about everything he's been through, from his death, to meeting Luna and Iris, to barely saving the world from demons, and finally coming back to Earth where he discovered that Alice had been alive all along. Everything seems like it was just one smooth path to the top, but to Dream, it all felt like a lie. Alice's arrival had made him understand just how naive he was to this God's influence. It was like everything he did was merely an expectation, a milestone down an already determined path. He wasn't someone who desired absolute control over everything. However, he also wasn't someone who would stand for being led around like a dog. The relationship between Dream and this God wasn't as simple as him being angry, like a child would at their parent. It was an existential conflict that Dream had to come to terms with. The conflict was on a cosmic scale, an issue that couldn't be settled unless he rose to unfathomable heights. He became conflicted whenever he thought about all this, which was surprisingly often. It's not simply about good and bad. Look, my situation is probably a bit special, so I guess I'm not the best to tell you of the consequences accepting this bestowal would bring about. Talk to Alice, listen to her, and let me know when you make a decision. Saying that, Dream flew off to continue forming the island, his mood ruined. Melody watched his back for a bit before turning to Alice. Chapter 226, A New Era. I'm doing it. I figured. Dream sighed when his sister flew over to him. In front of them was lava, pillars of which occasionally rose into the air. Melody's decision wasn't surprising. He already knew she would want to. Still, she hopefully understood what she was getting herself into. Well, I'm not going to stop you, Sophia. And now? Why not? All right. Commencing title bestowal. When Sophia spoke, she connected to Melody, Luna, Iris, and Alice. The five of them created one powerful star as the transcendent power of the paper fragments was activated. Dream didn't even turn around to observe as the girls received their new titles. The process was simple, not flashy or redundant. Each girl received a title and skills. Luna received the Origin Guardian title. This title actually provided her with a similar boost to Dream's power. For one, her experience gain was multiplied by 3, and she could also receive experience based on her assistance to other specialists. Basically, if she was healing or protecting another specialist who gained experience, she would receive a part of that experience based on contribution. This kind of system was unprecedented since the only other way to gain experience was through killing. On top of the title, she also gained 2 skills. The first was called Sentinel, and it was an intelligence just like Sophia or Alice's master, only oriented to assist guardians and not as developed. The second was called Rule, and Luna wasn't sure exactly what it did. After Luna received the title and skills, her other titles like Daughter of the Moon, Blessed of the Greeks, and Blessed of the Moon were wiped. Despite that, though, none of the abilities were taken away. In fact, they were integrated under that single guardian title. The results of this were her spear, helmet, and shield turning into a full set of glorious armor. This armor was a combination between dress and armor. She was given pure white robes with golden greaves, vambrace, pauldron, and cuirass. The rest was like a flowing Greek toga. Her helmet was taken away, and her spear and shield were turned gold. There was also a silver blue moon glowing on the breastplate, a representation of her blessing from the goddess of the moon. Everything made Luna look like a holy battle priestess, though Dream only questioned the efficacy of it all. Was her head still protected even with no helmet? After Luna was Iris, though her changes remained internal, not being as flashy as Luna's. Like Luna, her previous titles were absorbed by the new Origin Raider title. She also received the Master Intelligence skill that Alice had. Fortunately, neither her Annihilate nor Gluttony skill immediately attempted to devour this intelligence, so there weren't any problems. Last was Melody. Like Iris, she received the Origin Raider title, though since she didn't have any other titles, nothing was taken away. However, she was given the Master Intelligence as well as another skill. This additional skill was called Blood Drop Stance, and it was apparently a sword art. When Alice heard of this, she was confused for a bit. She never received anything like that, so it must have been gifted to Melody specifically. After getting this skill, Melody went into a deep trance as she analyzed everything. It was apparently profound, since she stood there and never responded to anyone's calls. Dream didn't mind though, and just let her do what she needed. He wouldn't interrupt inspiration for no reason. He turned to Luna and Iris. So, how are things? Very nice. I'm already enjoying this intelligence. Luna nodded as her mind communicated with her Sentinel skill. While it was nowhere near Sophia's level, she was already seeing its applicability. Suddenly, though, she summoned some ice and formed it into a golem that looked like an ice butler. It had facial features and everything. Good afternoon, Dream. What the? Dream's brows went up when he heard the golem. He sensed a connection between Luna and it and guessed what she did. Why did you give a body to your intelligence? Only temporary, obviously, but I thought it would be cool. I actually wonder why you still don't make a body for Sophia. From what you told me, she's almost an independent entity. I have my own body in Dream's mind space and have yet to desire a material body of my own. Although, it isn't as if I don't experience living in a body alongside Dream. I'm more than satisfied. Sophia answered before Dream could speak. Luna heard her and nodded. Interesting. Oh well, at least I now have a little helper of my own. I'm already excited to put it to use. Luna smiled as she patted the butler. When she did, the butler melted and dispersed into vapor. She could form a golem for her new intelligence whenever she wanted and in whatever form she desired. She was already putting it to use as she processed the different tasks it was capable of. Not only that, but the intelligence could communicate easily with Sophia, enhancing its capabilities and adding another layer of convenience. She wasn't the only one. While Melody was entranced by her new sword skill, Iris's mind communicated with her own master intelligence. The different uses streamed into her mind. However, it immediately seemed to her that this intelligence was different. Iris noticed how this intelligence wasn't anything like Sophia. Not just that, but it seemed exceptionally rudimentary. As she used it, she could barely tell it apart from a stupid animal. Even communicating was an issue, and a frown appeared on her face. The information that streamed out of this skill was gibberish, making no sense and confusing her. So Iris went and solved that problem. She figured that there was something special about this intelligence and that she received tailored treatment like Melody, since this was obviously different from even Alice's intelligence. So although she didn't know why, she decided to go with her instincts and destroy the intelligence. Iris activated her gluttony and annihilation skills in conjunction, instantly destroying the intelligence and reducing it to pure energy and data that was integrated into gluttony. However, during this process, she discovered a path. She figured this was some kind of route for the intelligence, so she used her two skills to follow and destroy the route. Iris destroyed the route, but after a while, it started to get more difficult. She found that the route led somewhere beyond skills, and it took diving deep into her nucleus. Soon, she encountered another set of data at the end of the route, and her two powers went to work and gobbled it all up. Iris has destroyed her intelligence. Sophia spoke, and Dream turned toward Iris, who was staring off into space. He saw the data that Sophia sent him and understood that Iris had done something. He just let her be, though, at least until Sophia spoke again. The connection to her origin radar title has changed. Changed? Dream looked at the connection alongside Sophia, seeing the information that was pouring over from Iris. Those with the specialist titles could inherently sense each other. Dream could feel connections with Melody, Luna, and Alice through his title. But now, Iris's was changing. Meanwhile, Iris was trying to figure things out herself. She had sent her two powers to destroy the title, but her annihilatory power was resisted, leaving only the gluttony skill to absorb the title. This resulted in the nature of the title changing. She expended energy to convert the title into something owned entirely by her, eliminating all external influence. All its functions were retained, but its use could be determined by her. She could reduce it to pure energy if she wanted, though she decided not to. Only one thing had changed, though. While she could still sense the connections to other specialists, her connection was now different. This difference is what Dream picked up on. It still indicated that she was a specialist, a raider, but he could sense a chaotic aura from it. It was like he could sense Iris's nature through that connection. He knew right then that she had probably eaten the title and skill, though he was surprised that she was capable of that. Dream just looked at her, pondering something for a second before shaking his head. Iris also awoke from her trance, acting as if nothing happened. All right, I guess you guys can focus on your new skills and whatnot while I finish this. It shouldn't take more than another day. I don't really have anything to do for a day. Alice mumbled as she thought about her situation. Her task was now fulfilled, having bestowed the specialist titles to the other girls, and she was on Earth. She literally had nothing to do besides what she wanted. The only thing she could think of was to check out the city that Dream had built. While she could try and assist Dream, she didn't have any skills that could help him in any noticeable way. Dream looked at her for a second. Luna, how about you take Alice, her family, and my family over to the Haven? Give them a little tour and spend some time together. Take Iris with you too. Sure. What about your sister? Luna looked at Melody, who was still in her own little world. Dream just shrugged. I'll take care of her. She shouldn't be disturbed right now anyway.
Of course, Daff.
Oh, I almost forgot. Hang on. Interrupting Luna, Dream suddenly took several things out of his inventory. There were 6 different blobs of silver liquid, as well as a canister full of an unknown, black substance. All of them fluctuated with absurdly powerful enchantments. These 6 orbs of liquid platinum can be given to our family members. They're suits, and I've already programmed them, so they'll bond with each person smoothly. Then there's this canister for my mom. I noticed that she still has old injuries from her younger days that haven't healed even with her new powers, so this will take care of that. I actually noticed that too. Should I just heal her? I can make her basically as good as new, Luna offered, knowing what Dream was referring to. With their senses, nobody below the Class 4 realm could hide anything from them, and their bodies and souls were seen in their entirety the moment they looked at them. Naturally, Luna had seen several injuries or imperfections among the bodies of several of Dream's family members. She didn't do anything without Dream's word, though, just leaving it be and remaining oblivious. Do that after you have her drink the liquid in this canister. This liquid is enchanted carbon with some other chemicals specially designed to enhance her bodily functions. Before she drinks it, though, I want you to put her to sleep. The process will only take around 20 minutes, and after that you can use your healing on her for the final touches. All of that should put her in the best shape of her life. All right, when exactly did you make this, though? Punching a bunch of holes in the ground is rather boring, so I decided to multitask. I also planned on making a sword for Melody, but I'll wait to get her opinion on what kind of sword she wants now. I have a feeling she'll have ideas. Right. Then I'll get Goy Dash. Wait, one more thing. Dream interrupted her again and took out a few more canisters. These ones a bit smaller than the one for his mother. These are for everyone else, including Alice's parents. It's not as specialized, but it'll still rejuvenate them and repair their bodies, getting rid of any defects or just simply cleansing everything. I know Alice's dad has high cholesterol, so this'll help with that. Plus, it'll alter their digestive systems, making it so they can eat whatever they want basically without consequence. Given a few months, everyone will look exceptionally healthy, as if they plan their lives around diets and exercise. Sure thing. Luna smiled, slightly baffled, and stowed everything in her inventory. Alice also had a bright smile, thinking about the reaction her dad would have when he no longer had to worry about taking medicine to monitor his health. She didn't even doubt Dream's words or the capabilities of the liquid in those canisters. After saying bye, Luna, Iris, and Alice teleported off back to California where they would carry out Dream's little task. He stayed behind. He looked at Melody, who was still in a trance. Not wanting her to be disturbed, he used some magic and created a dome of pure mana that blocked out all external stimuli and isolated her from the world. He then turned back to the boiling pools of magma around him, continuing to work on this terraformation. It took almost 20 hours, but Melody eventually snapped out of her reverie. When she did, she felt a wave of fatigue hit her, and she fell flat on her back with a thud. Finally lucid, a voice came from beside her, along with the appearance of a cosmic, godly figure. Melody's eyes shot open seeing that celestial being, but before she could say anything, it was wrapped up in skin, turning back into Dream. What the hell was that? You'll know when you reach class 4. Now, what kind of skill did you get? Dream asked as he sat beside her. She just stared at him for a second before opening her mouth. It's a sword skill, one so simple yet complicated that I've only grasped the outermost elements. I'm not that convinced about sword skills or any weapon skills, though. Wouldn't it be better just to manipulate magic directly? It's certainly the most direct and efficient way. He spoke as he pondered. Dream had certainly seen weapon skills before, from both demons and other species. Sword arts, bow skills, combat techniques, and more. Hell, the sword school from the other world was entirely devoted to the pursuit of power through skills based around weapons. Dream knew that the president of the sword school had a supremely powerful sword skill according to others. He had even seen it in combat. But that begged the question. What exactly did these skills do that basic magic couldn't? Why was a weapon necessary? Dream could form weapons from pure mana that were only weaker than an enchanted weapon of his own design. But the reason he never used weapons was because it wasn't necessary. In fact, it was limiting. He didn't want to be restricted to using a sword, nor did he only want to use a gun. Anything he could do with a gun or a sword could be done with magic. He was someone who manipulated energy directly, resulting in endless possibilities when it came to combat. His punches could be infused with any magic he could think of, or he could simply send out magic attacks at a range. It was because of this that he didn't particularly care about using any specific weapons, only things like armor. This was why he called Aegis his greatest weapon. While he did have his enchanted railgun, that was supplementary. He didn't truly need it. The railgun was just something that could deliver his magic at high speeds through the projectiles without using up any of his own energy. Pre-enchanted items were very useful in protracted battles. Though as he started to touch upon spatial manipulation, he was already seeing how obsolete even that railgun would become. So when he saw things like sword arts and the like, he questioned their capability. It seemed to him that these kinds of skills were just handicapped versions of real magic, needing weapons to successfully perform. Melody huffed at him, though. Not everybody can just manipulate magic, Dream. I've only met one person who came close to direct manipulation, and he's one of the best enchanters in the world who has basically pioneered codified magic and enchanting. Now, I'm not sure what your skills are, but from what I've seen, they're even more incredible than his. Something like that is rare to come by.
I guess.
Weapons can be used to guide our energy, to supplement that deficiency in skill. Sure, we still need to know magic and need some form of direct manipulation, but having a weapon allows us to tread that path with a framework of mind, like an outline that you can fill over time with magic, experience, and skill. Sounding pretty wise for a 21-year-old. You're literally only 2 years older.
Sure.
Dream smiled and thought about what she said. Eventually, he figured that it wasn't such a bad way to tread the path to power. In a universe where you got stronger by killing, basing skills around weapons wasn't a bad choice. Of course, there were pros and cons. Should you lose your weapon, you could be weakened significantly, but otherwise, it was a smart choice. Anyway, how are you feeling? Your aura seemed exhausted. It's nothing crazy. I'll be fine in a day or so. Hang on. Saying that, Dream contacted Luna over their contracts. After requesting some of her healing energy, she sent it, and he channeled that power over to Melody. Silvery blue energy streamed into her, rejuvenating her very soul. Wow, this is nice. Melody unintentionally smiled as she was refreshed in a matter of seconds. Dream just shrugged. The healing powers from a pseudo class 5 is like that. Now, you wanted a sword from me, but I decided to get ideas from you first. Tell me about the kind of blade you want, how many swords, the type of enchantments, and everything else. Oh, I was actually going to talk to you about that, especially now. That sword art has inspired me. Sure, here, take this and design your sword. Dream handed a blob of silver to her when he said that. Melody took it with confusion, but when her hand touched the blob, it formed into a dull default-looking sword. The shape will change based on your visual thoughts. Design it however you want, and I'll build your swords around that. All right. And I'm serious when I saw however you want. Doesn't matter how odd the sword is or looks like. You just need to design your absolutely ideal sword. Don't worry about anything else. You can even have multiple designs if you want. Nothing is off limits. Melody's smile went away at his serious statement, nodding and going quiet. She focused on the sword in her hand. It rapidly took on changes as she quickly got used to imparting her thoughts. The blade elongated slightly, and then became so slim as to look like a needle. When she was done, the sword was just a hilt with a long, thin poker the width of 2 hairs. A sword that has no trouble poking and piercing, aspects that are significant in this new sword art of mine. Hopefully it isn't so thin though as to not be able to transfer lots of energy due to lack of material. Melody spoke as she held it up for him. Dream just looked at it for a second before nodding. All right, is that it? No, I want one of these. I'll design another one right now. Go ahead. Dream nodded, and Melody went back to designing another sword. This time, it took on the form of a rapier. A long, thin, straight blade rose into the air. The tip of the blade was a tanto point though, and only one side of the sword was sharp. A sword for cutting, the second significant part of my new sword art. I want 2 of these. All right, that it? Pretty much. Piercing and cutting are the 2 main aspects of this art. There's nothing like hacking or slashing. It's really straightforward. Though go any deeper and things get complex. Sure. Okay. I already have an idea. I'll have your swords tomorrow. Oh, here's your suit as well. I already gave some to the rest of the family. Dream tossed a silver blob to her as he said that. The blob swallowed the sword she was designing on, proceeding to latch onto her body and envelop her completely. What is this? It's a suit. Wear it under whatever other clothes or armor you put on. I knew you wouldn't like its plain aesthetics, so I made it more subdermal. Melody was quiet as she checked out the suit. It seeped over her skin, but it wasn't uncomfortable at all. It was like a second skin. Even magic could flow through it easily, as if it weren't even there. She nodded after creating a mental bond with it, establishing her ownership and now capable of controlling it with her thoughts. This is cool. Hey, do you have any plans to start an enchanting business or something? You'd become the richest man on the planet. Please, I'm already the richest man on the planet. The wealth on my person alone probably outstrips the value of this entire planet. Plus, there's my vast accumulation of resources that can rival the combined nations of the world. I'm not sure if you're lying or not, though I'm more inclined to believe you. Oh well, I look forward to Dash. Melody, get behind me. Huh. Melody felt a little chill when Dream's attitude suddenly flipped. Before she could even understand what was happening, though, Dream teleported in front of her. He simultaneously released his cosmic form, the space, mana, and energy around him freezing as if time stopped. Show yourself. You've got a keen eye, alien. An ethereal voice rang in their ears when Dream looked to a spot in the sky. Melody looked from behind Dream's shoulder to where his calm but alert gaze was pointed, laying eyes on a being she had only seen once before. Angel? Dream nodded as he looked at this angel that had appeared before them. This one took on the form of a human with wings, no halo over his head, but a blindfold over his eyes. He also held a book in his right hand, one that looked like some kind of gospel. The angel, despite having a blindfold on, looked directly at Dream's cosmic figure that shone with stars and colorful nebulae. He smiled gloriously, no sense of hostility present in his aura. The human known as Dream, well, not quite human anymore. I don't recognize your species at all. I made it myself. Indeed, that's impressive. Though, seeing how you're a specialist of the Wanderer faction, I don't find it too surprising. Wanderer faction? Yes. Are you not aware of the faction you belong to? I'm not sure what a faction is, but that's not important. I want to know why an angel is here. Dream spoke, not with any malice, but with obvious caution. As soon as this angel appeared, he could discern its level. It was at least a class 5, and easily stronger than that devil who had merely been an artificial class 5. There was only one consolation, though. This angel didn't have an image, a spiritual body, meaning his potential likely ended at class 5. Not that that would make his immediate combat strength any lesser. This angel was a force to be reckoned with, one that Dream wasn't absolutely sure of winning a battle against. The worst part was, his sister was right here. This was what made him most guarded. She was only a class 3, and a sneeze from this angel could wipe out her soul. Only he could prevent that. The angel spoke gently. I'm not here with any ill intentions, only curiosity. After all, you've caused quite the stir since you've returned. As the keepers of this world, we naturally couldn't stand by without at least investigating. Keepers. Us keepers come to underdeveloped worlds to help them fight back against the demon threat, targeting a few key people and guiding them down the right path. Earth had done well until now, though with you here, there's no chance the demons can take over now. However, you've brought along a new problem. An entire population from a supposedly doomed world. Yeah, tell me, are you truly native to Earth? Yeah. Dream nodded plainly under the gaze of the angel. They looked at each other for a while before the angel also nodded. I see. So you were sent away. There's no record of any doomed world in our books, though. At least not any recent ones. I repelled the demons on the other world. So depending on your definition of doomed, it isn't truly. I just didn't feel like forcing the people I protected to revive their world that I had also turned pretty barren. Taking them here was an easier choice. Interesting. That brings up more questions, though. Oh well, they're not ones you or I can answer. Now I ask you, Dream, what do you plan on doing with the demons here? The angel gave another piercing gaze, but Dream just responded straightforwardly. Nothing much. I'm going to confine them to their territories and ensure they don't grow beyond the ability of Earth to handle. These ones are more tame than the ones I faced, so it should be fine. Other than that, though, I don't plan on doing anything directly to them. I see. That's good. We usually like to take a non-interference stance, unless things get truly out of hand. Naturally, this tends to apply to transcendent beings. While you haven't ascended, compared to this planet, you can be considered on par with us keepers. Because of that, I'll ask you to refrain from interfering too much. What you've planned is encroaching upon that line a bit, but I'll allow it. I don't require your permission, but thanks anyway. I don't intend to be hostile, but yes, I believe you do. We are envoys from heaven that seek to ensure the development of lesser worlds, as well as protect against the demons that threaten countless other worlds like your own. Earth falls under heaven's territory and protection as it has been invaded by demons. According to the code that keepers abide by and enforce, transcendent beings, which are people who outstrip the general power level of a world by a significant margin so as to be capable of heavily influencing its development, are to refrain from direct interference as much as possible. You fall under this definition, and therefore, We must ensure that you follow some general guidelines under our authority as keepers and heaven's envoys. I get all that, but I'd rather rely on myself than you guys. Dream frowned a bit as he responded. The demons I faced on the other world threatened to wipe out all life after only developing for a year or so. You guys claimed to protect lesser worlds, but there were no angels to help us out. I had to wipe out and exterminate the demons myself, resulting in hundreds of millions dying both by the demons and by my own hands. My city is the last remnants of many prosperous empires and races. They never even had a chance to survive. The strength and development speed of the demons was extraordinarily unfair. I even had to fight off an artificial class 5. So forgive me for not trusting your words, or at least, not putting my safety in your hands. I'll do what I believe is necessary to manage the demon threat on my home world. Your opinion comes secondary to mine, but rest assured, I won't intentionally stifle your efforts. Continue protecting as you have been. It'll be another added layer of security. The angel looked at Dream for a bit, neither a frown nor smile on his face. After seemingly coming to a decision, though, he did reveal a smile, flipping open the book in his hand. After he created some golden script in mid-air, it landed on a page in the book. The book closed quickly after, and he nodded to Dream. Very well, I understand. I will not interfere with your efforts. After all, you are a native to this world. I will trust your judgment and your ability to protect this world. I have seen your infrastructure in space, so I know you have the ability to do as you say. The amount of keepers deployed here will lessen, and Earth's development will more or less fall under your hands. It will remain this way unless this world takes a negative developmental turn. Does this arrangement satisfy you? Yes, it does. Is this okay with you, though? Dream asked confusedly. He wondered why this angel was okay with giving him free rein when he had clearly made known his supposed authority just now. Dream was challenging this authority, but now the angel seemed okay with that. The angel nodded to him. Yes, I am okay with this. Just the fact of you crossing worlds and exterminating demons who were on the verge of calling down a demon lord shows your ability. I don't doubt that you could easily exterminate the demons here. That along with you being a native here, gives me assurance that you at least won't lead this world toward its destruction. While I will still leave keepers with a select few talented people on this world to monitor the overall situation, they will not interfere with your decisions. All right, I don't believe there's any need to make this complicated. Besides, if any of that isn't enough, I believe in the reputation of the Seekers. The angel smiled, and Dream's brow raised slightly. After looking at each other for a second, though, he just sighed and stood straight. All right then, I think we've come to a consensus. If you have a problem with anything I do, just come find me. There's no reason I can't at least listen. I appreciate that. Then I'll take my leave. Oh, one more thing. Just as the angel started to turn away, he faced back toward Dream. When a world begins to produce high-level class 4s and stagnates, we open our gates and allow them to enter one of our realms among the inner universe. This device will allow you to contact one of the other keepers. Should the time come where either you or the people of this world wish to enter the inner universe, talk to us, and we will open the gates. Although I can't expect you to join our faction as a seeker, you as well as the people of Earth are a welcome ally. I'll keep that in mind. Dream nodded as the angel gave him a device, and the two said their goodbyes. After all traces of the angel disappeared, Dream reverted back into his human shell. Sigh. Man, I couldn't even sense that guy's power. Melody wiped off the trickle of sweat as she stepped out from behind Dream. Despite the two only exchanging words, her worldview seemed to be broadened. She was understanding more and more just how powerful her brother was. Dream rolled his eyes at her, though. You have me and your weakness to thank for that. Whatever. You know, I've met some people who supposedly have the support of angels. That one guild leader from the Guardian Guild has an angel. This one, though, seemed to be some kind of leader. He's kind of like a supervisor for this planet, overseeing the other keepers. Dream spoke as he thought back. When the two were talking, much more information was exchanged than just words. While Melody heard the English language, they were actually speaking in universal language. Due to this, their communication exchanged more details. One such detail was this angel's authority. The script that the angel used to write in his book was also universal language. So, what now? Melody looked up at her brother, who was deep in thought. Dream was pondering over the angel's last statement where he offered to enter the inner universe. Should Dream take him up on that, he wouldn't have to worry about building his own portal, something which would take a few years to do at minimum. After thinking for a while, though, he decided not to. Even if the rest of Earth started stagnating, he would only open it for them. He wanted to crack the portal technology himself, giving himself a layer of security and greater power. After deciding on his path, he turned back to his sister. To her, he had only been pondering for a few seconds. Now we just go back to what we were doing. I'll be sure to make those swords for you, and you focus on increasing your power. Whenever you have questions about gaining power or your next steps, come talk to me. There's nobody who knows more about advancing into class 4 than me. All right. Dream nodded at her and then turned his attention elsewhere. The angel had also handed him that communication device, though not how someone would normally hand someone else something. The angel had passed it directly to him through space, almost inserting it directly into his inventory. Dream had grabbed it from there. It was a method of transfer that had surprised him. He suddenly had more ideas as to wield ether.
Status.
Dream called out his status to take another look at things. Profile. Name: Silas Dreamer. Species: Metacosmic Psyche. Class: Prophet. Title: Origin Seeker. Level: 398. Stats: Strength S plus Agility S plus. Stamina S plus Magic S plus. Passive skills: Sophia, LVL 44. Arcana, LVL 97. Universal language, LVL max. Active skills: Particle manipulation, LVL 70. Arcane transmutation, LVL 1. Seeing the stats and skills, he nodded. Dream wasn't sure what the next step for his stats were beyond S+, but he didn't worry about it. He wasn't sure if the system could accurately tell his true stats anyway with his gray mist and the interference from his title. All he cared about was his two main skills that were approaching max level. He knew he could max out Arcana rather quickly, but he wondered if he could do the same for particle manipulation. He just shrugged. If he could, then he would. He would just have to continue developing himself to find out. After the little meeting with the angel, Dream proceeded to move on with the list of things he needed to do. First, he finished off the brunt of the work for the island, tasking bots to continue building the city and to take care of everything else. Some bots were tasked to bring dirt and sand and plants to continue terraforming the place, turning it into a more hospitable and welcoming environment. While it would take a few leveled mountains to cover the area of the island, that didn't really matter to Dream. He also determined a place for his little slice of paradise, the tree dome. Since there wasn't any empty plots of land several dozen square miles in size near his family's house, he could only opt to put it on the coast. He chose to place it only 2 miles from a beach. For this, he simply dropped the chunk of land through the atmosphere, creating a giant ball of fire that seemed like the world-ending meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs. When the land approached the ocean, though, he alongside many ships and bots slowed its descent and gently plopped it in the water, only creating a few 200-meter-tall waves. All devastation was circumvented by him and the bots, thankfully. By the end, many people were stunned by what had happened, and the matter quickly made it on news stations throughout the world. This was especially so since he decided to remove the fog barrier surrounding the dome. What was left was a ring of several hundred-meter-tall trees surrounded by bots that guarded it, a grand display only trumped by the World Tree in the Haven cities. Within a mere day, there were already hundreds of curious people who approached with their boats, including the American Navy, but nobody could actually step onto the land to search. Dream didn't pay attention to it longer than he had to, though. So with that taken care of, his next order of business was to wall off the demons. Sophia had already established where the demons occupied in the world. They had taken over nearly all of former Russia, turning it into their empire, and were gradually spreading through the rest of the lands near it. After thinking for a bit, he eventually had Sophia task nearly 700 million bots to go and wrangle them in. He decided to confine them to Russia only. He would do this by building the biggest wall ever seen around the entire landmass. It would span hundreds of miles and be a few hundred meters tall, and would also be manned by his bots 24/7 to prevent demons from breaking free. This would be their only territory, the only beings that could move in or out being humans. Naturally, Dream couldn't restrict human access. He didn't want to either. The demons served as a plentiful and unending source of experience as well as materials. He would allow the world to enter this demon territory to fight and develop. This was the only reason he kept the demons anyway. He would still control entry though. While he wasn't exactly sure how, he knew that this could be used to either promote or assist Luna and the Haven. He figured she could find some way to use this, so he passed off the decision to her. After sending bots to begin construction and wrangle demons, he started to prepare himself for his own things. There was quite the list. The hardest things he needed to do were research and development. He needed to crack the portal technology and develop his spatial manipulation skills. He was already doing it, but it wasn't refined enough to meet the standard of his other energy manipulation skills. The second most difficult item on his list was to study arcane transmutation. This skill could supposedly create matter from mana and vice versa. It was the foundation of the summon skill that could allow him to buy items with mana, so it was one of the most important topics to tackle. Something like that, should he master and understand it, would advance his power by leaps and bounds. Finally, there was the stuff with the Haven. Dream had left most of the matters to Luna, but he still needed to assist her with declaring its sovereignty. He didn't have the first clue as to how to do this, and while he didn't really care about it due to having absolute power, Luna did. Even while going around and relaxing with the family, she was constantly pulling data from the internet and deliberating with Sophia on the issues she needed to tackle. She was sprinting down the path of a leader and politician. Dream didn't need to do the same as her, but he at least needed to pay attention. He solved the problems she needed to be solved, and that she gave to him while making sure not to do certain things for the sake of the Haven's development and her image. The things he couldn't do mainly included directly threatening countries with his weapons, as well as unintentionally bringing about massive amounts of destruction. Basically, she didn't want him doing anything that would be talked about or seen, unless it was something good like confining the demons. If she wanted to make things work, she needed to maintain control over everything. He was fine with all this and just listened while telling Alice to keep an eye on Iris. Surprisingly though, issues with the Haven were the easiest on his list. Even making Melody's swords was more difficult. This process only took a day, as he said it would. Dream spent some 20-odd hours in his factory messing with plenty of different concepts before ultimately creating a single blade for her. This sword, at first glance, looked dull and unassuming. It was plain gray, looking like something right off an assembly line. It didn't even look comfortable to hold, the grip being a simple cylinder. When Melody grabbed it though, that all changed. She immediately figured out how to operate it and willed it to shapeshift into the first blade, her piercing needle. The blade instantly shed all of its material, the metal retracting into her suit, leaving only the hilt. Despite nothing being there though, Melody could sense the channel of power that existed where the blade would be. This channel of power was extraordinarily concentrated. It was like a lightsaber, but instead of light, it was mana. The channel would, upon her inserting her own power, guide the energy into a single line, allowing her to burst forth with massive amounts of power in a tiny point. It did exactly as she wished for, allowing her to concentrate her energy into a single point and pierce. Then there was the second function. Upon activating the blade again, the material moved back from her armor onto the hilt where a blade was formed. The blade looked like a normal rapier blade, long and thin. In fact, the only special thing about it was the fact that the blade was only the width of 100 atoms, being unnaturally sharp. However, there was a hidden function to this blade. The blade could turn and face any direction its user wanted it to. When Melody saw this, she was stunned. She had never thought of something so simple yet ingenious. Though, only Dream could develop a sturdy and powerful blade that could handle this function. It opened up a whole new world of combat for her, one that involved a little more trickery. She wouldn't have to worry as much about turning her wrist to face the blade edge toward her opponent, instead directly slashing toward them in the quickest, most efficient way. Should one get confused by this small detail, she would gain an advantage. Also, the blade could indeed be split into two, giving her dual swords with the same functions. Dream also added in a safety function that would make Melody immune to her own weapons. Should she accidentally swing the sword at herself, or have it be used against her, the blade would just give way, not hurting her in the slightest. This could be used as both a safety function and a little trick to use in combat. With that, Dream left Melody as she went to play with her new toy. While she wanted to change the look of the sword a bit to give it better aesthetics, He just left her with the means to do so while not bothering to change it himself. With the special device he gave her, she could make it look however she wanted. With the sword done, Dream crossed that one thing off his list. As for the rest, it would take time. Luna worked on developing the Haven. Iris had her fun in the demon territories, playing with her skills. Alice either stuck with Dream or her parents, sometimes going to train with Melody, who often requested a sparring partner. Dream had all the time he wanted, so he took things as they came and didn't rush. If he felt like spending time with the girls, then he did. If he got inspired and holed himself up in the factory, then that's what happened. For once, he didn't have a threat looming over him, so he was able to expand his ever-growing foundation to unseen levels. Research into ether and portal tech, building cities and space habitats, developing weapons, growing his skills and knowledge. He did it all. He gradually approached the Class 5 realm while pushing his power to unprecedented heights. All the while, the thought of revisiting the legacy space and comprehending that silver script lingered in his mind. Most of what he did was to push toward that next goal. He wanted to reach that higher realm of existence while uncovering the secrets of the universe. His curiosity and hunger for knowledge knew no bounds as he devoted himself further to that pursuit. Dream stood on the roof of his factory cube. Behind him was Earth, and below him were countless assembly lines and factories. In front of him was a table for crafting and the endless void. He had moved himself out here for research as he found looking into the depths of the cosmos to be inspiring, something beneficial to his development. It wasn't long after he had given Melody her sword. He hadn't even been on Earth for 2 months now, but he already found himself with many things to do. There was no deadline, though, so he often spent time as he was now, staring into the void. He thought of all the things he had to do. He thought of the inner universe and the places waiting for him, as well as the coordinates the god had given him and where they would take him to. The endless possibilities in a place even bigger than the universe he knew. What would he find there? Dream found himself spacing out, his thoughts both chaotic and orderly. His thought process couldn't be compared to a normal human. Naturally, the thoughts themselves couldn't easily be understood. Sometimes he didn't even know what he was thinking. He always returned to reality, though, grounding himself before moving on with whatever crafting or research he was doing. The thoughts of the future and the past came and went through his mind constantly, but that never distracted him from his task. He crafted and studied in a place with no sense of day or night, time having less and less of a significance as he treaded further and further down his path. There were no longer any plans, just what he wanted to do or what he needed to do. He crafted with a free mind, a free soul. That cosmic figure stood on his cube, endlessly thinking, looking neither lonely nor troubled. That figure almost didn't seem to exist as he merely toiled away, blending into the space and void around him. And toil he would for several years, not stopping until he reached his goals alongside the people around him. Everything would gradually fall into place, and he, as well as Earth, would reach heights that have never been seen before. It was the dawn of a new era. Chapter 227, Meeting. I need you to come with me. Huh. We're going to a meeting. Wait, what's going on? We're meeting with the world leaders. Wait, why? To establish sovereignty. Dummy. Luna shouted exasperatedly. Dream had been holed up on the top of his factory for nearly 2 months. Each time he left, he was gone for longer and longer. While Luna didn't mind this as she had her own work to do, he became really out of touch with things. Dream had been working on a device that rested on a table. It was a small glowing orb no larger than a marble with bright lights rapidly flowing within. Even as Dream turned his attention to Luna, he in his cosmic form still worked on it, ensuring he wouldn't lose control of whatever the device was. He turned around and saw his beautiful fiancée with a pouty look on her face. As he gazed at her, Sophia sent him tons of data on all the recent happenings. It had been a year since Dream arrived on Earth. Things had changed greatly. For one, there was a new landmass on the planet. Dream had finished off his man-made island, and there was another metropolis built there. While it wasn't as busy as a normal city, feeling mostly desolate, the population there was slowly growing with people from the Haven City migrating over. But after Luna's upcoming move, the population would definitely skyrocket. After a little under a year, Luna had finalized the plans to talk with the world leaders, recognizing the Haven as a sovereign state. Well, it wasn't called the Haven anymore. Luna had made a distinction between the Haven City in California and the new empire. The first city would still retain the name Haven, but the new landmass would be the primary territory of the empire. As for the name of Luna's new empire, she and the other Class 4s deliberated on it for several days. Eventually, they came to call it the Oasis. It would be a city of prosperity and power surpassing all others. And with Dream's knowledge and ability, that wouldn't be a fantasy. However, Luna had to make herself known to all the world leaders. She had employed Sophia to put her in contact with all the most powerful leaders and essentially call forth a massive summit. This was what she was about to head to. Unfortunately for Dream, he wasn't notified beforehand, so now he was getting pulled away from his workbench out of the blue. Why wouldn't you tell me something important like this before? What do I even need to do? Dream got a bit nervous. While he was still supremely powerful, he was about to meet the leaders of modern civilization. On the other world, he didn't know anyone, so he didn't care much. But here, it was a different feeling as he had much more of an impression. Don't worry, I just need you to stand with me and look pretty. Let me do all the talking. Now, put this on and let's go. We need to be at the meeting point in approximately 40 seconds. What? Ugh, all right. Dream was baffled for a second before just sighing and giving up. After grabbing the glowing orb on the table, he reverted back to his human form. The nice tailored suit that Luna handed to him was instantly put on. It was a very fancy and unique suit, black with blue embroidery. Dream looked at Luna after straightening himself out. Seeing how she was also dressed up in a stunning dress, she would definitely stand out, and next to her, Dream probably wouldn't even be noticed. Nice, looking sharp. Now, my handsome escort, if you wouldn't mind transporting us down there. Luna linked arms with him as she spoke with a smile. He just looked at her for a second before rolling his eyes. The next moment, Ether wrapped the two of them up, separating them from space and moving them at high speeds down to the planet. After half a second, the two reappeared inside of a car. This car was approaching a large building. The meeting point for this summit was in Europe, inside the very building they were approaching. Soon, the car stopped. Dream didn't say anything before stepping out. When he did, he immediately saw dozens of reporters that were snapping pictures and recording video. He realized that everything was being broadcast across the globe. Knowing this, he tapped into the network that Sophia controlled and looked at the viewer count. 5.7 billion? He sighed at that. That was a big number. He didn't let it disturb him, though, as he walked around the car. Currently, his aura was that of an ordinary man. Nobody was the wiser as he opened the door for Luna. And sure enough, people went ballistic when she stepped out. Gorgeous face, stunning body, eye-catching dress. The reporters captured every angle as she linked arms with Dream and headed up the steps to enter the building. As they entered, though, Dream and Luna suddenly received a telepathic connection. You look very nice, Luna. Both of them smiled as they glanced to their right. Standing in the midst of a dozen people was Alice. Nobody noticed she even existed as she drifted around like a ghost. Not even Dream could detect her if she didn't want him to. So naturally, nobody else on this planet could. The two continued walking through the hall as if nothing happened. Eventually, they entered the meeting hall. Dream could detect many other leaders already there. It seemed like Luna was one of the last ones to arrive. They already had an assigned seat, so the two simply took their places. Dream looked across the room, though, and smiled once more. He could see the President of the United States, and next to him was Melody. After Dream gave Melody her sword and she received more training, her power advanced fast. She was now the most powerful person in the world, with the Dark Knight a close second. Because of this, she was requested to be one of the President's guards. Gone were the old ways of the world. Nobody's safety could be guaranteed with just the use of weapons. The supers were now the go-to. It was funny, though. Dream's sister was sitting with the President as his guard. Nobody knew that they were related. Nobody even knew who Dream was. It still caused Melody to crack up, though. She had to pinch herself to hold back her laughter. Her brother and sister-in-law were her opposition in this meeting. Oh, the irony. Dream rolled his eyes as he saw his sister smile a bit and wave. The guild leader of the Golden Guardians was also there, and he was sizing up Dream and Luna. Dream could feel the man's aura poke around both of them, but naturally, he couldn't find anything if they didn't want him to. He wasn't the only one, though. There were dozens of Class 3s in the room, all belonging to different world leaders. Governments had naturally attained supers who supported them. They had money and influence, things that many supers wanted. However, This is also why this meeting was such a huge deal. What Luna was attempting to do was the first precedent. She had already claimed territory using absolute force, and now she was going to legitimize her rule over it and a new landmass that mysteriously appeared out of nowhere. This had never been seen before, and it would be the first situation where a super was exerting their power to disrupt global order. This was directly challenging the countries of the world. On Earth, the collective still ruled through politics and money. Supers hadn't yet attained earth-shattering power that could surpass all that. But this would pave the way for a new era of individual power. A single person could now challenge entire countries. It was unheard of. The hall was filled with chatter, and all eyes were on Luna and Dream. They had come by themselves as there was no need for anyone else. They alone held all the power. Well, Luna could have actually come by herself, but she didn't want to be alone. Things were much more comfortable with Dream there. He was her source of support, both financially and emotionally. We will now commence the World Summit soon. An official kick-started the meeting, and everyone quieted down. The official went through an introductory speech, outlining the purpose of the summit. Everyone remained silent throughout, idly listening to the formality. Halfway through, though, Luna's eyes narrowed a bit as she looked over at Dream. In his hand was that glowing orb he had been working on, and the hand was filled with cracks that revealed his cosmic form underneath, a result of him using tons of power. What are you doing? Why did you bring that with you? Luna asked exasperatedly. Dream just huffed though. You gave me zero notice. This thing is a high-energy particle collider, basically a tiny fusion bomb. This little orb alone has the power to incinerate the city should it lose control. And you pulled me away in the middle of a work session. What do you expect me to do? Let it explode in my factory? Why the hell? You know what? Never mind. Just get it under control and don't let anyone see. Yeah. Both of them sighed as Dream continued to work on his little orb. Eventually, the speech ended, and the meeting finally began. The official passed the mic to the President of the United States. Here, everyone tuned in. Everyone knew that the spotlight belonged to America and the new Oasis Empire. Because the Haven City had been built on U.S. territory, they were being directly challenged. The outcome of this meeting would determine who had the upper hand both militarily and authoritatively. It would also determine the Oasis Empire's position on the world stage. When the mic was passed to the president, he was quiet for a while. He stared at Luna, who returned the gaze. Both were sizing each other up. I am the President of the United States, Frederick Anderson. Might I know your name? He asked Luna, who slowly leaned forward with grace. My name is Luna, highest leader of the Oasis Empire. Is there a particular title you go by? If you wish for one, then I can be likened to a queen. However, I would not be the kind of queen that you know. Our empire is not an aristocracy. I see. So what type of government have you implemented? I guess you would call it a meritocracy. Luna smiled and continued. Mr. President, for the past year, I've done extensive research on the way of this world. I understand how Earth did not have mana, magic, or the system prior to around 4 years ago. This world was strictly one of science. Because of that, the concept of a power-based meritocracy may be foreign. Now, a single person is capable of facing groups of people with sheer power. This is rapidly changing the dynamic of how systems of governance operate here. Those people beside you are approaching a realm of power that you are incapable of controlling. Anyway, our government is one that promotes excellence on all levels. As the so-called queen, I don't seek to control those under me. However, make no mistake, I am very capable of holding my position. There is a reason I'm where I am today. The room was silent. What Luna said held the truth of the world. In a manaless Earth, science reigned supreme. One man could not stand above the collective. Leaders ruled through the masses. So now that logic was flipped, things were going to change. The president looked at his two bodyguards with several thoughts. What if the two people beside him wished to stop serving him? What could they do to put a leash on them? Would they one day approach the power of Luna, who was able to build a kingdom in nothing more than a month? The logic of hierarchies was changing, and it was hard to tell how to adapt. Not many could understand where the balance lay between the individual and the collective in this situation. It was this problem that was the reason for the summit being held in the first place. This would set the precedents for how individuals were treated in the future. Could they be controlled by organizational entities? This meeting would answer that question. The president wasn't sure what to say and pondered for a bit. So Luna continued, "Now, Mr. President, I'm sure what you wish to talk about isn't our form of government. You feel that I'm challenging your country by claiming a territory of my own there." Luna got straight toddy point. The president nodded. "That's mostly correct. We've maintained our country for around 3 centuries. For a chunk of it to be taken now isn't exactly pleasing. There's already lots of friction between us. And to cooperate won't be easy unless there are concessions made. There are indeed lots of people who want to enter our city. We've also had problems with aircraft attempting to enter the airspace of our island off the coast of America. Of course, nobody was allowed through, and that's a problem. Our requests to enter have always been denied, so no contact was able to be established. Military action was proposed several times, and if it weren't for this summit, we would need to take things into our own hands. Is that right? But let me ask you, why exactly should we have let you in? You built a city within our territory. As I said, some form of cooperation must be established. Normally, a foreign entity such as yourself would have been attacked. Luckily, there was no immediate conflict. Yes, it is lucky. However, I don't believe that any cooperation is necessary in the first place. Luna paused for a second with a neutral expression. Mr. President, we both know exactly how many people have been sent to infiltrate our city and island. Over the course of the year, I believe you've sent 43 people, all of whom have been caught and sent back. This included skydivers. I understand you wish to collect intelligence, but that's not a good way to do it. And don't worry, you're not the only one. We've apprehended thousands who have attempted to sneak in from dozens of countries around the world, including many curious civilians. Anyway, my point is that we don't need anyone for sustainability. We've engaged in zero trade for an entire year and have been able to sustain a prospering empire. You've also been incapable of affecting us in any way. We're a totally isolated empire, in every sense. As for military action, you're free to engage us however you wish. But I assure you, you will accomplish very little besides being an annoyance. I'm sure you've collected plenty of data on our robotic personnel. The president was silent as Luna spoke plainly. Eventually, he opened his mouth. We have indeed collected lots of data. If I'm speaking plainly, your entrance on Earth was nothing short of alien. Your space cube, the fleets of robots, and the construction of a metropolis in only a month. Then, you go on to build an entire landmass for yourself. To say it's impressive would be insulting the display of ability. Thank you, of course. And it's because of that display of ability that I have refrained from carrying out military action. The president spoke with a bit of an exhausted face. The United States has maintained our country for a few hundred years. This is the first time that there has ever been a loss in territory. While it's not big, we both know exactly what this represents. However, the world is changing. First magic, then angels, and now you. In the course of a few years, all conventional logic has been flipped upside down. Luckily, I feel that I have a grasp on how to handle it. I'm not going to carry out military action. And while I will be cursed by some for showing weakness, I'm saying this now. I will not seek to drive you out of the territory, nor will I ask for a transfer of ownership or joint ruling. I'm recognizing that land is yours. It will be the first time that U.S. territory has been altered in centuries, but I am okay with going down as the one who gave it away. The president finished with a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, Luna was internally surprised, though she showed nothing on her face. Just like that, the president gave her exactly what she wanted. She barely even had to fight. This wasn't a proper negotiation by any means. However, before she could respond, though, the president opened his mouth. Aside from this territory, I nor my people will stand for anything more being taken. I don't know how powerful your people are, but we are more than capable of wreaking utter devastation. If you've done your research, then you'll know that we have something called a weapon of mass destruction. Nuclear technology capable of wiping out all life on the planet. Magic may defy physics, but science still has its place in this universe, and it's damn powerful. Haha, couldn't have said it better myself. Suddenly, there was a boisterous laugh. Luna's eyes went wide as she snapped to Dream next to her. He chuckled for a bit before looking at the president. Sorry, but that's just a damned good line. Hey, Mr. President, if you really believe in what you just said, then you have my respect. Who are you? Oh, just a man. Well, not really a man anymore, but that's not important. Hey, want to see something cool?
Catch.
Suddenly, Dream's hand flung over a glowing orb. The guardian next to the president was about to step forward and catch it, but Melody beat him to the punch. She flew into the air and grabbed it before landing in the middle of the floor. She looked at the orb with genuine curiosity before looking back at Dream. "What's this?" "My newest creation. Think of it like a really small fusion reactor. It consists of two layers. The outer layer requires external power to ignite before it outputs gamma rays from fusion reactions. Those gamma rays are then focused with microcrystals and lasered toward chunks of hydrogen within the center. Then more fusion occurs, only at super high temps and while outputting many times more power than conventional reactors. It's purely physical with no magic components. And with the nanites I plan to install, it'll soon be able to sustain itself for long periods of time." "Okay, it's used for power. Anyway, Mr. President, I was thinking of sharing some of my knowledge. Only if this meeting went well, of course. I don't exactly care about withholding everything I know. So I was planning on creating some kind of school where I can spill some science and magic know-how. If America didn't attempt to inhibit our development and trade, I was going to open it to everyone. What do you think?" Dream suddenly dropped a proposition. Hearing this, the president quickly processed everything before responding. "A school? That sounds interesting. Now, I'm not exactly sure what that orb thing is and can't verify what you said is true. What kind of knowledge do you intend to share?" The most fundamental rules of science and magic. Such knowledge has enabled me to create what I have. Here, this is one such creation that I'm proud of." Suddenly, Dream shot his hand into the air. All the ordinary people within the room looked at him with weird expressions. However, the people who had power, such as the various Class 3 bodyguards and Luna, all went wide-eyed as the skin on Dream's body started to crack. Luna especially. She could feel copious amounts of mana burst out of Dream and shoot into the sky. The mana created a pillar that reached into space, and she had a really bad feeling about what was to come. Only several seconds later, the air started to rumble and thunderous sounds echoed from outside. Dream looked upward and reached out his other hand. The roof of the building splintered apart into fragments like a shattered mirror, spreading apart and exposing the bright sky above. Everyone looked upward, and their expressions turned panicked. In the sky, a massive fireball was tunneling toward them. It rapidly approached, and as it did, the fire disappeared, exposing a massive structure as it grew in size. Then, it arrived. A massive object that sat at 8 kilometers long, constructed with technology that nobody could comprehend. It looked like a weapon of untold proportions, and those who made that assumption weren't wrong. Luna's jaw dropped as Dream announced to everyone, the structure filling the sky and covering the city they were in. "I call this the pea shooter." Floating at 8 kilometers long, this orbital railgun was just currently resting in Earth's atmosphere before I pulled it down here, of course. I've worked a bit of upgrades into it since the last time I used it, and it's now capable of cracking a hole down to the mantle. I can basically make volcanoes with it, something I put into practice to expedite the process of making that new landmass. It basically launches massive metal rods from space, like a needle into the pincushion that is the planet. Oh, there's also my awesome board cube. Suddenly, Dream created a large display next to him. Like a teacher giving a lecture, he pointed at the screen that displayed a massive cube in front of a void black background. "This board cube allowed me to wipe out a few billion demons on that other world we came from. It's one huge factory, and I can make basically anything I want with it. My most popular product right now is my nanites. I'm trying to make them capable of universal chemical synthesis, though that's proving to be much more difficult than I imagined. The concepts behind quantum mechanics and dimensional realities are making this a lot harder than I'd like. I mean, are atoms actually real when they're cooled to an actual zero temperature? And is matter just slowed energy? Can I even manipulate energy with higher dimensional forms of energy like mana or ether? Figuring this out using non-mathematical means is surprisingly difficult. Oh, that's another thing. Your mathematical system has inherent limits in learning the secrets of the universe. Sucks for ordinary people, but they'll never truly be able to grasp scientific concepts to their fullest. But those with power can. I call it Science 2.0. Anyway, I want to teach some people these things, and I'm sure there are many who are capable. I won't even stop ordinary people from learning. After all, math is still capable of taking humanity much farther than it is. Give me a year or so, and and I'll push forward the next scientific revolution. As you said, science still has its place in the universe next to magic. So, what do you think? Dream looked at the president with fervor. Meanwhile, the entire room was growing chaotic. All the things Dream casually spoke of revealed extremely important information, not to mention the orbital weapon that was floating in the sky. The president was especially stunned. He was reminded of when they had made first contact with these aliens, and one of the robots had spoken of a king. He had a strong feeling that the man in front of him was this king. Nobody spoke for a while as several people began chattering. Luna looked at Dream with a slightly angry face. He had thrown off everything she planned on doing, and she wondered if she should have brought him at all. Now, she would have to deal with the aftermath of what he was currently doing. She didn't stop him, though. As far as she was concerned, the damage had already been done, and it would be easier to just see this through. Besides, showing these people such an amazing display of power would do good at convincing them. Who are you? As Luna contemplated, the president's gaze turned to Dream. His eyes concealed the terror that he felt. This single person just ripped such a massive structure out of space. He wanted to believe that Dream was a god, but with the dawn of the new magical era they were in, he knew that it was possible for a person to develop such strength. He had to swallow the reality that there might be more than one person who could match Dream's power. But unfortunately, that second person may very well be Luna. Either way, he couldn't fathom having to contend against this person, and it filled him with slight existential dread. I told you, a man, but not really a man anymore. A god. Heh, no. There are those who are infinitely more powerful than I. One I had the pleasure of speaking to, in fact. But then again, what is a god? Anyway, someone of omnipotence? And what is omnipotence? I haven't even experienced the vastness of the universe, let alone gaining the power to control it all. But from your perspective, I might as well be a god. After all, I could single-handedly wipe out every life form on this planet. Dream gazed at the president while muttering dangerous words. The president trembled as his very soul was shaken by the unfathomable power Dream wielded. For the first time, the president became aware of his own soul as it cowered, and something within him seemed to change, like a crack in a shell letting in the light of enlightenment. The next moment, the mana fluctuated around the president, and Dream smiled. The people next to him who wielded their own power noticed and turned their heads, surprise etched on their faces. Dream smiled and clapped. Hee hee, congratulations, President, for becoming aware of your own soul. You've earned the ability to harness powers that only your soul can touch. I must say, you have a rather formidable soul. Normal people would have been reduced to a blubbering mess as their minds were overwhelmed and driven to madness. I'm glad my experiment succeeded. Experiment? The president stumbled as Dream retracted his gaze. Dream nodded. Yes, experiment. I had been wondering exactly what the prerequisite for wielding mana was. Why do some people stay totally normal while others come to attain power? Well, the answer is the awareness of a higher dimension. They either came to perceive mana and control it, or they came to see their own soul, also unlocking access to mana. Just now, you could say I shook you awake. I made you perceive something that you previously didn't know even existed. If you want to get really mystical, I opened your third eye, or activated your sixth sense. Anyway, your soul seemed decent enough, so I didn't worry too much about driving you insane. Oh, and forget what I said about wiping out all life forms. I don't have any interest in doing so. Dream smiled as he explained. Awakening a higher power was how he advanced to Class 4. The golden script he came to understand in his legacy space jolted him awake, unlocking a higher part of him. It was painful and had the chance of driving one to madness, but he succeeded and unlocked greater power. Here, he applied the same logic. By poking into the president's soul, he made him perceive it. This could only be done by someone that could not only perceive souls, but actively interact with them. Dream was capable of tampering with souls, so it was no trouble for him to poke someone else's. And now, the president could use mana. How far he went depended on him, but Dream didn't particularly care about that. He only cared that his spur-of-the-moment experiment paid off. Dream? Your orb. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Dream turned around and saw Melody holding his orb. The orb was glowing brighter and brighter, obviously not a good sign. Crap, gimme that. Waving his hand, the orb flew out of Melody's hand and into Dream's. Waving his other hand, the orbital railgun still floating in the sky was flung away, shooting back into space. He then focused his energy on the orb, doing his best to contain the cascading chain reaction. Luna, I need to go. And President, let Luna know your answer. She handles all the diplomatic stuff. Bye. With that, the space around Dream warped as he was enveloped by ether. He instantly disappeared, leaving the meeting hall in a trance. The roof of the hall also came back down, reassembling and repairing itself as if it were never broken apart into millions of splinters. Everyone looked around, silent. Gazes eventually fell on Luna, who looked off into space with an annoyed face. As for the president, he continued to recover from the jolt that shook his very soul. After Dream left, Melody looked around before returning to her seat. However, she was surprised to see the Guardian, that strong and tough man, shaking in his seat. She tilted her head before tapping his shoulder. Hey, what's up with you? TT that thing. Oh my god. His mouth trembled as he pointed to where Dream was just located. Melody figured out that he was talking about her brother, but couldn't understand why the Guardian looked so terrified. However, she soon received a message that answered her question. Hey Melody, take that Guardian guy to Luna when that meeting is over. I kind of did the same thing to him as the president since he wanted to get in the way, but he didn't handle it so well. His soul is in a state of shock, and if he's left alone, he might go insane. I'm sure Luna can fix it though, so see to it. Wah? Melody's jaw dropped as she heard Dream's explanation. He poked into the Guardian's soul too? Was that really necessary? She looked at the blubbering Guardian and realized that his situation was serious. Sighing, she telepathically spoke to Luna, who sighed once more and nodded to her. Like this, Luna's presence was made known to the world, and her empire received the recognition it longed for. The Oasis had finally entered the world stage. Chapter 228, Opening. After returning to his space cube, Dream focused all his power on the destabilizing fusion marble. Everything he said about the marble at the meeting was the truth. This marble was a tiny fusion reactor that used two sets of chain fusion reactions to compound on each other. One would produce high-energy gamma rays, and microcrystals would focus those rays into lasers that beamed toward the hydrogen in the center, thus causing more fusion and producing copious amounts of power. There was one thing that he underestimated, though, and it was actually the power output of the marble. After he got back to work on it, he calculated the power and realized that this single orb produced power that could rival the entire power production of the world's largest countries. This was rather surprising, but he didn't get too excited over it. With the amount of fusion reactors he had built and had operating, he was producing more power than the entire planet multiplied a few times over. So when Dream also said that he could bring forward the next scientific revolution, he wasn't exaggerating. He could multiply the power output of the planet, and this would open up countless opportunities for the people of the world. That combined with the knowledge he was willing to give would put them in a new era, one that surpassed the recent magic era that had dawned only a few years ago. But until then, Luna had to figure things out on her end. The meeting quickly ended due to Dream's little stunt. However, it was only the public meeting that had ended. Everything that actually mattered would happen behind closed doors, and Luna was quick to join the president in private discussions. It was here that their cooperation began. With what was said during the public meeting, it was already clear that Luna's empire had earned the right of sovereignty. Thus, the two spoke as equals as they detailed what the relationship would be between their countries. Dream had already set up dozens of transportation systems that could bring people in and out of both the Haven and the Oasis landmass. However, the way he did things was rather special. One could only enter the Oasis through the Haven. The Haven acted as the gateway to the Oasis, and nobody could enter or exit the Oasis directly. Of course, this only applied to normal people, but that was the overwhelming majority. With the system of transportation already in place, Luna quickly moved on to other topics to talk about. The most conflicting one was the currencies of America and her empire. The Oasis had its own currency of credits, and America had its own dollar system. The two didn't really have to set values. That would be done by the market. They just had to make sure that they could be exchanged. Luckily, Dream had systems that were digital, and it could be seamlessly integrated with online markets. Luna only asked that the president refrain from overreacting when Dream's system revamped everything. It was at this point that Luna brought up the Seeker program, the program that Dream and Sophia had overtaken the world's electronics with. It was with this program that they would run the Oasis and its systems on since it was already entrenched. Naturally, it shocked the president to hear that Dream had also been the brains behind the program. That very program had been one of the huge changes that wasn't much less significant than the angels that appeared. The program had been the biggest driver of magic adaptation, and it was incredibly notorious to all the governments and agencies around the world. The amount of plans it had foiled before they could even be carried out couldn't be counted. The two leaders talked about different details for several hours. It was only when the sun set that Luna was invited to America to continue their talks. After accepting, she made her way out, and the president was allowed time to digest everything that had happened. First there was Dream and his stunt, then his enlightenment, and now he was negotiating cooperation deals with Luna. Everything seemed surreal. However, there's one thing that was brought to his attention: Melody and her relationship with Dream. Nobody knew who Dream really was since he had been up in space all this time. But now, at this meeting, it could be said that Melody revealed some shocking information of her own. Not only did she wave to him, but she called him by name. She was familiar with him, and now, the president needed to figure out how. This would be a very significant investigation. Time passed with Dream constantly working on top of his factory. After 2 months, Luna had finalized a kind of treaty with the president, and it was being put into effect. This was obviously made public, and the two had appeared on live television to broadcast everything. This came with a piece of news that sent tremors through the masses. The Oasis was being officially opened to the public. This meant that the people of this new country would be engaging in trade, communication, and more with the outside world. Naturally, Luna was thorough in preparing her country for this. The people of the Oasis had been taught over the last year the customs and languages of Earth and its peoples. While it wasn't an in-depth education, it was enough to streamline the communication between these two foreign populations, especially for those that cared. Anybody who wanted to do business with the people of this new world had to learn how things worked, and they eagerly absorbed the information they could. The people of the Oasis had been guarded and solitary for a long time. Everything they knew was destroyed. Their empires, their cultures, their friends and families. All of it was almost entirely wiped out with the attacks of the demons. They had experienced unbearable sorrow before eventually leaving their home world and everything they knew behind. But now, a year after the Great Migration, they were finally being opened up to this new world. Although there was nothing but humans, that didn't faze them. This population of refugees was eager to integrate themselves with another prosperous world. They had been preparing for this very moment when the gates were opened. Luna was also eager to open the gates, but she also understood that her people were naive to the ways of Earth. She did her best to educate them using Dream's technology, but she didn't think for a second that things would transition smoothly. Thus, she imposed a limitation. The people of Earth could enter the Oasis, but the people of the Oasis could not leave. They were to stay within the bounds of the Haven City or the Oasis landmass. This rule would be imposed until Luna saw fit to remove it. Luna didn't want to see her people enslaved, studied, or experimented on by the people of Earth. This wasn't her being prejudiced, but realistic. Until her people learned how to navigate these foreign humans and not get taken advantage of, they would stay sheltered under her watch. Now, one might argue that Luna's people were more than capable of holding their own. It wasn't like they hadn't developed their own systems of business, communication, and culture. However, Luna knew that if it were in terms of social society, academia, and pure street smarts, Earth was far ahead of her people. Earth had developed for thousands of years without magic. This meant that its people had to develop themselves using only their brain and smarts. Her people, on the other hand, had magic as a crutch. They didn't need to stress their minds as they could solve most problems with their magical brawn. This, in turn, stunted their academic development over time. Being smart wasn't so much of a necessity, and they could get by with a lot less. They wouldn't be able to immediately handle Earth's people that had developed civilizations and impossibly complex technology on the backs of many wise and smart persons. Lies, deceit, and trickery were commonplace. And now, they had magic to boot. Earth was already integrating magic into their technology, like tigers given wings. Long story short, in terms of academics and sheer brainpower, Luna's people fell behind, and she knew that they would need to learn how to catch up. Once they proved themselves, then she would release them into the wild. What happened after that was up to them to handle. She knew that many would be killed and many would be taken advantage of, but that was part of life. As long as her people didn't go extinct, she wouldn't intervene. With that, the opening of the Oasis and Haven City commenced. The day of the opening was announced, and there were almost 1 billion people who were asking for admittance. However, Luna only approved 10,000 to enter, after which she would control the influx so as to not shock her city and introduce chaos. The 10,000 people were grouped up outside of the 5 Haven cities. On the day to enter, the gates opened, and they were led into the central city of the Haven. Luna tasked Dream's bots to hand out bracelets, and these bracelets gave the people all the information they needed to know. She also tasked a few thousand of her own people to go and greet these foreigners, attempting to maintain order and ease them in. For the most part, things went well. The 10,000 people entered in from different parts of the city and were allowed to wander or stay with their tour guides. Many went on to wander, and obviously, they videotaped everything they saw. Billions watched all the videos and live streams that were quickly released, and it brought wonder to all their faces. They saw all the new races: elves, dwarves, beastkin, and humans. The two populations from two different worlds saw each other face to face for the first time, and the humans of Earth were quick to engage in conversation. Although the people of the Haven had been educated and taught a few languages, their speech wasn't perfect. For this, Dream naturally had a solution. The bracelets were programmed with translation software that could perfectly interpret and get across meanings. Like this, conversation was made smooth, and the two sides could communicate perfectly. Luna watched as thousands of Earthlings interacted with her people. She thought about how surreal it was. Peoples from two different planets coming together and exchanging information. Such a thing would usually be impossible, unthinkable, but it was happening right before her eyes. It was the bridging of two worlds. The humans of Earth inquired about all the different races and asked hundreds of questions. They got to know a dwarf or an elf, and most were quick to make friends. Luna's people, having expected this, didn't shy away from interacting with them. They went on to show them around the Haven, describing their way of life: weapon shops, restaurants, blacksmiths, academies, fighting arenas, hotels, and more. The people of the Haven were delighted by the curiosity of Earth's humans, eagerly showing them around and answering any questions. Of course, they also had questions of their own, like what the outside world was like. However, only most of the interactions were good. Naturally, there were troublemakers, people who tried to steal a cool weapon they saw or grab the tail of a beastkin. But Dream's bots were quick to take action. Not only that, but the people of the Haven had high average power levels. They weren't so easily messed with. Luckily, there were only a few troublemakers. There weren't many who were stupid enough to get into trouble in a foreign place. So after those few were apprehended, the rest went on smoothly. Luna wasn't the only one watching either. The reason she had set a date for the opening of the Haven was so Dream could plan his schedule accordingly. Now, he was down there with her, watching everything unfold. The two stood high in the sky, shoulder to shoulder. Isn't it amazing? After over a year, we're finally opening it up. Every single person down there has had an entire complex life of their own, and they're sharing the wealth of their experiences with each other. One from a ruined world, and one from a manaless one. Two infinitely different perspectives come together, the other finally seeing that they aren't alone in this vast universe. Luna spoke with wonder as she observed all the thousands of people below. Dream nodded. Indeed, Earth's logic has been flipped on its head with the introduction of mystical concepts. Now, the population of a doomed world has come to settle here in refuge. I'm amazed that such a thing could even happen. All because of you. No, all because of the god behind me. Dream shook his head as he thought of Korvach, who opened the portal that bridged across galaxies. He allowed Dream to move everyone from one world to another. While Dream did indeed develop the billions of bots and the massive infrastructure needed to move 300 million, nothing would have happened without Korvach. Dream still couldn't even imagine how he could have gotten back to Earth from there. As he is now, even with his new control over Ether, he would find it impossible. Dream had been prepared to rebuild the doomed world and attempt to gain more power afterward in the hope to progress somewhere. That was why the Suedo Class 5 demon he killed was so important. It had been his only lead toward a path of higher power. Now though, not only did he come back to Earth, but he came in contact with an angel who gave him a direct path to the wider universe. The god behind him also gave him a direction to work toward. With that, he knew where to build to. It was a much better situation than he could have hoped for on the doomed world, but this in turn brought him back to his existential conflict with that god. Luna knew very well the kind of conflict Dream had, so she understood what he meant by his response. Nevertheless, she maintained that it was his ability that brought them here today. He had surpassed many difficulties and used the bodies of literal billions to make this possible. She lamented at how little her people knew of Dream's assistance, even more so that he didn't desire glory for it. While many of the people knew Dream's name, and the Class 4s knew that their survival was Dream's doing, it was Luna that ended up on the receiving end of praise since she had become the queen. The masses looked to the one they could see, and Dream was currently invisible to them. At the very least, if he did receive praise, it wasn't on the level that she received it. Luna linked arms as Dream began to brood, interlocking their fingers and resting her head on his shoulder. After a while, she turned her head towards his. So what have you been thinking about recently? I know you're always trying to analyze different concepts while being a hermit on your Borg cube. There's two things I'm having trouble with. The first is quantum mechanics. The second is infinity. Infinity? Like the concept? Yes, a number plus one. What's so confusing about it? I guess it's not so much confusing as it is hard to grasp. Dream scratched his chin in thought. First, you have to understand that there is no such thing as infinity in our world. And by that, I mean the third dimension. Everything in our material dimension is finite. It can always be measured. But when you move up a dimension to the fourth dimension, the rules change. There's no such thing as the laws of thermodynamics. Physics don't apply, and you come to touch upon concepts like infinity that can't exist in the third. What does it mean for something to be infinite? You literally can't describe it using numbers or symbols. Infinity exists beyond the material, so anything material cannot comprehend or even describe it. That's like the rule of dimensions. But actually, I think I know an example of something infinite. What? Our souls. Dream smiled. Our souls are always capable of regaining energy. Unless a soul is destroyed beyond repair, it can always come back, or at least survive. This means that there is something beyond the soul that supplies it with energy. We get it from somewhere, and this source is never interrupted. It makes me think that there's something of infinite value that keeps our souls alive and functioning. Now, the only fallacy in that argument is aging, but I'm not sure if that's simply due to the material of the body and soul wearing out over time. Interesting. I guess I would be more interested in the nature of the soul, though. Really? Well, I'm not exactly a master, but I know plenty. What are your questions? What is sapience? And what distinguishes a bug on the ground from a conscious person? That's a deep question. Luna asked, and Dream fell into contemplation. It wasn't like he hadn't thought of this question before. He organized his thoughts. Sapience. I would say it's a higher dimensional form of awareness. Sapience is the embodiment of wisdom, and wisdom, I would say, is the ability to see through time and form conscious decisions. This is what distinguishes us from common animals or bugs. Animals are purely material, without a soul, and material beings cannot see through time. They only live in the immediate present and have simple pattern recognition. What do you mean, see through time? Time is a concept that is beyond the third dimension. For simplicity's sake, let's say that the fourth dimension holds dominion over time. Because we have souls that reside in that same fourth dimension, we are capable of seeing and experiencing the passage of time. Now, because we can experience the passage of time, we can also make decisions based on the past, present, and our prediction of the future. We can only do this because we know what the concept of future is. Animals don't understand this concept since they have no soul in the fourth dimension. So they live their lives in the present, and their decisions are merely a cascading and predictable series of reactions to their immediate surroundings. If you want to clearly understand the relationship between our material third dimension and time, a good way to do so would also be to stop thinking in terms of past, present, and future. In the third dimension, there is no such thing as past and future, only present. And all the changes you see are merely changes in the state of a giant closed bubble that is our universe. Every second, time generates a whole new universe. Every second, the deer that's prancing through the forest generates an entirely new brain, an entirely new body, and its subsequent actions will merely be what physics dictates for it in that instant. In the river of time, there are infinite copies of our universe that cover every instant. This is another example of infinity, though I'm not sure if the fourth dimension holds dominion over infinity like it does time. I see. Luna nodded as she processed Dream's words. As he spoke, he used universal language that handed Luna more than just words. He passed to her some of his own feelings and perceptions that might help her truly comprehend what these concepts embodied. And in her own mind, Luna was forming her own unique understanding of things like wisdom, time, and infinity. After thinking things through, she eventually turned back to him. So, why were you wondering about infinity? Because it's interesting. That knowledge isn't going to be used in any projects? Not right now. The more applicable questions come from quantum mechanics and objective reality. I'm starting to poke holes in the fabric of reality in order to make sense of the existence of really small particles. Oh, I also figured out that absolute zero can in fact be reached. Only, I'm pretty sure particles stop existing when they reach that temperature. Or maybe they're no longer perceivable. It's something that has to do with the absolute lack of movement and how that affects the particle's existence across space and time. I'm also 96% certain that there is an objective reality. I'm still in the process of establishing my own rules for that set of physics though, right? Is there anything I can help with on that end? I'm not sure. The only thing I could think of is the absolute zero experiment, but I'm still trying to learn how to magnify space to make it easier. Dream scratched his cheek. Luna tilted her head at him, hearing the last part of his sentence. Seeing her obviously confusion, he explained. Ether. With ether I can stretch space. I'm almost to the point where I can magnify atoms by basically zooming in on space. It's difficult though since I'm still trying to learn how to interact with the fabric of space. For that I'm considering building a bridge between dimensions and seeing if that helps me, but even that takes copious amounts of energy and practice. I'm also trying not to accidentally create anything like a black hole. Almost got sucked in last time. Wait. You made a black hole? Yes and no. Black holes poke holes in the fabric of space, and that's what I'm trying to do, only without gravity. Poking a hole has its consequences though, one of which is getting ported off into some kind of chaotic void that warps space into it. If you take a close look at my workspace, there are still shards of space floating around. There's a huge hole too. I lost a lot of material that day, and I don't think I'll ever be able to recover it. Truly unfortunate. Wah. You know what? Just please be careful. Don't worry. I could avoid getting sucked in once. I can do it again. No, not you. I don't need the damn planet getting torn to shreds, cause you decided to make an artificial black hole. If you're doing risky experiments like that, then go to Mars or something. I couldn't care less if that planet suddenly disappears. Hearing her, Dream couldn't help but go silent. Then, he laughed, hugging Luna tighter as the two went back to watching the people in the city below. Chapter 229, Infinity. All right, you move there. No, don't break down. Just stay there. Aegis, inject ether. Understood. As Dream warped space along with the motions of his hand, Aegis stood by and followed his directions. Upon being called on, he sent over his supply of ether, supplementing Dream's ongoing experiment. Dream smiled and giggled in excitement as the space in front of him expanded. He could detect an atom with that portion of space. The atom was a helium atom. Usually, it would be extremely hard to detect one that was on its own. But with Dream zooming in on space, he was able to almost literally blow up the size of the atom. It still couldn't exactly be seen with the naked eye, but that much was inconsequential to him. The atom zoomed in even further before Dream used his power to grab the atom. He then ripped it apart, separating the neutrons and protons. Some radiation was released, but he disregarded it as he zoomed in even further on a proton. All right, is the collider ready? Already primed, my lord. Good. Give me a second. As he said that, Dream injected more ether. The sections of space around the proton began to magnify even more. With this, Dream could see a magnified view of everything in the vicinity. He gave the command. Okay, fire. Firing. Suddenly, a barrel next to Dream flashed. With that as the indicator, Dream's perception accelerated countless times. From the side, he could see a cluster of protons fly out of the barrel next to him and toward the proton he was controlling. Then, they collided, and the proton burst open. It released various quarks into the space. Magnify. He had a quick thought as he used ether to magnify the space even farther. In the smallest fractions of a second, he was able to find the quarks that comprised the proton. Then, he encapsulated those quarks with ether, separating them from the surrounding space and magnifying them even further. By now, Dream was viewing the smallest units of space. His perception continued to maintain that acceleration as he slowly guided his power to run tests on those quarks. He was attempting to break even those apart and observe their more foundational units, if they existed. Before, he was usually stopped due to the risk of breaking space apart with his ether. Expanding space made that magnified section more brittle, so when he ran extreme power through it, it ran the risk of splitting. But now, he had thought up a genius way to circumvent that. He could not only isolate the space with ether, but also reinforce it. This allowed him to expand it even more before breaking it. Such a discovery came almost a year after Luna opened the oasis to the world. Dream went on to study those quarks for a while. Not only that, but he observed the effects of gravity and light. These were two other physical concepts that he had been studying. He always collected all the data he could. So while his main focus was the quarks, he had no problem studying more than one thing. He magnified the space more. Then, he expanded it even more. He didn't stop as he sought to observe these quarks in full detail, collecting all the data he could. However, at some point, the ether became unstable. Dream noticed this, but decided to disregard it as he zoomed in further. The quark came into full zoom, but Dream still continued. He grabbed the space within the quark and pulled it apart. With this, he was able to see something amazing. The most fundamental units of matter, dots. Within the quark, there were countless dots of infinitely small size. Dream could barely differentiate between each dot, but could in fact sense them. It was here that he felt a certain level of understanding and got excited. He zoomed in even farther to study, but now, the spatial fabric was at its limit. Dream was too enraptured though to see it and giggled as he observed the dots. This is so cool. Crack. Damn. Suddenly, the space split at the center of the ether expansion. Dream cursed loudly as he peered into the abyss that the crack exposed. This was the chaotic void that Dream spoke to Luna about. However, this crack was on a whole other level compared to the other ones he created. It was smaller, but deeper. This crack wouldn't be repaired easily, and that meant it would have greater effects on the environment. Dream knew this and quickly backed out. He burst forth with amazing power, wrapping himself in ether and resisting the rapidly strengthening suction of the space crack. Then, he teleported away, appearing in space. From thousands of miles away, Dream viewed a planet. This planet was Mercury. Dream had recently been working here since Luna had concerns about his experiments. Since they were valid concerns, he didn't fight her and moved his workstation over. This had been his workplace for a little over a year, marking the second year since Dream had returned from the other world to Earth. To travel here took about a day, even though the planet was 35 million miles away. This was due to the simultaneous use of his fusion-powered rocket engines and ether teleportation. And the only reason it took this long was because he brought some items with him. If it had been by himself, he could have tunneled through space the whole way, arriving in a matter of hours. This was the power afforded to him by his dimensional tunneling skill and his ability to manipulate ether. Right now, though, Dream felt his heart sink. As he viewed Mercury from far away, he could feel the familiar fluctuations in space. His perception decelerated, and he saw the small slice of void begin to exert its force on the surroundings. Like water flowing down a funnel, the space around the crack was sucked in. This included all the material around it. And since the crack was so deep, it exerted its force across a massive range. Dream cringed as he saw a huge portion of the planet flow toward the crack. As if it were straight out of a sci-fi movie, the planet collapsed toward the crack. In the span of only several seconds, 2/3 of Mercury was sucked into that void. Then, the laws of physics overcame the chaotic force, sealing the crack. Immediately after, there was an outburst of gravity as everything corrected itself. Dream floated in space, his cosmic form blending into the background. He looked at Mercury, or what was left of it. The planet was now a rock in the shape of a bowl. From the side, it looked like a crescent moon. The entire core was gouged out almost perfectly. It was as if a god had come and scooped the planet with a spoon. Only, It wasn't a god that had done this, but an exceptionally careless scientist. Hoo-hoo, this is so going to be in the news. Sophia chuckled as she and Dream stared at the former planet. Did they just destroy a celestial object? Yes, they did. It wasn't like it did anything major. The gravity of the planet wasn't strong enough to alter any other orbits. The only thing that might happen is the remainder of the planet falling toward the sun faster, but even that was debatable. Nothing would come of Mercury being destroyed, but it would definitely be sensational news, and Dream could already hear Luna getting mad at him. Sure enough, after about an hour, Luna contacted him using a device. Since he was in space and millions of miles away, it was difficult for her to contact him using their connection. It was easy with a device that could beam a connection, though. With Aegis as the medium, he heard Luna's voice. What the hell did you do? Why is there a planet missing? Hello, honey. Don't you honey me. Where is the damn planet you're on? Dream smiled wryly as her booming voice came through Aegis. He laid back on a curved slope within the giant bowl that used to be Mercury. An experiment. You know how you sent me here because you didn't want a black hole to shred Earth? Don't tell me. Congratulations. You just saved billions of people. Dream clapped as Luna's suspicions were confirmed. Meanwhile, she was palming her forehead. She went silent for a while as she took a few deep breaths. This is permanent? Of course. But don't worry, it won't affect Earth at all. And by Earth, I mean the planet. Not the people on it who will freak out about a planet disappearing. By the way, how did you find out? The news, you tard. Some astronomer was observing it when you did what you did, and it's already the most searched topic. I'm watching a video right now of when it was sucked into one of your space cracks. Honestly, I'm amazed that you could cause such a massive disturbance so instantaneously. Why, thank you. Don't be proud. Thank God nobody knows it was you. Although there are already suspicions about it. That scene you put on during the World Summit made you quite famous. And people are linking this to you since you're the most powerful existence they've ever seen. Heh, they wouldn't be wrong. Please tell me this at least wasn't for nothing. Luna sighed as she asked. Dream nodded his head. It wasn't for nothing. Good. Now go ahead and continue. Not with destroying planets, I mean, just stay away from, well, anything. I'll take care of things over here. Sure.
Sorry.
It's fine. I mean, it wasn't totally bad. Dare I say, it was kind of cool. Hee hee. Yeah, it was. If you want, I could grab one of Jupiter's moons and replace Mercury. Please don't. Just stick with small things. Fine. Thank you. Love you. Love you too. With that, the call ended. Dream turned his head toward the blazing sun that filled his vision. Aegis stood beside him like a butler. You've become more powerful, my lord. Not really. This was merely a natural phenomenon. Like how my fusion reactors produce power from chain reactions, you've touched upon the fabric of the third dimension, my lord. Could you have done such a thing a year ago? No, I couldn't. He smiled. Over time, Aegis had become more self-aware since he was comprised of a pseudo soul planted by Dream. That soul had developed, and Aegis was now more like an actual person. Dream enjoyed conversing with this butler of his that traveled with him everywhere. Sophia chimed in. You undermine the discovery we just made today. Take a look. Saying that, Sophia pulled up Dream's message log from the system. Particle manipulation has leveled up. Particle manipulation is level 94. Huh.
Nice.
Dream nodded, seeing the notifications. Over the couple of years he had been on Earth, his skill level had slowly gone up. Now, it was almost maxed, but he had realized that it wouldn't be so easy to max it out. Just now, he had observed the most fundamental constituents of matter, but it had only gone up a level. Even Sophia's level had gone up. She was a processor that worked alongside Dream. So anything that he did could in turn promote her advancement. As they developed unfathomably complex rules for physics, she would adapt herself, leveling up in the process. However, both of them had underestimated how profound the skill known as Sophia was. Even though it had been so long, she was still only level 74. Sophia mused. We've finally peered at the most basic particles, but we still have yet to totally understand them. However, I know you have an idea about their nature. I do. Dream smiled. I think this might be the bridge between the third dimension and a lower dimension. I think those dots are the manifestation of a lower dimensional material, like strings such as in string theory? Maybe. I'm inclined to find out, but we might run into another instance of infinity, and I'm not sure how well such a situation would turn out. We can handle it. We can't. But I like that enthusiasm, so let's try. Saying that, Dream reached out his hand and called upon a skill. Dimensional tunneling. This skill was integrated under his arcana skill as a sub-skill. It was a way to manipulate ether, which was a higher dimensional spatial type energy, just like how mana was the higher dimensional equivalent to matter. But there was another part of the skill that he didn't often use. It was the actual dimensional tunneling part. With this, he could poke a hole through the third dimension to another dimension. Usually he only thought to go up a dimension, but now, he was going to go down one, to the second dimension. Ether warped the space in front of him, and energy was sucked from his soul. A hole in space was made and expanded, looking similar to a wormhole. And unlike the spatial crack, this didn't suck in the surrounding space. Seeing the wormhole open, Dream sent in his influence. The influence was like his eyes as he observed what was inside. However, the next instant, his mind was overwhelmed. Infinity. Before, Dream hadn't truly understood what it was. But now, when he reached in his influence, he experienced it. Infinite planes of space that stacked on each other and spread across all of space. In any given section of space, there was a literally uncountable number of planes. Not only that, but there was every amount of planes, and each plane was its own dimension. There was 1, there was 2, there was 70,000, there was 1,000,000. Every amount that there could be was there. There were 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000, and 1,000,000,000,000. All amounts existed at once, and it filled Dream's mind with correspondingly infinite information. Get out. Luckily, the instant that Dream sent in his influence, Sophia realized what was wrong. She cut off his influence and sealed the dimensional tunnel. However, the damage had been done, and she worriedly turned her attention to Dream's mind. Dream's mind space could be thought of as a tangible realm of existence created by his soul. Within this mind space were the monoliths filled with golden script from the legacy space. And in the center was the catalog, a collection of literally every experience Dream has ever had. That catalog could be considered who he was. But now that infinite information was given to him, Dream's mind ceased to function. The catalog flipped pages continuously, never ceasing. With infinite information, there had to be infinite processing. If it were left like this, Dream would be processing the information he received for the rest of eternity. Or, the information would simply destroy his mind. Since Sophia was an independent consciousness, she wasn't affected. But that didn't console her. She felt unbearable panic come over her as the catalog continued to flip. Cracks also began to pervade the mind space, an effect of the information being too much to handle. It was a repeat of what happened in the legacy space, but this time, she didn't know if he could get through it. Sophia's own consciousness accelerated, the cracks seemingly halting. Sophia was basically built as a processor of information. Her speed of thought was many times faster than Dream's maximum, but in exchange, she lacked his creativity. For her, a second in real time was like years. Even Dream would be shocked at the age of her mind, but as she told him a long time ago, that's just how she operated. But now, it felt like a curse. Sophia had to watch as the cracks slowly spread throughout Dream's mind space, and she couldn't think of any way to stop it. The infinite amount of information couldn't simply be handled by her, or by Luna, or by Iris and Alice. She couldn't cut off the influx either since it had already arrived. The infinite information didn't come in a stream. It simply was. That single unit of information was all units of information. That's what infinity was. She couldn't think of anything. For an unknowable amount of time, Sophia devised ways to save Dream, nothing short of wiping his mind. She was scared to find out, though, that to access the catalog, she would have to subject herself to infinity. And she was about to. If it could help, then she would. But she waited. She waited to see if she could think of anything else. Until she absolutely had to, she wouldn't walk on a path of no return. That was a last resort. But she couldn't find any other ways, so she prepared herself. Then, she dove in. She shot herself toward the catalog and Dream's mind where infinity was destroying him. However, just before she could enter, she was blocked. A ring. In front of her stood a ring. A single, silver ring. She remembered it. Dream had been imprinted with it upon being ejected from the legacy space. It matched the script that he had yet to comprehend, but until now, it had done nothing for him. It just sat in his mind space, looking pretty. But now, of all times, it was being put into action. The ring moved to the catalog just as Sophia had and glowed. It rotated as the cracks began to overwhelm Dream's mind. The entire mind space was about to shatter. Come on, do something. Sophia shouted as the cracks continued to spread, but it didn't act. Finally, the mind space shattered. In the same instant, though, the ring activated. Sophia watched as the collapsing mind space froze. Then, as if time were reversing, it pieced itself back together. When everything was back to normal, the ring descended upon the catalog. Within the catalog was the infinite unit of information. The ring mounted itself upon the catalog and then melded into it. The next moment, the book multiplied. It was as if an infinite number of books appeared, and they all rotated in a ring. This only lasted for a second before the books collapsed in on each other, leaving two. One was a silver book, and one was the previous book with the black cover and gold script within. Dream. When that happened, Dream turned lucid again. Sophia cried out, surprising him. What? Are you okay?
Yeah.
He nodded, the recent events coming to him. He reached into the dimensional tunnel and was then overwhelmed by infinite information. Sophia also sent him what she saw, and he was stunned. His mind actually collapsed, but that ring saved him. That was dangerous. Yeah, it was. But does that mean I can handle infinity now? I don't dash. Let's try it. No. Suddenly, Dream reached out and opened up a tunnel. The same dimension of infinite planes was exposed, and before Sophia could do anything, he reached into it again. Sophia panicked, but surprisingly, Dream didn't go mute again. Whoa, this is interesting. Dream felt wondrous as he observed the lower dimension. It was sudden, but he had quickly understood what the ring did and what that silver book was. When his mind collapsed from infinity, the silver ring that the keeper had engraved in him took action. It formed within him another catalog that could handle infinity. Since the catalog was only a storage for information, Dream's mind didn't undergo much of a transformation. However, his mind could now handle and even comprehend infinity using that second catalog. With it, he wouldn't be overwhelmed. And curiously, Dream understood how it was possible. Normally, information had a beginning and an end. Infinite information didn't, though. The ring solved this problem by forming a loop that contained infinity, having neither a beginning nor end. It allowed Dream to subject himself to infinite information, but also extract himself from it. This was the function of the second book. Knowing that, Dream secretly thanked the keeper. He knew he had given him this ring for a reason, but until now, hadn't known what. Turns out, it was for this. Chapter 230, Space Elevators. Since he knew he was safe, Dream took a dive back into the lower dimension. When Sophia realized that nothing would happen, she sighed in relief, only then to feel a surge of anger. Hey, do you not care about me at all? She yelled, causing Dream to chuckle. Hee, sorry. Look at this though. I think I found the more fundamental particles. Looks like string theory was basically correct. Whatever. Inwardly rolling her eyes at him, Sophia took a look. Since he could sort through infinite information, Dream was able to take a look at individual planes. On each plane were countless strings strewn out in various places. And as he simultaneously observed the matter around him in the third dimension, he was able to associate each string with a particle of matter. Each string poked into the dimension above it, creating the dots Dream saw within the quarks. Not only that, but Dream could see something else. Photons. I can see photons. And gravity. He gleefully shouted as he viewed some strings that flew past him at the speed of light. These were definitely photons, and it was the first time that Dream could view the actual photon itself. Plus, there was gravity, and what he saw surprised him. Strings that existed across multiple planes at once. All the other strings were only laid flat against the plane they were on. To travel, they would simply jump from one plane to another. But with these gravitational strings, they existed across many planes simultaneously. Depending on the strength of the gravity, they would bend across more and more planes. When looking at the rock Dream was laying on, he could see large bends that compounded off each other to make gravity. He could see the bending of these strings when looking at the sun too. Obviously, these bends were many times deeper due to how massive the sun was. Seeing this, Dream was enlightened as he quickly started to form new theories. These were the most basic forms of these particles and forces, and if he could understand them, then he could go on to create even more extreme machines and devices. Anti-gravity engines, not that those would be very strong. I could manipulate the strong and weak forces. Maybe I could manipulate light, which would let me control the electromagnetic force. Controlling energy in its most fundamental form, and making machines that can do so too. Sophia, we have lots of work to do. Jumping up from his seat, Dream exploded with power as he dove into a frenzy of analysis. For the first time, he was realizing the highest extremes of physics and learning how to bend them to his will. Another year passes. This is the third year since Dream had returned to Earth. During this past year, many changes had taken place. The overall power level of the planet continued to rise. With Dream's demon confinement, all supers were able to hunt demons with relative safety and ease. With this, the first Earthlings started to become Class 4s, and even more rose to become Class 3s and 2s. As the one with the greatest backing and support, Melody, Dream's sister, was the first to become a Class 4. Her specialty was the sword, and her focus was pure combat. While she couldn't even compete with either Dream or his women, she was still very powerful for her level. Luna was quick to introduce her to some of the other Class 4s, specifically the one who had been the headmaster of the sword school on the other world. Only he could challenge Melody when it came to the sword, and the two became eager to fight each other. But surprisingly, Melody was quick to surpass the headmaster in power and skill. This was because of one crucial detail. Melody had formed an image, or a spiritual body. All of the Class 4s from Luna's empire were without spiritual bodies. It was only Dream, Luna, Iris, and Alice who had formed spiritual bodies. This was due to their special circumstances, such as Luna and Iris' blessings, Alice's training by an extremely powerful being, and Dream's legacy space. But now, since Dream understood fully the process of creating a spiritual body, he was able to facilitate Melody's own creation of one. Thus, using a bit of ether for her body and golden script that streamlined her enlightenment, Melody advanced smoothly with her own image. Her previously human body threw away its material shackles, though one wouldn't notice this at first glance. The biggest change was a third eye appearing on her forehead, one that was invisible unless opened. Other than that, her body became more perfect and adjusted to facilitate her usage of the sword. From the outside, she simply became more beautiful. But Dream knew exactly how different she was. Now, physical harm could almost be neglected if it were from anyone other than Dream, and her mana could be utilized with the ease of breathing. Her power output and mana pool was simply on another level from before, and all of it was directed toward pure combat ability. This was further enhanced upon opening her new third eye. The eye was one that saw through dimensions, allowing her to peer at the soul of another and direct her energy toward it. With this, unless one could guard their soul, they were powerless against her. However, there was one thing that caused Dream to frown: her species. Dream had gone through a few different species as his body changed, and this advancement had changed Melody's as well. But during the advancement, Melody could feel an almost irresistible urging toward forming herself a certain way. Dream came to the conclusion that it was her title interfering, something he didn't particularly enjoy. But whenever those titles interfered, it at least brought about good results. Melody eventually had her species reclassified, and she was now a female Azura. Dream wasn't exactly sure what an Azura was, at least in terms of a species, but it came with benefits to Melody such as the ability to handle extreme battles. Though, he also noticed some emotional changes. She became more aggressive, battle-hungry, and overall more emotional. It's like someone took her personality and cranked it up several levels. Her advancement wasn't nearly as exaggerated and didn't produce the insane results that Dream's did. But for her who didn't travel down the road he did, it was impressive. Dream didn't doubt that, given the right environment, she could smoothly advance to Class 5. However, he knew that giving her the right environment was a responsibility that fell on his shoulders. It was the same for everyone else too. It was up to Dream to guide the development of not only the people around him, but the world. But for a while, it seemed as if Dream was neglecting everyone. For a year, other than Melody's advancement, he was shut away in the depths of space. There was no academy that was opened, no family Mars trip, nothing. It was like he just disappeared, only occasionally showing himself after major experiments. At the very least, though, The girls knew that what Dream was doing was worth the time. Dream had come to explain the responsibility on his shoulders to the three, and everything he was doing was to work toward the goal of understanding the portal and opening a gate to the inner universe. And because they knew, it was up to them to console Dream's family who wondered why he was always gone. One day, though, Dream contacted Luna. He sent a single message. I'm gonna build a few space elevators and a few space habitats. Tell me where you want them. Seeing this message, Luna gawked a bit. It was the most out-of-the-blue thing she could hear, but after processing it in her head, she became a little excited. Looking at a globe, she was quick to pick out some good spots for such a building. She was also planning out what to do with them, such as conducting scientific research and building tourism spots. It would be immensely popular, and with Dream's tech, exceptionally cheap. She was worried about not being able to handle the number of people that would want to use these things, but she knew that if she spoke with Dream about the details, she could have him fix that problem. It would just take building really big space habitats. With that, she chose the places. The first space elevator would be on the Oasis landmass. Then, she planned on stationing others in Europe, Asia, Africa, and South America. With that, there would be a space elevator that covered essentially all of the world's population. Naturally, she would control them all, but she wasn't one to monopolize things, so they would be open as can be. She quickly sent Dream back a message telling him her plans. Meanwhile, right next to Jupiter, Dream was hovering around with several dimensional tunnels around him. He looked at the message that got back to him quickly and smiled. That was fast. Well, I guess I can get going. Ready, you two? Using his connection, Dream spoke. Suddenly, an explosion bloomed from the surface of one of the moons around Jupiter. Iris quickly appeared next to him. Ready for what? We're going home? She spoke as she hovered in the void. Since she had nobody to fight and nothing to do, she had eventually asked to go and travel with Dream. Seeing massive planets and cool moons was definitely more interesting than the planet Earth that she had already explored several times over. Yeah, at least I am. I'll go too. I want you to sling me there, though. All right. Dream nodded, raising his hand and grabbing at Iris. She was enveloped by copious amounts of ether, and her body suddenly shot off. She quickly circled Jupiter, rapidly gaining speed. After a few revolutions, she was suddenly shot off back toward Earth. Dream had slingshot her. For some reason, she enjoyed it, so she asked him to do it sometimes. The next moment, a figure appeared next to Dream. It was Alice, and she watched as Iris became smaller and smaller in the distance. She just wants to go to the asteroid belt again. Huh? Probably. Dream nodded with a smile. Upon going to the asteroid belt for the first time, Iris had a ball as she smashed rocks together, wreaking havoc. She had even sent one giant rock toward Earth, which Luna had to go and stop. This resulted in another scolding. As if it had hit, it would likely have obliterated the planet. From then on, Iris made an effort to only throw rocks at uninhabited planets. She enjoyed watching them explode on Mars in particular, and that was probably what she wanted to do, which is why she had Dream slingshot her. He didn't care, though. It would take her a long time to reach Earth at her speed, but she didn't have anything better to do, so she didn't mind. If she did, then she would just call Dream to get her. Shutting down the dimensional tunnels, Dream turned toward Alice. Shall we? We shall. He put his cosmic arm out. Alice smiled and took it before the two suddenly disappeared. A couple days later, Dream reappeared outside of Earth. Though, his appearance came with a ruckus. How does something just simply not exist within the dimensions of reality? Are you even understanding the definition of existence? I do. Look, that chaotic void that you've opened is something beyond dimensions, which means it's outside of dimensional reality. Not necessarily. Dream rebuked Alice as the two argued. Suddenly, he used ether to tear a shallow hole in space, exposing the chaotic void. Because he reinforced the space around it, though, it didn't suck anything in like a black hole. That void right there is a part of reality. Otherwise, we, who are also parts of reality, wouldn't be able to perceive it. Yes, but it's not part of a dimension. It's something outside of dimensions. You could say that it's the most primordial form of the universe. From any dimension, you can get directly to the chaotic void. Your dimensional tunneling? Even that moves separately from the chaotic void. Otherwise, dimensional tunneling wouldn't be so easy for you. So yes, the void is outside of dimensional reality. So what's the point of calling dimensions dimensional reality? Because it's two types of reality. Laws break down in the chaotic void. Not even you could enter that void for long and expect to come out alive. That can only be done by a Class 6, and the reason is because of their advancement. And even Class SIXS have trouble traversing it. It's unlike dimensional reality that actually has any form and structure. There isn't even anything such as space. How can you call that reality? Because it's perceivable. What the hell are you two arguing about? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the two, interrupting their debate. Dream and Alice looked over to see Luna looking at them weirdly. Alice sighed. Nothing. We're just arguing technicalities. Technicalities are important. Shut up. Bang. Alice shot out a fist at Dream, who couldn't go without the last word. Dream threw up his own hand, though, and the fist was stopped, releasing spatial shockwaves. Luna pinched her nose, her patience being sapped at. Before the two could continue, she turned to Dream. Hey, are you going to build me my space elevators? Obviously. I've been planning on it for over a year. A year? Why couldn't you do it earlier? Because I didn't have the awesome nanites that I do now. Ever since I started understanding the fundamental forces, I've been able to make machines that use those forces. The best one is the strong force, and I've basically become capable of true alchemy. Only my alchemy is better. It's also not alchemy, but atomic reconstruction, and that means I can create any element I want and build things really fast. I've already harvested tons of helium and hydrogen as fuel from the sun, so I can get started whenever. Wait, from the sun? Luna stopped him, a bit confused. Yeah, since I can reconstruct protons and neutrons, I can make anything I want from anything I have. I can turn multiple helium atoms into something like oxygen, or with more I can make iron. And since the sun has all the material I could ever want, I just pulled some from there. How do you just pull material from the sun? Simple. You just scoop some up with your hand and carry it off. Anyway, I'll get to work now. With that, Dream disappeared. Luna was left slightly stunned before she turned to Alice. Don't look at me. He only took me to one of Jupiter's moons. I didn't see any of this sun scooping business. Sheesh. I don't know why I even. Wait, what's that? In the corner of her eye, Luna suddenly spotted something. It was one of Dream's orbital railguns, and it was lighting up like a Christmas tree. Dream, what are you doing? Luna yelled, transmitting her voice over her connection. The next second, Dream appeared next to her. Will you calm down? I'm working. Shut up. What is this? Luna pointed at the glowing railgun. Dream shrugged. I'm building the space elevator. It looks like you're about to crack open the planet. Emphasis on the looks like, as if I would just kill millions of innocent people. I already had my fair share of that a few years ago. Just sit back and watch. Your hubby's got this. Dream patted Luna on the head before disappearing again. Meanwhile, the railgun was fully charged, and it quickly fired. Surprisingly, though, it didn't simply hurl out a rod of metal. The black metal rod that flew out of it left a string of particles behind, maintaining a connection to the railgun. As the rod sailed down toward the planet, it continued to leave behind this string, like an arrow with rope behind it. This continued down to the surface. When the rod finally reached the ground, only a little bit of metal was left. It was like a needle as it pierced into the dirt. With that, there was now a tall string connecting space and the planet. Send it. Sending. Dream then spoke, and Sophia sent a signal. A beam suddenly shot out of the Borg cube and landed on the railgun. A giant clump of metal splattered all over its surface like a liquid before flowing down toward the metal string. Upon reaching it, the liquid metal wrapped around the string and formed a small anchor at the top. The railgun was then detached. As the railgun started its movement to the next location, more beams constantly shot out of the Borg cube. Every beam was fire from a railgun on the cube and contained huge amounts of that liquid metal that flowed down the string to thicken it. Structures were formed by the atom to create the elevator as more material was made available. In front of Luna's very eyes, she could see the elevator take shape by the second. Amazingly enough, she felt no mana from the material whatsoever. It was purely mechanical. It wasn't long before the railgun was stationed over another location. It proceeded to repeat the process of launching the rod and leaving behind a string of metal. The second railgun was also put to work, and Dream soon had the beginnings of 3 space elevators. And only several minutes later, all the elevator positions were established. From Dream's Borg cube, beams were constantly firing out in all directions. Liquid metal continued to pile onto the strings and form the space anchors before building down. Not only that, but Luna saw hundreds of ships appear like a space armada behind her. All of these ships opened their hatches to release massive amounts of this metal that flooded like a black tidal wave toward the elevators. This was only the first wave, too. More ships consistently appeared while empty ones returned to ferry more material. It was construction on a planetary scale. Luna's expression was wondrous as she watched mechanical wonders be built before her very eyes. Alice was the same, if not more so, enraptured. She had experienced less of Dream's insane projects, so this display amazed her. It was only an hour later that the shaft of the first elevator was almost fully formed. It was about 300 meters in diameter, and there was a massive foundational anchor that secured the elevator to the surface of the planet. In the places that Luna had chosen, there were already hundreds of people flocking around the elevator. It had already made headlines as well. This fact was quickly brought to Luna's attention, so she returned to the planet to address her people and the world. This was her idea, and the whole project was monumental. Once she announced what was going on, people would go ballistic. Dream didn't pay much attention to that, though. He focused on the construction of the elevators, including the habitats that were beginning to be built at the top of the elevator. These habitats needed to be able to accommodate the most ordinary of people. Not that this was a problem. In fact, this was good practice for Dream and his new nanites. Dream needed things like plastic, glass, cloth, wood, rock, and many other kinds of materials besides metal to make the habitats hospitable. People needed to live in these places, so anything that a house would have, he needed. However, he would be getting these materials purely by synthesizing them himself. Dream stepped into the recently formed outline of a habitat. Picking up a glob of the flowing liquid metal, he directly controlled it to create cloth. The black liquid arranged its atoms, heating up slightly and changing color. All of the liquid metal had its own way of processing information. It could be thought of as one giant hive mind. This hive mind proceeded to cluster protons and neutrons together. Hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen atoms were formed individually and then brought together as molecules to form various polymers and proteins. These molecules were then brought together in complex shapes and arrangements, forming fibers that got wider and longer. Soon, Dream had a patch of cloth in his hand. This cloth didn't look like normal cloth that was processed using a loom. No, each fiber, down to the atom, was perfect. It looked so perfect that one might think it was fake. But this was actually cloth, and it was constructed by the atom. Dream smiled before dropping the cloth. The cloth went on to meld back into the liquid flowing around him, returning to its most basic particles and moving to construct a higher priority object. Dream's nanites were perfect, functioning exactly how he wanted them to. This was the fruit of his labor after touching upon the lower dimension and studying the fundamental strings. Using unfathomably complex arrangements of energy and matter, he was able to bring computational intelligence to the tiniest particles. The result was this liquid of nanites that could rearrange into any element to form literally anything he could ask for. So long as there was material, there was nothing he couldn't build. But even then, Dream wasn't totally satisfied. He had ideas that involved being able to rearrange quarks to build the protons and neutrons of an atom. He was even thinking of controlling the little dots that made up the quarks to create the quarks. He imagined going smaller and smaller, but that much was impossible for him right now. This was about the limit of his physical constructive abilities. But it was enough, for now at least. Dream went on to watch and help out in the building of the elevators and the habitats. Alice stuck by him as well, watching everything develop. Like that, 3 days passed. It was at this time that all the elevators and even habitats were finally completed. With their advent, the world was sent into a frenzy. Chapter 231, Arrangements. The space elevators were completed on the 3rd day. Then, on the 4th day, Luna appeared before the world. With her appearance came the opening of the space elevators and the habitats above them. She explained their function, how one would be allowed to live, do business, and carry out scientific experiments up there at low costs. Because Dream's technology was effective and he had nigh unlimited energy to power the elevators, it cost pennies to transport large amounts of weight. The elevators were totally safe, convenient, and fast. It would only take several minutes to rise to space at a safe speed. There were also magic devices on board that provided comfort and negated forces like G-force and such. Nothing could possibly go wrong with Dream's technology and magic. With how amazing it was, it naturally caused people to be suspicious. Wasn't it too good to be true? But regardless of what they thought, there were instantly millions that expressed their desire to use it. These people from all corners of the world were quick to travel and line up at the elevators. And Luna didn't hesitate to send people up. Thousands could be moved at a single time in any single elevator. The first batch of people were quickly boarded. To their surprise, though, there wasn't anything like strapping down in secure seats as one might on a roller coaster. Quite the contrary, the elevators were filled with comfortable couches and seats, as well as windows that let everyone view the outside. It was like a home, and the hesitant passengers took their seats under the directions of some friendly butler bots and maids. Then, once the elevator was filled, it started its launching sequence. People on the outside streamed videos of the launch. The elevator lit up, pulses of energy traveling up the shaft. Then, with a buzzing sound, it lifted off. The giant elevator holding thousands of passengers instantly shot out like a bullet from a gun. The onlookers were stunned, thinking that the people on board would be hurt under such acceleration that was worse than an actual rocket launch. But there were also people streaming on board, and against everyone's expectations, they were totally unaffected. People on board saw the insane acceleration and flinched, but there was no force applied to them. It was like their liftoff was a lie, but with so many perspectives, it was anything but. They quickly discovered that this elevator was even more amazing than they thought, and several minutes later, the elevator was docking in space. The thousands of passengers, almost all of which had never been any higher than the altitude a plane would fly at, looked out the windows. They could see Earth below them and the endless void around them. It stunned many into silence and shock. You may now disembark. Welcome to Habitat. Europe, you may now disembark. Welcome to Habitat. Asia, you may now disembark. Welcome to Habitat. Africa. As the elevators across the globe docked, each one urged its passengers into the habitats. The thousands walked off slowly, while an unfortunate few fainted. Those people were taken to medical facilities while the others started to explore the habitat. The habitat was massive, easily the size of a city. The elevator was stationed at the center of the habitat and let the people off into an area similar to a metro station, only much bigger. There were signs all over the place that pointed to different parts of the city. Not only that, but each person there had bracelets that detailed the things they were able to do. There were also bots that offered to take people on a tour through the habitat. Luna stood in space outside of one of these habitats, watching as the thousands of people dispersed either in clusters or alone. Some were probably rushing at the opportunity to go and buy real estate, something Luna was more than happy to permit. Others were probably just going to indulge in the temporary fame they were receiving by live streaming their tour of the place. She looked at them, then at the overall habitat. The habitat was a huge disc, and the elevator came into the bottom of the disc in the center. On top of that disc was the city. In this respect, Dream went over the top as the habitat wasn't a big metal bubble. The city stood with tall buildings as if it were on Earth. One might be worried about protection from the void of space, but he obviously had that taken care of. There was an invisible protective dome that encompassed the entire city made of nanites. These nanites contained the atmosphere within the city while filtering out things like harmful radiation. It felt no different than Earth. The only thing one would notice was the lack of a clear blue sky. There were plants all around, fresh air that maintained perfect humidity, no pollution, and brilliant stars that shone unhindered on the city. The gravity felt the same as Earth as well. This was made possible using magic since Dream hadn't yet studied gravity enough to make gravity engines. All in all, if one disregarded the stars above them, they might mistake this place for Earth. Luna watched as the thousands explored the city. Meanwhile, the elevator dropped back down to the planet, docking before accepting another group of passengers and bringing them up. Hundreds of thousands could be ferried every hour across each elevator. The city was slowly but surely filled. Seeing the overwhelming success and endless possibilities, millions more queued up to enter. Countless businesses, especially governments and universities, hawked Luna and her people in an attempt to reserve and buy real estate. The money being offered to her was astronomical, which made her smile. Dream might not care about money since he was rich in actual resources, but she did. She was much more involved with global society than him, so she naturally desired to earn money and spend it. This was especially so since her country's economy had fully integrated with the world's. She was the head of a true, fully functioning nation, with a government and everything. The elevators were sensational news for months. It only grew more popular, and Luna had to urge Dream to expand the cities and elevators. Eventually, he passed the ability to control his nanites to her, and she used them to quintuple the size of each city. Not only that, but 4 more elevators were built around each of the first 7 elevators, totaling over 20 elevators and allowing for much more through traffic. A whole new world was built above the planet. People could travel between the habitats, and those with enough money could request special constructions, such as scientific research centers. They transported countless cargo, and all of it was made possible by Dream's abundant energy. It caused an economic boom, affecting even the planet below it. Luna constantly expanded, and Dream had to start harvesting more material from places like Mars, Venus, and the Sun. He even constructed harvesters on top of Jupiter's atmosphere. From all these places, untold amounts of material were brought toward Earth, turned into nanites, and used to build anything that could be imagined. Cities turned into megacities, and the people prospered like never before. Of course, this didn't happen overnight. During this time, 2 more years passed, marking the 5th year since Dream returned to Earth. On top of his space cube, Dream reclined on a wooden rocking chair like an elderly man. To his left was Luna, on his lap was Iris in her fox form, and to his right was Alice. These 4 sat around comfortably as they gazed at the space habitat in the distance that had grown to the size of an island. This was one of the few times that none of them were occupied. Dream had just recently finished an experiment. Luna decided that she could survive being away from a desk for a while, and Alice and Iris no longer gallivanted across planets. Iris was now bored of tossing around asteroids, and Alice, the one in charge of watching her, no longer had anything to worry about. They lazed around in comfort, especially Dream, who tightly cuddled Iris like a pillow. She was nice and warm, even though such warmth would incinerate any normal human skin. By this time, Luna had opened the citizens of her oasis empire to the world. Over time, they had become true residents of the planet, no longer the reclusive refugees they had been only a few years ago. And Luna's plan had proven effective. Much of her people had gone out to create corporate empires, have large families, found schools of magic, or become renowned persons of great ability. While there had been a rough patch early on, Luna's wide influence and Dream's support had quickly quashed any troubles they had. Now, the world was prospering like never before. Dream's monumental constructions paved the way for untold scientific and magical advancement. Cities expanded, populations boomed, and markets were flooded with more wealth than they knew what to do with. Luna was especially happy to be at the forefront of it all. Over time, she had matured into a real ruler. She carried with her the elegance of a queen, and this made her incredibly popular. She was perhaps the most popular ruler of any country across the planet. After all, she controlled the space elevators, the demon territories, had 2 of the largest cities on the planet, and wielded the greatest individual power. People had tried to challenge her, but nothing came of it. Even without Dream's support, she could conquer anything and anyone. She had changed the world power dynamic. Of course, this made her correspondingly busy. She was constantly going to and from meetings, talking with all kinds of diplomats, going through legislation, and more. Luckily, her new intelligence skill made many things incredibly easy, so she was never truly bogged down or stressed. She had also been attempting to make her governance system more autonomous. She was preparing the Oasis and her people to operate without her. For this, she had employed only the most trustworthy and slowly handed them more power and responsibility. She also laid down mechanical systems using Dream's technology, ensuring that certain foundational rules and regulations would never be violated. That, combined with powerful rulers like the Class 4s, created an incredibly strong foundation that would allow her empire to last generations. And the reason she did this was because of what she knew would inevitably come in the future. Over these 5 years, Dream had unceasingly developed his technology and magic. He studied the most fundamental laws of physics and dimensions, building his own system of science and magic. All of this furthered his goal of understanding the demon portal. However, as he became more and more learned, he realized just how amazingly impossible the portal and its functions were. Dream had thought that understanding the demon portal would only take a few years. He knew it was a daunting task that would push the limits of his knowledge and ability, but it proved to be even more incredible than he could have guessed. Now, 5 years later, he was barely beginning to crack its core secrets, but as he began, he knew that he would eventually come to fully break it. Now, it was only a matter of time. Knowing this, he notified the girls, letting them know that the clock had started. One day in the future, they would be able to leave Earth for the inner universe. This was the reason Luna had begun to prepare her empire. However, nobody was as thrilled as Iris. Iris hated boredom. She loved combat and was a thrill seeker. It was why she would fight demons constantly on the other world. On Earth, though, there were only 3 people who could match her, and 2 of them were always busy. This left her with almost nothing to do. She didn't particularly have any hobbies, and Dream taking her to explore space was only a temporary pastime. Those lifeless rocks weren't good for anything other than being thrown around. So hearing that they would eventually leave, she was incomparably excited. She was so excited that she suddenly developed the patience of a saint. And to accelerate the arrival of that day, she entered a kind of half-conscious hibernation state. Other than when Dream or Luna wanted to see her, she would be sleeping. All of her urges were shoved down, slowly building up inside of her until the day that she could release it. So, with the clock ticking, this group of powerful beings continued to toil away. Of course, the present moment was an exception. For now, they all just enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation. So when are we getting married? Huh. Out of nowhere, Luna dropped her question. Dream and Alice perked up while Iris continued to sleep. Luna glanced at Dream, a small grin on her face. He stared off into space for a bit before scratching his head. What's marriage? You ask. It's been 5 years. I know people who already have families, and here I am still technically engaged. Sure, for the first few years, we had excuses. I mean, I was building an empire, and you were busy poking holes in space and destroying planets. But I'm not getting any younger, mister. I want to get married while I'm still in my glory years. Glory years? Dream heard her and smirked. Your glory years are going to last for the next several hundred, if not few thousand years. Age has ceased to mean anything to any of us. So what? We're going to just stay engaged for the next 1,000 years? Yeah, Dream. Where's this hesitation coming from? Are 3 beautiful and powerful girls who can kick your ass not enough for you? Alice chimed in as she took out a knife, tracing Dream's arm with a scary grin. However, when he turned his head and looked at her, she suddenly wasn't so confident in her statement. She could feel unfathomable power within him, one that surpassed his self from a few years ago. As Alice shirked back slightly, Dream chuckled. Heh, I don't think it's a matter of hesitation. I guess if you guys are ready for that, then we can make a date. Yes, how about in a month? Luna suddenly jumped, gripping Dream's hand with a surprising amount of force. He was calm as he rubbed his chin. A month? That depends. On what? How amazing do you want the venue to be? He turned to her with a smile, throwing out an idea. For a wedding, we naturally have to do it somewhere extraordinary. How about the sun? The sun? Seriously? Yeah, I can cool off a section of the surface and make it habitable. It wouldn't be too hard. We can have gardens with awesome plants, and the stars will shine down upon us. And all around the venue, the unmatched power of a blazing star will create a shining wall of radiance. I don't think it gets any better than that. That doesn't sound too bad, actually, Luna pondered. At first, because of how ridiculous it sounded and the fact that it came from Dream's crazy mind, she didn't think it was that good of an idea. However, as she started to envision the scene, she realized that it really would make for an amazing venue. Luna's expectations for all things extravagant had reached unimaginable heights with Dream's technology. Not many things could make her sigh in awe anymore. Having a wedding on the surface of the sun, however, would be one of those things. She didn't worry about the feasibility. Dream would take care of that. She only worried about what she wanted things to look like. As the scene took shape in her mind, she became more and more excited. She gripped Dream's hand again. Yes, do that. How long will it take you? I can have a safe slice of land within a couple of days. After that will come everything else like the buildings, the decorations, and the food. I'm assuming you already have ideas for that, though. Of course, you just get me the land, and I'll take care of everything else. Alice, come with me. Okay. Luna took Alice's hand, the two sauntering off to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Dream looked down at Iris, who was laying across his chest, only half conscious. Smiling, he squeezed her tightly like a house cat. Chapter 232, Wedding. Not long after marriage arrangements were made, Dream appeared on top of the sun. The blazing surface of powerful radiation and plasma waves extended out as far as he could see. Despite being able to traverse millions of miles with ease, Dream still marveled at how large a singular object could be. The sun could fit within it the mass of over 1,000,000 Earths. It seemed truly endless in its size, at least until one viewed it from afar. But even then, one would have to be millions of miles away to see its entirety. These thoughts flew through Dream's head as he lowered himself to the surface. He was in his cosmic form and didn't need to worry in the slightest about the copious amounts of gamma radiation coming from the ocean of plasma under him. He quickly formulated how he would go about turning a chunk of this place hospitable, and he raised his arms. Boom! It was like an explosion was released from underneath him as a ripple spread across the fire. All the raging plasma was stilled, creating a flat platform that was raised above its surroundings. This plasma seemed to become solid as it rapidly darkened like cooling magma. After a minute or so, Dream looked upon the mass of cold hydrogen that looked like a raised island. This little piece of land was perfectly round and 2 miles in diameter. This was plenty big for a venue. However, just this much wasn't nearly enough. Moments later, a cargo ship came flying toward Dream. The hatch opened, and tons of material was dumped. These were Dream's nanites, and they dropped on top of the island. The nanites were powered by the sun's radiation output as they absorbed other materials and multiplied. This multiplication occurred endlessly. So long as they had power and material, they could increase their numbers. With this, Dream gave commands. The nanites pierced into the cold hydrogen platform, spreading out evenly and synthesizing materials like lead and other dense elements that could effectively absorb or block radiation. Other nanites also stacked on top of each other, creating a protective dome that covered the island. Despite this dome being thick and composed of heavy elements, it was totally invisible. From atop the island, one could see towering solar flares that rose higher than any sky, and beams of light that rose around the bounds of the land, making it seem as if there were a shield of light protecting everything within. Dream stood in the middle, his power assisting the construction of materials around him. The floor beneath him turned from black to brown as soil was synthesized and piled, creating a soft layer. Not long after, a few other cargo ships arrived. These ships carried plants such as grass, trees, and other exotic fauna that came from the other world. Many were wonderfully colorful, some of the grass even being blue instead of green. This was sent by Luna, and she already had arrangements for how things would be laid out. Dozens of bots were also deposited. They transplanted all the plants in certain areas. This didn't cover all of the venue, only some patches of land being covered in plants. However, Luna planned on coming herself later to expound on this. She planned on using her power of revival and life to accelerate the growth of these plants and spread them naturally. This was despite Dream being able to get the same exact results with his nanites. With the mass of 1,000,000 Earths underneath him, he could construct literally anything he wanted: gardens, buildings, waterfalls, and more. But Luna stopped him, saying that his way of doing things was lifeless. Hearing this only caused him to smirk, though. Plants had no life, no soul. They were composed entirely of material that was arranged in fancy ways. Dream could spontaneously build himself a new species of plant with totally unique genetics, and it would thrive just like any other plant. But Luna didn't really like that, for some reason. Though, the reason why surprised Dream. Apparently, Luna could feel the difference between Dream's constructions and naturally grown plants. Neither of them could explain this phenomenon, though. All they knew that was, when put to the test, Luna truly could pick out Dream's constructions, even though they may mimic another plant perfectly. She said that the auras they gave off were almost exactly the same except for the tiniest minor difference. Even this difference took some searching to find, but when in the presence of many such constructions, that difference was multiplied, and she could feel something off. Either way, Luna wanted her genuine plant life, and Dream didn't fight her on it. After a day, Luna herself showed up to fill the plants with vitality. The result was an immaculate garden filled with green, red, blue, yellow, purple, and even silver and black plants. There were some small ponds with beautiful fish as well as a small, gentle waterfall. It was an incredibly serene landscape that likely no venue on Earth could match. Even Dream lost himself in the vibrant feeling of vitality and comfort. After the landscape was created, buildings were made. This was easy though, and Luna merely tasked Dream's nanites to build them. They were built within the day, and after 2 full days, the entire landmass was complete. Okay, so what's the guest list look like? Dream asked as he gazed at the island venue from afar. Luna was beside him, and she smiled when he brought up this question. Glad you asked. There are about 200 people I plan to send invitations to. 200? My family is big, but not that big. Obviously, Luna rolled her eyes. Your family, my parents, and Alice's family are a given. Then there are friends of ours and our families. This puts us at around 130. All the others will come from outside. Basically, all of them are people I know. Call them business associates if you will. We're inviting your politician friends? Not just politicians. CEOs of global conglomerates and major businesses too. Plus some other minor officials. Okay, why are we inviting people we barely know? Dream questioned her with a weird expression. This was a wedding, not a summit. Luna pursed her lips. This is normal in the kind of world I live in. I've been to plenty of weddings myself in the last few years, and many of the guests are people you either know or have dealings with. It just so happens that all the people I have dealings with are at the top of the world, and I'm a mostly neutral party who cooperates with everyone. Well, at least cut that number in half. I want more friends than acquaintances there. I also want our families to have fun and not worry about putting on a show for these famous people. This is our wedding, not their party. All right. Sighing in acceptance, Luna immediately crossed out the majority of her invites, leaving around a dozen people who she was most close with. Of course, these were people that she was close with, but not necessarily friends with. She had a whole other list of personal friends that she planned to invite. Dream understood Luna's plight. She was famous and lived in a social and business world. Naturally, she had more acquaintances than the number of people Dream had met in his entire life. For such a big event, she wanted to show off a little, but Dream wouldn't accept his wedding becoming a convention. He didn't care about world leaders or the heads of global corporations. All that was so inconsequential to him. All he cared about were the people closest to him. Those were the only people that mattered. Later that day, Luna arranged the date of the wedding to be 4 months later. This would give enough time for everyone to clear schedules. She also created the invitations herself. The invitation was a card-sized piece of crystal. The details of the wedding were written in beautiful golden calligraphy that seeped into the crystal. The entire thing radiated majesty as if it were a priceless treasure, and if used in forging, it could become a truly powerful weapon. After creating over 100 of these cards, Luna sent them off. The cards shot through space powered by enchantments Dream had laid on them. Within moments, they delivered themselves to every invitee, passing through every obstruction to appear in front of their intended target. Several high-level executives, including the president, were shocked and surprised by the sudden intrusion. Thus, the date was set. Unknowingly, news of the wedding spread rapidly. By the time 4 months had passed, the world knew that Luna, the queen of the oasis and most powerful woman in the world, was getting married. This caused men everywhere to cry out in righteous anger, all wondering who could possibly match up to the majestic and elegant existence that was Luna. The time of the wedding soon arrived. In the week following up to it, Dream had spent much of his time with his family, tearing himself away from his piling list of experiments. His mother was especially adamant about him sticking around. Over time, Dream's family had come to realize what kind of existence he was now. Because Luna and Alice were much more social than him, they often heard things about him from them. They were told about all his crazy doings, but also about how unfathomably powerful he was. They also gave hints as to what he would be doing in the future. This forced them to accept that Dream had gone beyond the logic they knew of. Sure, he was a grounded and humble being, one that could still enjoy a simple life. But he was also someone who pursued the pinnacle of science and magic. He couldn't even be compared to the rising stars of Earth, ones who had performed feats of godlike power as recently advanced Class 4s. Although he was only a Class 4 himself, He was way beyond what a Class 4 could possibly hope to compare to. Luna and Alice spared no word when describing his power, but they also realized that the family wouldn't be able to totally understand it. Sure, they could talk about how Dream could crack open a planet, but they wouldn't know what it meant to be capable of such a thing. The family knew this as well, so they had eventually learned that they would just have to accept Dream's new way of living. They wouldn't be able to see him for long periods of time, something that would only get worse as his power grew. He would be detached from their daily lives, and they wouldn't really be able to experience the kind of life they used to with him before he was ported away to another world. Things had changed. Now, however, was one of the rare exceptions. Dream was getting married, and the family didn't let him escape for even a second. All relatives had converged for this grand occasion. Of course, many of Dream's family members felt weird about him getting married to 3 women. This was especially so when one of them was Luna, someone who had arguably become the most famous person in the world. Nobody didn't know who she was. She was a literal queen. But not only was Dream going to marry her, but he had 2 other women. This was an extraordinary situation, and they had to adapt. Some had even come to talk to him about how serious he was about this. To that, Dream could only chuckle. Dream's connection with any of the 3 girls wasn't exactly normal. Luna and Iris were not only inextricably linked to each other, but him. Then there was Alice, who had been with Dream in his darkest times before he was ported away to the other world. He wouldn't go without any of them, and luckily enough, the 3 had come to love each other as well. Luna and Iris were already sisters, and Luna got along great with Alice. While Iris was more detached from Alice, the 2 didn't have any problems, especially after having spent so much time together. Alice making sure Iris didn't wreak mayhem anywhere was a good way for them to bond. And so, the 4 didn't have any problems. Sure, they had their conflicts here and there. Dream often got on Luna's nerves, while he and Alice would have differences in philosophical opinion. As for Iris, any conflicts with her were solved through battle, making for very straightforward communication. They had formed their own dynamic that worked. Even beyond that, though, if all else failed, Luna and Iris couldn't separate from Dream. That was a matter of life and death. The 2 would kill each other without him in between. Such was a problem that hadn't yet been solved. So perhaps subconsciously, the 3 knew they had to get along at all costs. Of course, their relationship had never stepped into such dire circumstances, and all of them hoped that it would never come to that. The 4 were inseparable, and now, they were making it official. Dream would pledge his life to them, and they would pledge their lives to him. Their relationship went beyond the earthly desires of a mortal, because none of them were any longer mortals themselves. It was a bond that went across dimensions. Each one would give their everything for the other. Even this ceremony was merely a show. They didn't need a ring to affirm their love. All 4 of them knew this. But perhaps unfortunately for Dream, the girls still wanted their ring. They wanted their big day, so he would give it to them. In the days leading up, Dream and the girls were swamped with talks with the family. All kinds of preparations were made, with Luna making sure everyone had what they needed. She also had to make sure that everyone knew that she had things covered. Because the venue was a bit special, she couldn't have people flying to and from, so she had to do her best to appease and reassure them. Then, the day came. On the invitations, it gave a location. All people in question were brought to a field that held a fleet of ships. These ships were large, like cargo ships, enough size to the point where they could be lived in like houses. Each group of people were boarded onto these ships. Family was on one ship, friends on another, and acquaintances on another. There were 10 total ships. Of course, nobody had been notified of this beforehand. It caused several to wonder what was going on. People like the president and several elites of the world that Luna had invited were wary. They had expected to come to something like a fancy reception hall. Not this. Fortunately, Luna was able to round them all up, pushing them onto ships. Once they were boarded, the ships rose up and flew off. Their destination was the sun. These ships took a few hours to reach the sun. They used fusion thrusters, enchantments, and even spatial tunneling to zip through space. During this time, nobody felt anything. They could only see the space outside through their windows, their minds wondering where they were being taken to. Then, they arrived. All the people within the ships peered out the giant windows. In front of them was the sun, blazing with incomparable power. Of course, the windows dampened the light received from the sun. But even then, they were enraptured by a sight only they had ever seen personally. The ships quickly descended. The sun in their vision grew until they couldn't see its edge. Soon, they saw a platform amidst the raging sea of flame. The ships approached this island. The ships slipped right through the protective dome like it was a liquid. After that, they landed, opening their hatches. Everyone walked out, their senses greeted with a lush paradise full of color and serenity. This way, suddenly, Luna appeared in front of them, beckoning them over like a tempting siren. The people followed her lead while taking in the sights around them. Even they could sense the flourishing vitality around them. The blue grass, the green trees, the colorful fruits, the soft streams of water, the solar flares and curtains of light up in the sky that gave off a feeling of chaos and oppressive power. These things contrasting against each other made everyone feel a sense of wonder they had never experienced before. Of course, nothing in this place was hostile to their well-being. If anything, the ease and profundity they felt rejuvenated their minds. It was like all the mental fatigue they had ever built up throughout their lives was washed away. This was a true paradise in their eyes. Eventually, the mass of people arrived at the venue. The venue was a towering spire. The base of the building was made of white marble that seemed to swirl with a milky liquid. This base extended upward before converging inward. Then, the marble split apart into large shards that floated in midair. These mysterious shards turned translucent, almost into mirrors, as they spiraled hundreds of feet upward into the sky. It was a shattered tower, held together by mystical, arcane powers. It was broken but ordered, looking like a magnificent piece of art. But Luna didn't lead the people into this building. She steered everyone toward another smaller building that wasn't nearly as grand. As they approached this building, the people's euphoria began to fade, and they were grounded back to reality. It was here that Luna walked over to the crowd, specifically to Dream's mother. Because everyone had snapped out of their reverie, they all finally took a good look at Luna, only to be stunned once more. She was adorned in a beautiful blue dress, her silver hair tied into an intricate bun. While the dress wasn't fancy, Luna simply exuded an aura of grace that made anything she wore seem elegant and refined. Upon approaching Dream's mother Shannon, Luna took her hands, adorning the sweetest smile. "Would you mind coming with me, soon-to-be mother? I could use your help with dress preparations." "Huh. Oh yes. Let's go, sweetie." "Hee hee, of course. You too, Mom." Luna chuckled at Shannon's enthusiasm before turning to her own mother. Celine smiled, quickly approaching her daughter. Before they went off, though, Luna announced, "All the other women, your dresses are in this building on the right side. Just come with us. As for the men, for those of you who aren't already dressed, your tuxedos are on the left side of this building. Any of your questions can be answered by my father, Riddick. Now, chop chop everyone. The wedding will begin in a couple hours. Of course, all men, come to me. Haha, I finally get to dress up nice." With invigorated shouts, the crowd of people flooded into the building. All the men converged and marched into their dressing rooms, picking out from assortments of suits and ties, while secretly sneaking swigs of booze. As for the women, they rushed into their own dressing rooms, a frenzy ensuing that released plumes of perfume and throes of compliments. The wedding was officially underway. Chapter 233, Enraptured. Luna wasn't the only one who was present within the dressing rooms. Her other two wife compatriots, Iris and Alice, were already present and getting ready. Of course, when all the other women arrived, they were immediately distracted. Dream's family quickly flooded the girls, moving to make all sorts of arrangements. They sat them down in chairs, grabbed curling irons, and went to town. It was an hour of pure mayhem as they dressed and criticized the tiniest of details. No fold could be out of place, no hair could be sticking out, and no sweat was allowed. This seemingly simple event was turned into the biggest deal as Dream's family ran around and made sure absolutely everything was perfect. Even Luna was stunned into silence by how serious they were. It was like their lives depended on the success of this wedding. Alice was similarly surprised, but she had more experience with how Dream's family operated. They were a rambunctious family that seemed to always be at odds with each other. But in truth, they were closer than any other family she knew. They took care of their own, and this wedding, was a huge deal. It wasn't just a union between two parties, but the introduction of new members into the family. As the older women yelled out instructions and corrections, and the younger girls hastily followed them. Luna overlooked them all with a smile. She had initially expected to have a calmer, more orderly wedding, but this flamboyance, this chaos, had its own charm. However, unlike her, Iris wasn't having nearly as much fun. She didn't exactly take kindly to 3 different women picking at her hair and constantly adjusting her dress. So before things got even worse, she quickly escaped that madhouse. After leaving the dressing rooms, she turned her head. From the other side of the building came hearty cheers and loud laughter. She raised her eyebrow and walked over, brazenly entering the men's area. Oh! After she walked in, all the men inside went silent and turned. Currently, there were around 30 men who sat or stood around some couches and bar tables. Some of them were fully dressed, but others were only half-dressed, their white button-down shirts and suspenders still exposed. Some were doing their hair or adjusting their shirts and trousers. Most of them, though, at least among the older ones, were drinking. Iris's presence was surely surprising. She came in dressed in a solid black dress that outlined her slim but curvy figure. This was her wedding dress, but she naturally didn't care. Seeing all the men having so much fun, she smirked. Not long after she walked in, Riddick saw her and asked curiously, "Honey, is there something you need?" Hearing that question, Iris smiled and looked around. Raising her hand, she snatched away a big bottle of hooch from one of the older men, taking a large swig. I need this. I had to wake up today, so I might as well have some damn fun," she cried out with a grin. Seeing this, several other men laughed. "Haha, the men's sister. She's one of us. Get over here. We got plenty to go around." Cheers erupted as Iris was welcomed into the fray. These men, half of which were husbands, naturally understood Iris's plight. Riddick could only chuckle seeing his daughter's brazen attitude. From another room, Dream heard all this and smiled. Right now he was sitting on a couch. He was the only one in this room beside another man. This was his father, Douglas. The two sat across from each other, both sporting half-serious demeanors. They were currently in the middle of a discussion. "So who's number one?" Douglas spoke after some silence. He had also heard the cheers that announced Iris's entrance. Dream smiled wryly. "Is there really an answer to that? It usually wouldn't be a question, but your situation is special, so it deserves a special question. Sure. If you're asking who I'm closest with, then that might be Alice. If you're asking who I most enjoy, then that might be Luna. And Iris?" Douglas raised his brow. Dream rubbed his chin. "Hard to say. If I'm being honest, Iris is more detached. For the past few years, she's basically been doing nothing but sleeping. And I mean actually sleeping. She may not wake up for months at a time." "Really? Is she sick?" "Sickness isn't a thing at our level. She's waiting." "For what?" Douglas inquired. "The day that we leave." Dream sighed. "She's simply bored. Here on Earth, there's nothing for her to do. She's not like me or Luna or Alice. We can keep ourselves occupied. But her? Her occupation is slaughter. She indulges in endless killing. Is that right? What is she? Some kind of monster? She's no kitten, that's for sure. And so what? You need to leave because of that?" "To the inner universe, yes." Dream nodded with his eyes closed. "We're not going to be here for much longer, Dad. I need to give Iris an outlet, and everyone's power here is limited. Even I'm beginning to reach my limits here. This isn't totally for Iris's sake, but even if I wasn't reaching my limits, if it were for her, I would still do my best to get her somewhere she can flourish in. She may not be like us, but she's no less important to me. So your soon-to-be wife will be doing nothing but sleeping for years on end, and you're okay with that?" "Yes. Also, it's not as simple as just sleeping." She holding herself back. "That woman has a fire that's constantly burning inside of her, but she can't let it out. She'll end up killing people if she does. So for my and Luna's sake, she holds it in. Sleeping makes that easier. So she's a ticking time bomb. Pretty much. But that's just her nature." Dream let out a light breath as he swirled a cup of wine. "I've come to realize certain things about her, and the biggest detail is how she operates. She's a bundle of chaos, the polar opposite to Luna. She doesn't build empires, she destroys them. My job as her soon-to-be husband is to find her empires to destroy. That can't be done on Earth." I see." Douglas nodded, processing what Dream said. Dream just laid back against the couch, a myriad of thoughts flying through his mind. Eventually, Douglas sighed. Well, I can't say I have experience with marrying 3 women, so you're on your own here. Disregarding that bundle of chaos, Luna and Alice are good ones. And that Riddick fellow isn't so bad either. I think I can handle being his brother-in-law. Hee hee, that's good. Anyway, I think I should dash. Dream. Suddenly, Dream was interrupted by a shout. He shifted his head to Alice, who had spontaneously appeared in the room. What happened? Well, I think my master is here. Korvach. Dream's eyes went wide. Meanwhile, Douglas was confused. Who was this master that Alice had? Without skipping a beat, Dream let loose his influence. Alice's soul was slightly shaken by the sheer power Dream contained. In just a second, he went from a mortal to an all-powerful being. You sure have grown since the last time I saw you. At that moment, a voice was heard in the ears of Alice and Dream. Yet another person had appeared in the room. It was Korvach, Alice's master, and a being that even Dream couldn't comprehend the power behind. Korvach, master. Dream stood while Alice bowed her head. Douglas simply continued to sit, unsure of who this person was. At ease, at ease. I've only come to partake in the festivities. Master, how do you know? How wouldn't I know? The one above told me I might want to be here for this. My apprentice is getting married off to a seeker. It's a rather happy occasion. Korvach smiled, his face scrunching up a bit. Alice scratched her head. A gleeful grin plastered across her face. Dream clapped. Well, it's great to have you here, sir. The ceremony should start in a bit. I think Luna is about to round everyone up. I see. Then I'll be sure to blend in. However, just a little tip. You're going to have another unexpected guest arrive here soon. Luckily, he only brings good intentions. Oh, I'll keep my eye out then. Oh, and here's a little something from the one above. I guess you can consider it a gift. Korvach took out a parchment the next second. Dream slightly frowned, obviously not liking where this was going. He took the parchment. Is that a soul-binding contract? Alice chimed in, seeing the parchment. The paper had ethereal writings on it, seemingly flowing with some kind of life. Dream could see structures within that were made of soul strings. This paper was enchanted with a soul, though not a proper or functioning one. Hearing Alice and seeing the 4 blank lines on the sheet, Dream had an idea as to what this did. He turned to Alice, who quickly explained. This contract can bind the souls of people to one another. If we were to use it, our 4 souls would be directly connected. Our bonds would be maintained even across entire realms. Only if one of our souls was destroyed would the bond be broken. So it's a really strong connection. What's the point of this? It's a way to sense each other, our thoughts, feelings, and more practical things like direction. We could communicate soul to soul without any medium. Specialists who have this soul bond are often good at working together. There are also many people like us who use a soul contract to affirm their bond. It's marriage taken many steps further, right? Dream nodded, though he was confused. He already had a connection with Luna and Iris that was soul to soul. He even had a subskill for it called Nexus. While his connection with Alice wasn't as deep, it was more so than normal. But now he was being given this soul contract. He wondered for what reason the so-called one above would give him this. It definitely wasn't for nothing. As Dream pondered, Alice took the parchment from him. She looked at it, at Dream, and then back at it before using her finger to sign her name on one of the lines. Dream looked at her with confusion. Why? Like you said, we're pledging our lives to each other. I'm willing to do so through my soul. It's unnecessary, maybe for you and the other two, but I want to have the same thing you guys have. Plus, it's actually very useful in the inner universe. Don't forget we're going to be heading there, and who knows what might happen. Just think about it. I'll be back. As Dream was silent, Alice turned and disappeared with the contract. Korvach had also already left, while Douglas just continued to sit in his seat, unsure of what was going on. Dream sat back down into the couch with a sigh. However, it wasn't long before the second unexpected guest showed himself. I hope I haven't missed anything. Dream perked up after hearing a voice. His head turned and his senses pierced the walls. Above the island was a blindfolded man dressed in white robes and carrying a large golden book. From his back extended a brilliant pair of white wings. He was an angel. It's you. Dream spoke as he instantly appeared before the angel. This was the angel that had left Earth's development to him. This angel had taken a hands-off approach for the last several years, never once bothering Dream. His only eyes and ears were the few angels that still resided on the planet, and even they stayed low-key. And after all this time, the angel hadn't gotten even a little bit more powerful, while Dream had grown rather significantly. Now, knowing that this angel didn't have a spiritual body, Dream was certain he could kill this angel if he so desired. But there was no hostility between them. The angel smiled. "You've grown since last I saw you. The reputation of the Seekers truly doesn't disappoint. You could have safely entered the inner universe a while ago, let alone now. I have my own plans, but rest assured, it won't be much longer before I call upon you to open those gates." I could have guessed. You've made many changes since I've been gone. You're turning your planet into a powerhouse. That will indeed be helpful when it is exposed to higher powers. I know. So anyway, what brings you here? Dream asked as he led the angel down. By now, some people were assembling outside, so they clearly saw Dream walking with this outstanding angel. Many of them were stunned, wondering what sort of connections Dream had to come in contact with an actual angel, though they were more so stunned by the fact that they were laying eyes on an angel at all. The angel maintained his brilliant smile as they walked forward, speaking with a serene voice. "A little bird notified me of this big event, a transcendent getting married. It's a significant occurrence. Of course, I don't intend to impose any customs on this occasion. I've only come to give my congratulations. Then we must thank you in advance." Suddenly, Luna's voice sounded as she came walking over. She had also noticed the angel, and although she wasn't sure who he was or how he knew Dream, she still treated him with respect. Though, her doubts didn't last long as Sophia quickly gave her information on Dream's previous encounter with the angel. Her expression didn't change as she was enlightened. "Might I get your name?" Luna asked while holding her hand out. The angel spoke as he shook it. "My name is Archangel Gyros. You must be Luna. I've heard much about you. I'm flattered. Well, Gyros, if you plan on staying, please enjoy yourself. The ceremony might be dull, but the party will be lively. Anyone who believes the ceremony is dull doesn't truly understand the magnitude of today's event." "Oh, you seem to place great importance on this marriage," Luna questioned curiously. Since the beginning, the angel had been emphasizing how grand this occasion was. She couldn't help but think there was more behind his words. The angel smiled. "But of course, a marriage is the establishment of an inseparable bond. In the inner universe where the powerful roam like birds, a group of exceptionally powerful beings who are united on all fronts are oftentimes the strongest forces. A spouse brings another perspective to life, and when facing dangers and conquering conflict, they're an essential ally who can make up for your deficiencies and boost your strengths. Perhaps more than that, though, a spouse brings a greater purpose. They're one of the greatest motivations for bettering yourself, only second to the children you may have together. They're the greatest hope one can wield in times of darkness. When people such as you, people who have so much potential, come together as you are, it marks the beginning of a legend. What kind of empire will you build? What kind of mark will you leave on the vast universe? I can only fathom the amazing achievements you will garner together." Archangel Gyros spoke with grand fervor, enrapturing the crowd of people who had gathered. Meanwhile, Dream and Luna stood together. Hearing the prophetic words of heroic anticipation, Luna felt a stirring in her heart. She couldn't help but imagine building a glorious empire by Dream's side, the two rising to unfathomable heights, and then having children as overlords. She dreamt not just of having power, but wielding alongside the one she loved. Unbridled prosperity and fulfillment for her and her loved ones. These things she longed for. She inched closer, taking Dream's hand and leaning against him with a perfect smile. She couldn't conceal her happiness in that moment. At the same, Alice had been listening from between dimensions. She usually moved in silence, hovering around like a ghost. When she heard the angel's words, she felt the same shake in her heart. She suddenly had the unbearable urge to go and conquer the greatest foes, her and Dream working side by side. The two would plan, conspire, and strike like vipers in perfect unison. They would cut down demon kings like cattle, moving in the darkness from target to target while reaping spoils and cultivating insurmountable power. They would be unnamed legends that garnered fear, respect, and awe from all corners of the universe. The expectation and anticipation tore at her. She moved behind Dream, gazing upon his back. He withheld the same explosive power as her. To others, he was immortal. To her who knew the truth, he was the ultimate foundation of power. Even with her experience from the inner universe, she knew no others who could match the sheer depth of his strength. In fact, she didn't believe he could be described using the word strong or powerful. She believed he was a sovereign, a king that ruled over magic itself, mana bent to his very will, obeying him willfully like a conductor and his ensemble. It made him terrifyingly beautiful. She wanted nothing more than to witness that transcendent might alongside her own. Together, nothing could stop them. Dream stood there, his face neutral, but his mind inspired. Feeling Alice behind him, he pondered for a moment before activating his arcana skill. He used ether to create a link to the dimension Alice stood in. She surprisingly lifted her head as his spiritual body formed before her. He put out his hand, and she took it, the two sensing the other's longing. In this moment, Dream wanted to sign that soul contract so he could feel what she did, and vice versa. However, in this moment of inspiration, there was one who wasn't there, but that Dream didn't forget about. He could sense Iris still within the men's dressing room. She sat on a bar stool with a jacket over her shoulders, her head down in thought. He could sense her inner conflict. She wasn't feeling the euphoria that Luna and Alice did. If anything, she was feeling disconnected. Dream turned his head, his gaze piercing the walls and laying upon her. Then, after momentarily excusing himself, he moved to her. Chapter 234, Rings. Dream appeared behind Iris. Luna and Alice understood what he was doing and decided to continue with the ceremony while he handled her. Iris naturally detected his presence, but didn't turn around. She continued to stare at a bottle of alcohol in front of her. Seeing this, Dream turned and took a seat on one of the couches. The two sat in silence for a while. Having second thoughts, Dream spoke as he picked up a wine bottle and glass from a coffee table in front of him. He filled the glass and swirled the blood-red liquid within. Iris slightly lifted her head, her eyes zoning in. Something like that. You heard what I spoke to my dad about. If you didn't want me to, you wouldn't have spoken so openly. Well, I knew you would want to listen. Dream smiled as he took a sip of the red wine. Iris straightened her back, flipping around on her stool to face the awfully nonchalant Dream. So, the one you're closest with is Alice, and you most enjoy Luna. You said I was detached. What does that mean? Iris asked as she recalled Dream's conversation. He had said those exact words. For a man about to marry 3 women, it was dangerously blatant. He had placed a seemingly non-equal value on them. And to Iris, who received the lesser score, it was a bit shocking. She couldn't help but think she meant the least despite knowing Dream likely meant something else by his words. Thus, she waited to speak with him. Hearing the angel's grand speech, though, she felt worse. Unlike Alice and Luna, she found it difficult to imagine her and Dream in such grand scenarios. They were such different people who pursued very different paths. Dream couldn't live a life of constant bloodshed, and she couldn't live a life of study and research. It was the difference between a scholar and a warrior. But still, she waited for him, and now she wanted answers. Dream thought carefully before responding to her. For the most part, I meant what I said. You're unlike me and Luna. Alice is your closest comparison, but even she has different motivations. In the state we are now, where you're forced to wait for me to open the doors to the inner universe, you aren't exactly working with me or spending time with me. You sleep for several months at a time, only waking when we have little occasions. If that isn't detached, I don't know what is. So what? I should start spending more time with you. Should I just stand to the side while you play with rocks for months on end? Oh, goodness no. Your very presence disturbs the fabric of space. It would interfere with my work. So, Iris crossed her arms, eyes narrowing. Dream sighed. Iris, I have no problem with you sleeping. If anything, I want you to. But that would mean I'm still detached. You don't like me as much as Luna or Alice. I don't play queen, and I don't have wise conversations with you. I'm just here. I'm just the violent fox who loves killing. We have little in common and haven't cooperated on anything. Iris gradually flared up in anger and frustration. Dream could tell she was beginning to vent, so he stayed neutral. Part of what you said is true. So then what am I to you? What are we? Are we just some people who have sex every so often? Am I just a hot piece of ass you like to keep around for the hell of it? Or do you keep me around for Luna's sake? Because it doesn't seem like you need me with you. Well, of course I don't need you with me. So then what is this? But I also don't need Luna or Alice with me, Iris yelled, and Dream responded with a serious tone. He glanced at her in the eye, causing her to go quiet. The power hidden behind those eyes was bone-chilling. But being the fiery spirit she was, she only shirked back a bit. Seeing her sober up a bit, Dream continued. Iris, I don't need any of you three. I could simply leave to the inner universe by myself, and I'm sure I would get by perfectly fine. I could hole up in a void somewhere, doing experiments until the day I die. But I've decided that I don't want that kind of life. I want you three. I desire to keep all of you by my side. I wish to see you three prosper, but I guess I'm a bit selfish in the fact that I want to be a significant part of your lives as well. I desire your affection, your commitment, and also your well-being. These are all wants. I will not die should I go without them, just like how you would also do just fine without my presence. If you wanted, I could temporarily remedy the issue between you and your sister that makes you kill each other. Then I could send you guys away, us having nothing to do with each other from now on. But do you want that? Dream asked, his gaze piercing into Iris. She trembled as he did so. She imagined Dream removing their connection, removing all things that bound them together, and then sending her off by herself. She would travel the universe alone, having no guide, no direction, and nothing to love. Thinking of such a heartless separation, she hurt. Her chest tightened, and she felt scared, but she didn't want to admit that. This, however, is where her issue lay. She was scared that Dream didn't feel such things for her, that compared to her sister or Alice, she was just another girl who he happened to be somewhat close with. She wanted to know that, if she were to leave, he would hurt too. Just like how he wanted her commitment, she wanted his. But she had her doubts. Iris bit her lip, not answering him. She didn't need to, though. Dream seemed to read her like an open book. She felt vulnerable in front of him who sat there like some kind of king. Seeing this bitterness of hers, though, Dream felt his own anguish inside. He turned his gaze away before speaking. Iris, we're different people. Perhaps our paths are only connected by how we feel about each other. In every other aspect, they diverge greatly. We may never cooperate together, we may never see eye to eye, and we may conflict with each other. But despite all this, I'm still here. I've still asked that you marry me. Do you know why? Dream stood, walking over to her. He put his hand under her lowered chin, bringing it up. He let out a low voice. I've asked you to marry me simply because I want you. I couldn't give a damn about what we have in common. A long time ago, I said I would devote my life to you. That was because I love you. I love your very existence. Everything else is secondary, a bonus. You think I only care about your looks? We haven't had sex in almost a year. If it were a problem, it would have been brought up by now. Iris, I want you because you are you. Look at me. Gaze into my soul. I need you to see just how much you are to me. Iris was quiet as the two looked into each other's eyes. In that moment, from the depths of his gaze, she realized what she was to Dream. She realized that his desire for her didn't stem from lust or greed or anything material. He didn't just keep her around to keep Luna happy. No, his desire for her went beyond anything mortal. At their level, the things they felt went far beyond shallow desires of the flesh. It was so deep she was almost scared by it. It was like a dangerous obsession. Suddenly, she remembered something. When Alice had appeared, Dream's mind space had cracked. She had felt that catastrophic change in his psyche from over their connection, thus prompting her and Luna to rush over and find them. During that time, she had wondered why Dream reacted so violently to Alice's appearance. How could someone possibly mean so much to him that he would break down over them? Now, she was realizing what that was. The importance he attached to them was monumental. It was so great that it could break him. Before he had been transported across worlds, it actually had broken him. Dream held a deep love for not only wondrous discovery, but also certain people. Alice had been one of those people. Now, Luna was one, and Iris was another. Their mere presence in his life, their existence, was a foundational part of who he wished to be and how he had built himself. Sure, he could survive without them, but it would be a life of loneliness and anguish. To the endless darkness that was his cosmic form, they were the small stars that filled him with color and wonder. Iris could sense this. She felt it from his very soul that he opened up to her. This feeling made her frantic. She suddenly had an excessive desire for him. I understand. I want you. I want to marry you. Iris stuttered, her emotions overwhelming her. Dream nodded calmly.
As do I.
I want you to want me. I want everything you are. I want to be someone you would suffer without, because I would suffer without you. Do you know how far I would go for you? I would eat entire civilizations, despite their innocence. Entire worlds despite their prosperity. How far would you go for me? Farther than the farthest reaches of space. I would quench stars. I would wield the souls of billions as a mere weapon. That's how far I would go. Dream stroked Iris's face. In this moment, the two of them felt a stronger desire than ever to be with each other. Iris grabbed his shirt as if she wanted to keep him from slipping away. Dream, tell me you love me. I love you. Tell me you can't live without me. If you were to die, I may as well confront death myself to bring you back. If I failed, at least we would be together. I love it, but promise me something. Anything. Iris looked at him with blazing passion, as if she were ready to give up her soul for him. If you challenge the very foundation and rules of the universe, make sure you're powerful enough first. Become the strongest existence you can be. For me, live until then. For me, have patience. Dream put his finger on Iris's lip with a smile. As for me, I'll pledge to you again. I will break open the universe, understand its secrets, and become an existence that will never perish even across countless eons. I will do this so I can be with you for an eternity. We may not be the same, but for each other we will do anything. I desire this from and for us. Do you feel the same? I do. Then let's go make it official. Saying that, Dream took Iris's hand. He then teleported, appearing next to Luna and Alice. They were within a room inside the main building where the marriage would be carried out. Ladies, I think it's time. He smiled, and Luna began the ceremony. Within the hall, all the guests sat among rows of wooden seats. Beneath their feet was the milky white marble, and above them were the floating shards that spiraled into the sky. Amazingly, they could see a little blue when looking up through the roof. That blue dot was Earth, perfectly aligned in that moment with the tower they were in. At this time, Dream stood on the altar. He was dressed in a suit that had embroideries which shone with cosmic darkness. He retained his bodily shell, and other than the impressively built suit, he looked rather normal. Next to him stood the Archangel Gyros. At first, Luna had arranged for Vithika, the elven ancient, to officiate the wedding. But after the angel came, he offered to officiate it himself. Hearing this, Vithika was quick to step down, and thus the angel was now the one on the altar. While Luna had been a bit sorry to Vithika, she couldn't help but think that getting an angel to officiate a wedding was rather perfect. Here they come. Suddenly, two grand doors opened. Everyone turned while music began to play. Because Dream had his own plans, there weren't any ring bearers that walked down first. Only some family members ushered themselves down the aisle. Then, it was Melody who came in. She was the flower girl. Melody wore a brilliant red dress, her hair tied up and her sword on her waist. After walking in, she unsheathed her sword and pointed the tip forward. Then, with a step, she vanished. A red line streaked down the aisle, soft but imposing. This red line cut through space and then exploded as Melody reappeared at the end of the aisle. That explosion released thousands of little blood-red petals that floated down to the floor. The red of the petals stood out against the milky white marble, even seemingly staining the ground and seeping down into the white marble like ink. Everyone sighed in awe as Melody stepped to the side, winking at Dream. He smiled and shook his head. After Melody were the brides. When the blood petals settled, three people stepped forward. Riddick and his two daughters, one on each side. On the right, Luna stood out with a stunning blue and silver dress, her signature colors. The dress was both slimming and frilly, a perfect balance between both that widened the eyes of anyone who saw. Her silver hair was tied into an intricate bun with thin strips hanging down by her ears. Her hair seemed almost ethereal as it softly flowed with her steps. To those around her, she gave off a feeling of purity and vitality, as if she held the secret to eternal youth and happiness. Then, there was Iris, whose gaze immediately locked onto Dream upon walking in. She wore a soft but bold dark red dress. If anything could describe her, it was devastatingly beautiful. This look could truly topple empires. Her black hair was left down and flowed with waves. Looking at it, it seemed like it radiated darkness. The contrast against her pale skin and red eyes was mesmerizing. She was no less enrapturing than Luna. Only the two gave off opposite auras. The three walked up. Upon reaching the steps of the altar, Riddick sighed before turning to each of his daughters and giving them a kiss. Dream stepped down and shook his hand with a smile. Could you have predicted this, old man? I stopped trying to predict anything a while ago. At the very least, I don't regret giving them away to your wise ass. Riddick shook Dream's hand with a smirk. Dream chuckled a bit before the two separated. Luna and Iris walked up, but that wasn't all. The next moment, two other people walked in. It was Alice and her mother. Alice was dressed in a white gown, one that almost looked like a standard wedding dress. It didn't have any extremely defining features. However, both Alice and the dress seemed ethereal, almost as if she were some kind of spirit drifting through the mortal world. She could be compared to a wraith, only she was very much alive, and her presence gave off an illusory feeling. It seemed like her mother was her anchor to the material world, and if she were let go, she would drift off into nothingness. Mrs. Hatch. Dream nodded to the mother, stepping down. The two hugged, the mother grabbing Dream's hand. Oh, I always prayed for this day. I couldn't think of a better man than you, Dream. Only, to think things have gone the way they have. Sometimes I still think I'm living in a fantasy. The mother chuckled. Dream smiled, though inwardly he was sighing. Her words sent complicated emotions through him, though he didn't let that show. Thus, Alice was handed off. The three women stood before Dream. He stood in front of them, his back facing the rows of people. Finally, Gyros spread his white wings, rising up slightly above the heads of Dream and his women. Everyone was in awe at the beauty of those wings while the angel let out his serene voice. Today we have gathered to celebrate the joining of these four people: Luna, Iris, Alice, and Dream. Through time and across worlds, they have come together by the hands of fate and formed the strongest of bonds. And now, through this ceremony, they declare to the universe their undying love that shall last for eternity. Gyros spoke his words with clarity, his voice singing in the ears of all those present. Though, his words about the hands of fate caused Dream's eye to twitch the tiniest bit. The girls saw this and couldn't help but chuckle. Unfortunately, Gyros had no clue about Dream's little conflict with a god, so he couldn't be blamed. He gave a small speech not unlike the one he gave prior to the ceremony. Everyone listened, their emotions not able to resist being swept along with his words. Upon finishing, he was quick to hand things off. He looked to Dream, who nodded in understanding. Ladies, Dream faced the three women in front of him, who each perked up. I suppose I should make this declaration one more time. You three are more important to me than anyone else can fathom. As someone who is capable of attaining power beyond mortals, it is my obligation to gain such power and ensure the well-being of each of you in the face of an immortal universe. For you, I will give more than just my life. I will give you my future, my potential. I will empower you until you no longer need me. I wish for this because when we have reached heights where nothing is impossible, we will have the purest form of love for each other. We shall love without such veils like necessity. Our love shall go beyond all differences and conflict. When we become immortals, I wish for us to have similarly eternal love. For this, I will pledge my very soul. At this point, Dream raised his hand. A parchment appeared in it, and Alice was surprised. He had taken it directly from her inventory, though she didn't know how he did it. On this parchment were three names. Alice's was at the top, signed in white letters. Luna's was below, signed in gold letters. Last was Iris's, who signed in black. Alice had them sign it just before they walked up, and now, Dream was the last one. This contract would establish an equal bond among them. It would share a portion of each other's soul between each one. This meant that everyone would have a piece of each person's soul. Alice wouldn't only bond with Dream, but with Luna and Iris as well. This contract wouldn't do any such thing as link each other's lives, but that wasn't its purpose. It was a soul bond, something that brought people together closer than any form of intimacy could possibly hope to match. It basically opened up each person's soul to the other. Dream didn't believe this was necessary. However, he couldn't help but admit this was the perfect way to pledge himself to them. He had to put away his reservations for them. But that didn't mean he didn't have his own ideas on how it would be utilized. Before any of them could say anything, Dream placed his palm on the paper. It surged with light, shooting toward him. Nexus. Connections evolving. At that moment, Sophia spoke with a notification. Dream could feel the connections within him change, several soul strings rearranging themselves. Building subskill. Soul bond. Integrating under arcana. Alert. You have gained the title. Husband. More notifications appeared, one from Sophia and one from the system. Dream thought for a second before taking control of the skill construction personally. I shall create a family under my name as Silas Dreamer. You three will bear my name, and this will by the ring by which we officiate our bond. Saying that, Dream exposed his cosmic form. The space around him darkened, the mana freezing, his figure becoming the center of all attention. He manipulated the soul contract. Suddenly, 3 identical rings were created in the air above everyone's heads. They were cosmic in nature, born from his very soul. The girls put out their hands, the rings slipping over their ring fingers. They then felt a slight sting as the ring imprinted upon their soul. They first felt the connection with Dream, and then they felt the connection with each other. They looked at their fingers, understanding that the ring was the symbol of their marriage. The ring was just the right size, and it looked mesmerizing. Surprisingly, they couldn't take it off or hide it. This ring wasn't just some material, but an imprint upon their soul. Only by creating a shell could they hide this ring. Otherwise, their main bodies, their spirit bodies, would always expose this ring. While hiding the ring with a shell wasn't that difficult to do, and Dream didn't restrict such a thing because he believed in versatility, they wouldn't do it even if they could. This was the evidence of their new bond. And looking closely within the cosmic ring, they could see letters written in gold. They spelled Dreamer, the family name. This single word radiated kingly power, and each of the girls were surprised to find out that the word was made from soul strings, not golden script or otherwise. It was written using Dream's very soul as the pen. It wasn't long before Dream reverted back to his normal human form, his aura slightly weaker. By now, the parchment had disappeared, its power being held within those rings and within Dream. Now, even he had a ring. This ring shifted from illusory to icy and then to fiery. The ring held the power of each wife. Thus, their soul bond was complete. Dream looked at his new husband title and found that it listed the names of Luna, Iris, and Alice as his wives. This was now his second title next to Origin Seeker. He was amazed because every title he had gained so far had been wiped by Origin Seeker. But now, this seemingly inconsequential one had stayed. He couldn't help but smile in resignation. Chapter 235, Newlyweds. Luna, Iris, and Alice gazed at the rings on their finger. They could feel Dream's aura directly from the ring itself, as if he were within the ring. Technically, that wasn't a false assumption. After the soul bond was created and finished, Dream analyzed what exactly it did. The bond cut out a part of his soul and placed it within another person. Dream had altered this part and formed that chunk of soul into a ring. Thus, 3 pieces of his soul were among the 3 rings. These rings were then connected to the others. However, it wasn't a simple cut and paste. For some reason, Dream could sense those pieces of his soul within the girls, as if those pieces were still a part of him. And because those pieces were also imprinted among the girls, he could feel the girls' souls. This was the connection. It wasn't much different from directly connecting one soul to another. The girls had also given 3 pieces of their soul, giving it to the others. Thus, they were all connected. However, Dream was definitely the one with the greatest connection strength. This was because he was the catalyst by which the bond was placed down in the first place. They could feel him more deeply than the others. They didn't mind this at all, and the 3 indulged in the newfound sensation. Their feelings flowed between each other, strengthening their bond another level. This was especially so for Alice. She had never felt such an intimate connection before, and she was almost swept away. The angel Gyros watched, waiting patiently for the process to finish. While he didn't know exactly, he could make a guess as to what just happened. Though, he was shocked by what he saw. A soul contract was an incredibly rare and valuable item, especially one that could affect those at the level Dream was at. For someone who had been in the outer cosmos his entire life, Dream shouldn't even know what a soul contract was, let alone have a high-level one. However, this also meant Gyros knew nothing about Korvac or the god behind him. In actuality, these dealings were way above his level. The reason he made a big deal about Dream being a seeker was because seekers were exceptionally rare, only being heard about in stories or legends. To meet one was an honor. Beyond that, though, he knew nothing about what a seeker truly was. Not even Dream knew much about what it meant to be one. Gyros suddenly reevaluated Dream, assuming he had some kind of support or backing in the inner universe. He wanted to find out what connection Dream had with the inner universe, but now wasn't the time. He also didn't want to anger Dream by snooping around. They may have been a bit friendly, but they weren't close. Dream clearly had secrets, and Gyros didn't feel like poking a bear. This was especially so after realizing Dream's power. He wouldn't feel confident in a battle even as a Class 5. Soon, the husband and wives came back to reality. Gyros raised his hands and wings. The rings have been born, and the bond is made. May glory and prosperity bless you, husband and wives, for an eternity to come. Dream, you may kiss your brides, Gyros announced, and Dream faced his wives. Suddenly, he was caught in a dilemma. Which one should he kiss first? This was a hard problem to solve, but luckily he was a quick thinker. As the girls were wondering which he would go to first, Dream brought up his hands. His figure shook before two copies of him were made, each identical to the other. Everyone in the hall was stunned. You had this kind of ability? Luna gawked, unsure of how to feel about this. The Dreams chuckled. I just thought of it. Which one is the real you? Less questions, more kisses. Smiling deviously, the Dreams moved forward, taking each of the girls and landing a big kiss on their lips. The three were swept off their feet in different ways. Meanwhile, the actual Dream stood behind them all. He was in his spiritual form, hidden in a higher dimension. Those three Dreams were copies of his shell. It wasn't exactly hard to replicate his shell. Unfortunately, he only had one spirit body, so he had to go between them and kiss them with his real lips one by one. Of course, they couldn't tell. Dream just didn't want the scene to be awkward with him having to choose one first. There was one person who could see through his little trick, though. Dream's senses were able to see Korvac staring at him with a smile. The man had been sitting among the others like a friendly uncle the entire time, not catching any attention. Dream figured Korvac could see through this easily, so he could only pretend to not notice. Soon, he finished his kisses, and the shells retracted back into one. The girls decided to let the matter of his clones go as they simply enjoyed the moment. Besides, when his spirit kissed them, they could feel the difference. For now, they didn't know who was kissed first, and they didn't press it. Music started playing, and Dream walked down the aisle with Luna, Iris, and Alice. They were now officially married. 7 years. Lord, how I've waited for this. Luna smiled as they walked, unable to contain her absolute glee. The other two were the same, their brilliant smiles scrunching up their cute faces. Dream also couldn't contain his smile. It was like the happiness of his wives was infecting him over their newfound connection that was deeper than ever before. The four walked down the aisle, and people began to arise from their seats. However, Luna didn't exit the building, instead turning around as she reached the end of the aisle. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony isn't over yet. If you could please stand, Luna announced, and those who hadn't already began to stand up. Once everyone was out of their seats, Luna waved her arms. Suddenly, the shards of the tower began to swirl, while the walls around them came crumbling down. Everyone was stunned as fragments of material whirled around them like a hurricane. Then, without anyone knowing how, the fragments melded back together, forming a glorious structure around them. The whole place had expanded. Tables were built with white cloth tops and chairs. A stage was formed. Food seemed to serve itself on platters, and music began to play. Everyone found themselves standing in the center of a vast banquet hall that glowed with a bright but comfortable light. The place seemed to radiate a sense of festivity. Surprisingly, there were no more walls. The ceiling was magically suspended while the outside paradise was in full view, beckoning everyone over. The children's eyes started to glow, but they held themselves back from running outside to play. Luna smiled. Everyone, please find a place to sit and enjoy yourselves. The outside gardens are free to roam, food is plentiful, and the night is young. And for the adults, Luna went quiet as she playfully whispered, the bar is in the back. Haha, Miss Luna knows how to throw a party. First come first served for the food. Crap, get out of my way. With that, the party began. Hearing that they were given free rein, children were quick to run into the gardens, while parents hurriedly piled into the food court and bar. The festive atmosphere quickly took over. Some came to congratulate Dream and the girls as they took to their own activities. Dream was quick to walk over to a chocolate fountain, picking up fruits and stuffing his face with deliciousness. Those there spoke to him about how amazing it was that he had 3 wives. Luna walked herself over to grab some food. Many of her friends and business acquaintances came to her to congratulate and talk. She was soon seated at a table with many others, the subjects shifting from business to politics to future plans. Nobody there was one to engage in mindless chatter, so their topics were filled with depth. As for Iris and Alice, they found themselves at the bars. Iris was constantly cheering with the crowd of people there. Meanwhile, Alice stuck behind the bar, mixing drinks and taking orders. Not many people paid her much heed, but she actually enjoyed this. It gave her a sense of mystery, something she was well aware of and liked to indulge in. She played the classy, quiet bartender part for a while until Korvach came and started his own talk with her. As all the adults engaged in their own mature fun, the children and young teens were playing around as explorers, prancing through the mystical gardens like little deer. A group of 2 girls and 2 boys walked through some plants, coming upon a small pond in the midst of a clearing. The kids approached the pond, looking down at the crystal-clear blue water. There they could see small and large fish that swam up to the edges where the kids bent down. The fish stuck their little heads above the surface as if they were beckoning to be pet. The kids were mesmerized as they reached out their little fingers to pet the fish, touching their wet but incomparably smooth scales. Some of the fish even had legs like amphibians, prompting them to climb out of the water and to the children. While the children were wary of being approached by animals, this paradise eased their minds to a great degree, almost eliminating any fear they had. And the animals proved to be non-hostile as well. They were incredibly friendly, rubbing their heads against the children's hands. Not long after, the children heard rustling. They turned their heads to see a little creature pop out of a bush. This creature looked like a small cat with white fur and golden eyes. The only difference from normal cats were the wings on its back and the mana that swirled around it. This was an animal born of magical mutation. These animals could be found on Earth, and they had spawned after the dawn of mana. For this garden, Luna had collected many young creatures and brought them here. This was for a particular purpose. After exposing itself, the little cat creature spotted the children. Its eyes scanned them before pausing on one of the little girls. As if having made a decision, the cat carefully approached the girl. The girl was also quick to go to the cat, cautiously reaching out her hand to pet it. The cat accepted her, nudging its head into her palm. Its head fit perfectly in her hand, and the girl giggled in delight. The others tried to go and pet it as well, but before they approached, more of these creatures emerged. There were 2 other cats. One was blue, and one was black. The 2 cats each seemed to pick a person. However, this left one child left who hadn't been chosen. Seeing his cousins make new animal friends, the child was bummed out. But before he could get too depressed, he felt a little splash of water on his leg. He turned behind him and saw one of the fish that had emerged from water. This fish was actually some kind of salamander. This little salamander had smooth but bold scales that gave off a green sheen. Its eyes were deep gold, narrow but friendly. If this child had an attunement to mana, he would be able to see mana swirl around this salamander. Not only that, but this salamander had little wings as well, just like the cats. They weren't unfurled, but clearly visible. If it weren't for its adorable appearance, one could mistake this for a tiny dragon. The child bent down to the salamander, reaching out his hand. The salamander scurried up the child's hand, not stopping there and climbing up his arm. The child was surprised before giggling as the salamander tickled his neck. The salamander stationed itself on the boy's shoulder, almost like a guard. With that, the 4 children seemed to have gained pets. And they weren't the only ones. There were many other children who were wandering the gardens, finding their own little animals. Some were furry animals like cats or wolves, while others were avian like birds, reptilian like lizards, or amphibious like the salamander. One child had even found a small bear. Each child who entered the gardens either found or had been found by an animal. This was actually by Luna's design. Every child out there was a part of Dream or Alice's family, and each of these animals held the potential to grow into incredibly strong beasts. This was especially true after they had been blessed by Luna, increasing their potential even further. Her idea was to supply these children, and by extension families, with a certain guardian. The animals were docile and would bond with their owners. They would also live for many years, some of their lifespans even surpassing normal humans. Many people on Earth, specifically supers, would kill for pets like these, but instead, these children were freely receiving them, and they didn't even realize how special they were aside from their unique appearances. This was her little gift to these families. Of course, the parents might not see it that way at first, but they would be convinced. With the children making friends in the gardens, and the adults having a grand time in the banquet hall, the wedding blazed with a merry spirit. Everyone had a euphoric time, one that they hadn't experienced in many years. The adults felt like they were teens again as they chatted and laughed the night away. Surprisingly, without anyone knowing, the party lasted an entire 12 hours. It was only when Luna began to calm everyone down that they realized how long it had been. When they learned, they were shocked. Of course, them not realizing the passage of time was also by Luna's design. This place was special in that when people ate food, they weren't filled very quickly. When they drank, intoxication barely set in. When they danced, they didn't get tired. And as they bustled with activity for hours on end, their energy didn't deplete. It was like they had infinite vitality, thus enabling them to party for 12 hours straight. This was all due to the enchantments Luna had placed down. Given her power, while she couldn't match Dream's enchantments, she could make her own and supply it with her special power of vitalization. This power was infused into the entire island. Even Melody could feel it despite being a class 4. Naturally, anyone below her level would be greatly affected by it. When everyone learned that it had been so long, they decided that it was time to go. All children were called in from the gardens. But this event brought about another shock. With their appearance came dozens of odd creatures. The parents were stunned as their children introduced the friends they had been prancing around with for many hours. Unfortunately, the parents weren't quick to accept the new pets. It was here that Luna stepped in though. She talked to them, convincing them that they should take the animals. With her insistence and the revelation as to how valuable the animals were, the adults could only accept. Thus, everyone was loaded back on the ships and sent to Earth. Dream, Luna, Iris, and Alice were left on the island by themselves. Once the last ship took off and the island was cleared of all life, Dream sighed. Well, that was something. Dream. Huh. Hearing his name, Dream turned his head. He saw Iris looking at him with blazing eyes. Kiss me. Only if you kiss me first. Dream smiled. Iris wasted no time before shooting toward him, grabbing his collar before pulling him toward her. The two locked lips, kissing as if they were mad at each other. Luna smiled wryly. She had felt Iris's anxiousness throughout the entire wedding. She had barely held back from pulling Dream away and jumping on him right then and there. Whatever they spoke about in private had lit a fire within her that could match the heat of the sun. Luna couldn't blame her, though. In fact, she wasn't much better off. She couldn't help but bite her lip. They were all alone as newlyweds. There was only one thing they could do in this situation. It's baby-making time, Iris shouted as she pulled away, basically echoing Luna's thoughts. Dream rolled his eyes. We just got married. Give it a bit. That goes for you too, Missy. What? Luna's face turned incredulous as Dream focused on her. Realizing that he could almost read her thoughts though, she could only huff. Alice saw this and couldn't help but giggle. Iris couldn't bother with Dream's little retorts though, and was quick to jump back on him. Eventually, Luna had to pry her off to get some sugar herself. Dream also went to Alice, making sure all three of his wives got some love. Thus, the newlyweds began the process of finalizing their marriage, spending a few days to do so. Although, while on the surface of the sun, what was a day, really? They simply indulged in each other until they couldn't think of anything else. Chapter 236, Complexity. After the marriage, Dream and his wives didn't have a honeymoon or anything of the like. For them, there was simply nowhere else to explore, nothing new to see. They had traveled beyond even Earth to see and explore other planets. So for them, there was nothing in the entire solar system that was worthy of a long vacation. So they went back to their normal lives. Luna returned to her empire and continued to make it prosper. Alice roamed around like a ghost, often helping Luna with things she needed, or sometimes just disappearing for a while, doing who knows what. As for Iris, she eventually went back to sleep, not waking for a very long time. Finally, there was Dream. He flung himself back into the infinite void, carrying out a plethora of projects. Now, though, he had a few specific topics he wished to crack in the near future. Not long before the wedding, Dream had been studying the most fundamental particles and forces. He broke open subatomic particles, sifting through their deepest secrets and building up a system of rules and mathematics for it. Because of that, he had been able to build nanites that could assemble even elements. This was his greatest scientific achievement so far, but he was never satisfied. Now, he was shifting his sights. Besides the fundamental particles, there was also light and gravity. These two concepts were usually elusive and unable to be directly tapped into. However, Dream was now able to with the knowledge gained from the lower dimension. However, this came with some interesting insights and many more questions. Dream was able to determine the nature of gravity and light, but actually interacting with them proved exceedingly difficult. Light moved too fast and wasn't able to be contained and isolated easily, while gravity was, well, gravity. Gravity wasn't exactly a particle to manipulate, or at least that's the conclusion he came to. Such determinations were shallow at best and subject to change. Either way, he had hit a roadblock. In order to study these concepts, he needed to be able to isolate and control them first. He could take a roundabout way to control them, but that would take a long time. He didn't have decades to slowly innovate and test theories. So, he tried some things. In space, Dream stood among the black void. He looked at his hand that held a glob of ether. Let's try isolating some. Dream moved his hands. Ether was a spatial-type energy. Dream had used this energy to isolate particles in portions of space, making them easy to observe and study. With this, he could see inside a particle without actually breaking it open. This was made possible by being able to manipulate three-dimensional space, viewing it from an almost omniscient perspective. Not only that, but Dream had ideas as to how it could be used in other, more dynamic ways. He had gotten used to isolating a portion of space with ether and folding it. This was the logic behind his teleportation. Now, he wanted to do the same thing with some particles. He wanted to trap some photons, containing them in the truest sense. Hopefully, he could then study them despite their speed. With that, he formed the glob of ether into a hollow sphere, a spatial cage. There was a hole in this cage, and Dream angled it toward the sun. The light from the sun flooded in, and he slowly closed up the hole. Once it was closed, he looked within. He then frowned. For some reason, he could see photons, but they were still flying through space as if the ether bubble didn't even exist. The isolation did nothing to contain them, but there was something peculiar happening at the edges of the bubble. The photons would actually slow ever so slightly. This was due to the folding of space, forcing them to travel a greater distance to cross the edge. Seeing this, Dream was enlightened. The ether bubble didn't actually separate space. In truth, it was still connected to space, even if there were folds or bends. To truly separate space, there had to be a break, a section where no space actually existed. This was the truest form of spatial separation. But there was only one problem with that. Whenever Dream broke or cut apart space, he would always expose the chaotic void. This void would exert force on its surroundings, and like water down a funnel, everything would collapse into the void. This included space, matter, and mana. Nothing was spared. And while he had learned to reinforce space, holding back the natural forces of the void, this wasn't a viable way to study or research particles. Forming an enclosed ball of void would be extremely difficult, let alone trying to study something within it. So Dream had another idea. Through all of his years of research, he had learned more and more about the fabric of reality. He had discovered that three-dimensional reality consisted of more than just space. There was a more fundamental fabric that supported even space. In truth, there were already theories about this concept. Ordinary humans called it ether, just like the spatial-type energy Dream wielded. This ether was supposedly the fabric that space existed on top of. Space could flow and expand across ether. Light could also travel across it. So, because there was a more fundamental fabric, that meant that space could both exist and not exist in a certain area while maintaining the integrity of the dimension. Dream could make an area void of space without actually poking through to the chaotic void. This was true spatial separation. Unfortunately, Dream wasn't exactly sure how to go about separating space. Right now, he had only achieved bending it and folding it. He could squeeze it together, pulling himself across vast distances. He could also pull it apart, expanding the area a portion of space took up. These were his most frequent applications of spatial manipulation. But although he wasn't sure how to separate space, that didn't mean he couldn't slow down a photon. For the sake of more immediate results, he decided to make do with bending space. He thought for several hours before coming up with an idea. A spatial loop, he shouted, and the chunk of ether he wielded exerted its force on space. Suddenly, a strip of space was isolated and bent, forming in on itself to form a wide ring. This spatial ring was bent so that when something traveled across it, it would turn along the bend of space. From its perspective, it would be going straight, but from Dream's, it would be traveling in a loop. Unless he gave it an exit, it would remain in the loop forever. As he observed this loop, he could see photons race along its surface, bending over the shape of the loop before continuing on their regular path. Suddenly, Dream created an entrance into the loop. Countless photons were caught in the entrance and inserted themselves into the loop, forming a ring of light that never escaped. Dream was quick to close it off, isolating the ring of space. Haha, success. Now the only problem is their speed. It's too difficult to concentrate on one. Let's see if I can't fix that. With those words, more ether was activated. It flooded into the ring of space. Suddenly, the speed of the photons halved. Then they halved again. What Dream was doing was making space denser. Ether was a spatial type energy, like how mana was a material type energy and flux was a force type energy. These energies existed in the higher dimension, being able to exert supernatural effects onto their lower dimensional counterparts. Naturally, ether had many different uses. The only requisite to use ether was the ability to manipulate it, the knowledge as to how to manipulate it, and having enough to garner the desired effects. The heart of a Class 6 being that Dream owned could produce ether from thin air. Aegis was the soul that resided within the heart, and Dream often had Aegis constantly producing ether. He would draw it out and store it somewhere while the heart restocked. It only needed energy, which Aegis could provide plenty of. With that, Dream had enough ether for anything he wished to do. He stored tons of ether within his own soul as well, waiting to be drawn upon. What he did here was consume ether in order to create more space. He doubled the space of the spatial loop, then doubled it again. By shoving ether into that loop, he could make space denser. And if the amount of space within that loop was doubled, then the photons within would have to travel double the distance to cover the same area. At least, that was from Dream's perspective. From within the loop, the photons weren't actually any slower. Dream kept filling the loop with ether. Not only did this create more space, but it made the space stronger, almost reinforcing it. The light kept getting slower until finally, Dream was capable of locking in on a photon. However, it still required him to accelerate his perception. He disregarded the strain on his mind's space, though, as he studied the photon. The photon was effectively pure energy, and according to scientific experiments, also matter. If it were truly slowed down, then it would become a subatomic particle. One could create matter from energy in this way. Naturally, this meant that the two shared a common ground. And as Dream viewed the photon, he confirmed this. Like subatomic particles, this photon was comprised of dots. However, what was amazing was that the dots within the photon changed. It was like, photons aren't actually a thing. Dream was baffled as he came to this conclusion. Suddenly, he let loose all his power, concentrating on the spatial loop and poking into the lower dimension. He concentrated on the photons and the dots comprising them, and what he saw amazed him. Light isn't material. It's not actually a particle. It's information. Light is the transfer of information. He spoke with glee, several ideas popping into his mind and many questions being solved. His knowledge of physics was deepening by the second. In the lower dimension, light is like sound moving through air. One dot holds energy, and it bumps into another, transferring that energy. This propagates for eternity. The speed of light is merely the rate at which the energy can be moved from one to another. It's the processing speed of the universe. Dream spoke with wonder. Meanwhile, Sophia was discovering this alongside him, integrating the new information into their current theories. However, she suddenly came across a roadblock and asked, "But then why does light become material when it slows? If light is merely energy traveling across dots, then it shouldn't be able to become material." There's two ways light, or this energy, can become material. Dream held up two fingers. The first is if it collides with a receptor, something like another existing piece of matter, such as an electron. The electron readily absorbs this energy through the collision of dots, becoming more energetic itself. Thus, the light has become material. The second way is if it slows. If it slows, then the energy will solidify. It will no longer be able to transfer from one dot to another, because the only way to do so is to travel at the speed of light. Thus, it sticks with that single dot or cluster of dots, forming something material. Only a slowed chunk of energy can become material. And if material speeds up to the speed of light, it can no longer hold its form. This is because the dots that comprise the material now transfer their energy across dots instead of traveling through dots as a whole. This is also why I called it information. Yes, why was that exactly? Sophia asked. That was her second inquiry. Dream smiled. I call it information because, in the case of light, when one dot collides with another, it transfers its information state. If a dot with an information state of 1 bumps into a dot with an information state of 0, then it will transfer that information, giving the second dot an information state of 1 and reverting itself back to 0. Of course, there are more information states than just 1 and 0. Either way, it's like sound traveling through air. The air particles don't actually move themselves. They merely transfer the sound, the information, across each other. Light is merely a wave of information, exchanging a mode of being from one to another. This isn't simply energy. On this level, you can't call it energy. It's a more fundamental form of existence. This is information, true information. What we're seeing here is the transfer of states of existence. In the physical universe, there may not be a more fundamental form of being than this. Animals that don't have a soul are comprised of countless dots, all with their own information states. These countless constructions of varied information states form the building blocks for that animal. This infinitely complex construction is what makes the animal somewhat intelligent. However, the animal is limited in the third dimension, unable to perceive time, so it will never become sapient. Dream stopped there, a faint sense of sorrow exuding from him. Sophia was a bit shocked by this. Was he feeling sorry for animals? She couldn't help but understand, though. Dream was discovering the deepest functions of the universe. These functions were unfathomably complex, and every material system was born from this complexity. Something like an animal, while seemingly simple on the outside, was comprised of this infinite complexity. Dream couldn't help but feel sorry for animals. Despite being born from this complexity, they were still limited beings constrained by the insurmountable barrier that was dimensions. They would never know how amazing they were. Well, anyway, we've discovered a lot just from observing this. Now I know that quantum field theory has some validity. These dots are both a particle and a field. They can transfer information across to another dot without actually displacing themselves. We can start differentiating the different types of dots and how they attain different functions on a larger scale. We also need to look at gravity. We have a good grasp on how that works, but of course there can never be enough study. Sophia, we have lots of work to do. Always ready. With that, Dream broke out into a frenzy of research. Sophia was right there alongside him. To her, processing knowledge was the most enjoyable pastime. Only when working with Dream would she utilize her abilities to their fullest. Like this, days and months flew by. During this time, Luna continued to bring unbridled prosperity to the world, while Alice worked alongside her. Iris never woke up a single time, and in her unconscious state, time flew by even faster than it did for the others. For 3 more years, Dream unceasingly worked, bringing him to the 8th year since he returned to Earth. At this time, he had finally reached a limit in physics and decided to move on to his final topic to crack. All this time, Dream had saved this single skill, this single concept, for when he felt he was ready. Arcane transmutation. It was the key to understanding the connection between mana and matter, science and magic. This single skill surpassed his others in profundity, and he felt it would also allow him to crack the secrets of the demon portal. Even after all this time, he had yet to totally understand it and couldn't utilize its full power. Now, He was devoting his full attention and power to understanding arcane transmutation and finally opening the portal. He wouldn't stop until he opened the gate to the inner universe. He figured it was about time he brought his wives somewhere where they could utilize their greatest strengths and live up to their limitless potential. Even he was itching to see greater heights and more mystical concepts. Chapter 237. Arcane Transmutation. Arcane Transmutation. Simply explaining it, this skill allowed one to turn mana into matter. When it was a part of the skill known as summons from another world. Along with the catalog, it allowed Dream to summon all kinds of different objects. As long as he had enough mana, there was basically no limit to what he could summon. Now, the skill had been given to him in its most basic form. To use it, all Dream had to do was pour mana into the skill and visualize what he wanted to create. Visualizing all the little details of an object was extremely easy with the catalog in his mind space. With that, he could conjure anything he wanted from thin air. However, not only had Dream refrained from doing this for many years, but he refrained from studying the skill itself. Dream knew that once he started studying the skill, he wouldn't be able to stop. This was the most mystical skill he ever had, and cracking its secrets was too alluring to him. Dream knew this, so up until now, he had been making preparations. For the past 8 years, all the research and experiments he had carried out were done to deepen his knowledge and understanding of the universe. However, this was all merely in order to make sure that when he finally went to study arcane transmutation, he would be able to get the most out of it. He had to understand magic and science at their deepest levels to even hope to find out how they were related. Dream didn't want to prematurely engage in study, so he waited until he found a limit to his physical research. Now, he had reached that limit. While he could further refine his theories, it would only be superficial. Dream had conquered some of the greatest concepts, so for the sake of moving quicker, he decided to move on. After all, he had people waiting on him to open the gates to the inner universe. He was also eager to leave the solar system for something greater. He wanted to find those more powerful than him. Hopefully, he would also find someone similar to himself that he could study alongside. In the entire universe, there had to be at least one, right? Thus, he was brought to this day. Dream stood within the void of space. All around him were asteroids and floating rocks. He was within the asteroid belt of the solar system, surrounded by ice and minerals. Dream floated, his figure remaining unmoving. He was in his human form, dressed in a nice old-school suit. This was how he usually appeared when in his human form. He enjoyed the classy attire he wore despite the fact that he often got called an old man by those around him, particularly Melody and Alice. Melody especially loved to poke fun at him for carrying a pocket watch. He didn't mind it though. She wouldn't understand that the pocket watch wasn't a normal clock. It was a clock with a spatial loop within it, and it used compressed space and light to track time. Whenever the photons within revolved around the loop a certain amount of times, it would tick. It was the most accurate time tracker ever created, tracking time based on light's constant speed. He also inserted a spatial loop that was invulnerable to time dilation. With that, he would have one that tracked his personal time as well as the unaffected time on Earth. As of now, the two clocks within the pocket watch were basically exactly the same. With such an awesome marvel of science compressed into this little watch, Dream obviously wouldn't pay any attention to his sister than made fun of his cliché look. Thinking of this, Dream pulled out the watch from a pocket, clicking a button and flipping it open. The clocks were diverging slightly due to the differences in his personal speed and Earth speed. Because he was farther away from the Sun and Earth, he was moving slower through space. So from Earth's perspective, he was aging slower. But of course, this time difference was minuscule. Dream did find it interesting to see nonetheless. After closing the watch, he took a deep breath. For a few hours, he stood among the rocks around him, his thumb tracing the ring on his finger. Through his mind flew myriads of thoughts, though none of them having anything particular to do with each other. Eventually, he calmed down, his mind becoming void of anything superfluous. Suddenly, his cosmic form overtook his human shell. All the asteroids within a 10-mile radius momentarily froze before continuing to move. Without Dream's permission, nothing could do anything while within the range of his influence. Mana and matter alike were subservient in front of his power that could manipulate all things. Bringing up his hand, he activated his skill for the first time in a very long time. A sliver of mana was consumed, and a smooth ball of iron appeared above his palm. Did you see anything? Sophia asked after the iron formed. To understand the process of transmutation, they naturally had to observe it. However, Dream was best at this, so Sophia would remain on the sidelines until he passed her data. Surprisingly, though, Dream shook his head. No, not really. Nothing. I saw mana, and then matter. It was an almost instantaneous transformation. Let's keep trying. He generated more iron as he said that, the original ball growing larger. However, even after the ball doubled in size, he still had nothing. This is going to be harder than expected. Guess I gotta go all out. Sighing, Dream braced himself. The next instant, the surrounding 10-mile bubble of space turned gray. This was his influence that was altered by the gray mist produced by the collision of Luna and Iris's energy. It was unlike other influences in that while the radius was smaller, it was all-powerful within that range. People like Luna would have influence ranges of hundreds of miles, but even she couldn't overtake his influence with all her power. That 10-mile bubble rapidly shrunk all the way down to only a few feet. Dream concentrated all his influence on the ball of iron in front of him and on the skill strings within him. He was consuming copious amounts of energy doing this, but he wasn't sure there was any other way to go about this. He accelerated his perception to its max before activating the skill again. Time was almost frozen as mana gradually moved into his body. Then, it was transformed. The mana disappeared as iron took its place. This time, though, Dream could witness the process a bit clearer. When it was done, his perception decelerated. That moment had only taken a few seconds, but felt like a day. Dream was used to this, though. He recollected the experience. The mana, it coagulated before being transformed. But there was an instant where the mana vanished before reappearing as iron. The disappearance is the key. He delved into thought. The mana would disappear and reappear as iron atoms, then proceeding to move toward the iron ball and gather around it. Other than guiding the iron atoms to form the ball, Dream did nothing to guide the process of transmutation. Everything happened by itself. For a normal person, this would be perfectly fine. Dream had spoken to Alice about skills before since she had rich experience in the inner universe. Apparently, his way of going about things was abnormal. Skills, according to most people, were meant to be used autonomously. Their effects would simply happen, and people wouldn't know why or how. While some people did study their skills to use them better, their level of comprehension never came close to Dream's level. Dream would understand not only the how, but the why. He broke down his skills until there was nothing else left to learn. He would understand them through and through. Now, Dream was going through this process with his arcane transmutation skill. He did not enjoy not knowing why something worked the way it did, especially if it was a skill of his. If it had anything to do with him, he wanted to understand it in its entirety. But this skill was unlike any other. This skill wasn't a manipulation skill like arcana or particle manipulation, Dream's two main skills. This was a transformation skill, and it combined the expertise of both skills in order to bring about an effect. Thinking about it, Dream found it similar to when he had to combine the opposite energies of Luna and Iris. It wasn't simply controlling the energies, but combining them to create something new. One had to merge the energies, bringing them together to become one. This time, he had to turn one thing into another. This was beyond anything science could explain. It wasn't simply a reformation of atoms and molecules. This was a fundamental change in the nature of a concept, changing something from ethereal to material, like reverting a ghost back into a human. Though, I'm sure there's a lot more to this skill than that. The Keeper in the Legacy space had a star that could power his magic. That material could affect mana. Imagine being able to use the power of a fusion reactor to propel my magic. The possibilities with such a thing would be endless. But I need to actually understand this crap first. Dream frowned, turning his attention back to Iron Ball. Although he knew that the mana disappeared before transforming into matter, he had no idea what happened in that instant. He could feel nothing, and there was no indication as to where the mana went. The disappearance was the key, but Dream had no idea where the door could be. Well, I guess I'm walking blind for a while. Let's see how many times I run out of energy before I figure this out. Saying that, he went back to experimenting. With nothing else to do and no one to disturb him, he worked in total peace. Dream. Hey Dream. Husband. Huh. As he was working on his project, Dream heard some yelling in his ear. He pulled some of his attention away from the condensed ball of energy in front of him. Luna? Yeah, I want you to come back. That's nice. Why? Because you've been gone for a year. Is that right? Dream was a bit surprised at her words before pulling out his pocket watch. He checked the times and saw that a little over a year really had passed since he got started on studying his skill. This was the 9th year since he had come to Earth. This caused him to frown, though. In this time, he had accelerated his perception plenty of times, meaning quite a bit more than a year had passed for him. The true amount of time was easily more than several times longer. Despite this, though, he hadn't made hardly any progress. He had underestimated how ridiculous this skill was. He had tried everything he could think of thousands of times over, but he came out with nothing more than a better understanding of mana. He had even gone back to trying out previous ideas of his. One of his biggest focuses had been mana atoms. By condensing enough mana and flux at the right ratio, one could make an atom of mana. At the time of first creation, he hadn't been powerful enough to do much with that idea. Now, though, he had done plenty of experiments to see if there was an insight to garner from it. But there wasn't. Now, Dream had a huge chunk of mana atoms just floating around. Technically, this was the most powerful magical substance he had ever laid eyes on besides the Class 6 heart that Aegis used. But it brought him little joy. He had frequently called it useless. Sighing, Dream dispersed the ball of energy in front of him. The ball exploded, tearing a small hole into the chaotic void. The void quickly swallowed everything up, and once it was sealed, nothing remained. Dream didn't give this two thoughts. He had frequently used the chaotic void as a dumpster after many failed experiments. He then turned his attention to Luna, who spoke to him over their soul connection. So I've been gone for a while. I doubt you called me for that reason, though. You're half right. Believe it or not, I actually like seeing the man I married. It's unfortunate that in our first 4 years of marriage, you were gone for almost all of it. I'll try to make up for it in the future. Some traveling around the inner universe might be the perfect opportunity. I don't think things are that easy over there, but I like the romantic idea. Anyway, I want you to come back. When you meet me in the capital, I'll let you know why. All right. Be there soon. With that, their connection cut. Dream looked around him. He was still drifting among the asteroid belt, so he wasn't too far from Earth. He pointed himself in the direction before activating his ether supply. Space warped around his body, encompassing him before affecting the space around him. Suddenly, the space in front of him was compressed, and he flew forward. Even a slight movement forward pulled him hundreds of miles away. And as he moved, space was continuously compressed. This rapid compression and movement resulted in being able to move thousands of miles in an instant and millions of miles in minutes. With Earth being around 150 million miles away from where he was in the asteroid belt, Dream took around 16 hours to get back to the planet. This was a bit under 10 million miles per hour. This was about Dream's fastest speed that he could continuously go. Of course, when traversing shorter distances, his speed wasn't much different from teleportation. This was only able to be done because he could manipulate ether so well. His years of study into the nature of reality wasn't for show. Like this, he appeared over Earth by the end of the day. Right now, Luna's Oasis Empire was glowing with prosperity and technology. The Oasis landmass had basically become the capital of the world. The only other places that could compete were the cities built around the space elevators, and even those were all under her wing. She was the single most influential person in the world, by far. And although Dream had given her the ability to become the sole superpower, the level she reached was by no means handed to her. Dream could give her all the resources she wanted, but if she didn't have the skill in managing those resources and using them with purpose, then she wouldn't be able to create prosperity. She would just be a money pit for those who could actually grow an economy. But she proved otherwise. Through her management skills and grand vision, she had gradually shifted the world toward boundless advancement. Megacities, dirt-cheap energy, scientific leaps, the elevation of all peoples of the world through economic empowerment. She opened the gates for a new era. The world thought that it couldn't get better than this. They were living in a world where fantasy had become reality in almost every way. But little did they know, this was only the beginning. Luna was about to bring forth an even greater step forward for the entire planet. Dream lowered himself to the city. The cool atmosphere made his clothes flutter. He looked down, seeing thousands of flying cars, 1,000-meter-tall skyscrapers, bright lights, and a bustling population. This was literally a city that never slept. This city was the icon of prosperity itself. "Hello, dear." Suddenly, Luna appeared next to him. They could sense each other through their connection no matter where they were, even hundreds of millions of miles away. She noticed his arrival right away. Luna appeared in her own modest dress, gentle but sharp eyes, graceful demeanor, a maturity beyond her years. Dream had been 23 when he came back to Earth, and Luna was only a year younger. Now, with 9 years having passed, they were both around 32 years old. It was the same for Iris and Alice. They were truly adults, no longer the young kids they used to be. Though, Dream only laughed at those kinds of statements. They would live for thousands of years, like Vithika the Elven Ancient had. Along such a time scale, there was no difference between 20 and 30. They would look exactly the same at 1,000 years old. The two smiled at each other, exchanging a kiss. Luna locked her fingers with his before they both gazed at the city below. "What do you think?" Luna asked. Despite having built such an empire, there was little pride in her tone. Dream nodded. "It's amazing, even by my standards. You did well. All because of you. You could do it without me. I don't have the material abilities to construct such things. Well, I guess it's good I'm here then."
Here.
Dream suddenly put out his hand. Luna looked to see a large black blob of metal. It was about a foot in diameter and lacked any luster. "What's this?" Luna took it, feeling the perfectly smooth surface. "It's a ball of my nanites, but it's obviously a little more special. Remember that tiny marble I had several years ago? Well, I perfected that to some extent, making it my most powerful fusion reactor ever. There's one of those marbles in there. That thing could power a quarter of this planet by itself. Anyway, with that marble and that cluster of nanites, drop it anywhere, and you can kickstart what I call a plague. The nanites will intake material and multiply. With the onboard AI and your own intelligence, you can control it to build anything you want. Of course, it's purely physical, so anything magical will have to come from you." Dream spoke casually, letting her know what it was. Despite the amazing abilities, Luna wasn't that surprised. Nearly all of the constructions on the planet were comprised of these nanites, so she was well aware of their abilities. Still, this blob could allow her to attain nanites anywhere else. It was basically a mobile factory. Throw that in your inventory and you can build a city just like this anywhere you go. Now you don't need my direct assistance.
Thanks.
Luna thought for a second before slightly smiling. The ball disappeared from her hand, inserted into her inventory. Dream saw this and pondered. "I should probably take some time to study the inventory, so you're probably wondering why I called you here." Luna spoke as he muttered. Dream raised his head. "Yeah, you want me to build something? A transit to Mars?" "No, I want you to fulfill your promise." "Promise?" Dream tilted his head. He hadn't really made any promises to Luna, other than their marriage ones, of course. He thought back, thinking of any promises he had made. Suddenly, he remembered. "The school. You want me to teach?" "Yes. You told the president that you would open a school. Well, I want you to do it now. Sophia told me you hit a bit of a roadblock, so I thought it would be a good time." Luna smiled brightly, thinking about how great of an idea this was. Sure, Dream could build awesome structures, but his knowledge was far more valuable. It would allow the world to replicate his technology on their own, pushing them forward decades, maybe even centuries. This was the only thing she could think of that would bring forth a greater era. Luna wanted this both for the world and for Dream. By opening this school, he would be recognized for how amazing he is. He would be able to leave his legacy on this planet, and his name would be remembered for generations to come. This was what Luna wanted, and it caused Dream to think for a while. Chapter 238 School. After hearing what Luna wanted, Dream could only sigh. He had indeed spoken of opening a school, but that was years ago. He hadn't really entertained the idea anymore as his studies were more important. At the same time, though, he figured he could enjoy it. It wasn't often that he could pass on his knowledge. There wasn't anyone who could understand a majority of the things he studied anyway. While he didn't think anybody on Earth would be able to, he would at least be able to deepen their knowledge. That was fulfilling in its own way. And it wasn't like he cared much for withholding his knowledge. He had already released many of his understandings to the public. However, there were some things he wouldn't release the knowledge for. His nanite tech was one of these things. That was world-ending technology should it get used wrong. So long as he didn't directly talk about it, though, he wasn't worried about it being replicated. That technology was only created after he touched upon the lower dimension, learning about the existence of dots and strings. The technology for that simply didn't exist, and wouldn't for a long time. Not even he could pierce through dimensions with just technology. He wasn't sure it was even possible in the first place. Either way, Dream wasn't that opposed to teaching. He nodded to Luna, who stood next to him with an expectant gaze. All right, I guess I can give it a go. Great. The school is already built, and there are thousands signed up. Tomorrow is the first day. How confident were you in me not rejecting? Dream shook his head, seeing how Luna was already prepared. After that was settled, Dream and Luna spent the rest of the day together. Alice also appeared at some point, joining them on their spontaneous date. The next day, though, Luna and Alice were sticking with Dream excitedly. Today was the first day of school, and Dream was the sole teacher of the institution. Prior to bringing up the subject, Luna had obviously made it known to the public that there was going to be a school opening, and that Dream was going to be the one teaching. While many people were skeptical, the overwhelming majority of people believed in Luna's transcendent reputation. All kinds of investigations were launched into this mystery teacher, and they eventually found that he was the same man from several years ago who basically crashed the World Summit. His display of power left countless people in awe. Not only that, it was found out that he was Luna's husband, the one who had been dubbed the luckiest man in the world. Not only was he the husband of the most powerful lady in the world, but he was exceptionally powerful himself. Almost nothing was known about him personally, though. So many were wondering what exactly he would be like. They wondered about his qualifications. Just because one was powerful didn't mean that they were smart. The mortal scientists of the world still had superior intellect, and they drove technological and magical innovation. Nevertheless, just Luna's name would draw hundreds of millions. There were millions of accomplished academics who had signed up for this school, but only a few thousand were accepted. The people chosen came from every scientific and philosophical field imaginable, and they were nothing but the best in those fields. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this school would be the greatest gathering of minds in history, and they were all being taught by a single man. This seemed outrageous, but common sense couldn't be applied to anything Luna had to do with. Everyone simply awaited the hour that class started. On the morning of, a few thousand people ranging from young to old were gathered in a single building. This building was majestic, built with beautifully carved gray stone and shining with enchanted lines. The building radiated absolute power, but it wasn't at all oppressive. Mortals would simply be in awe at the feeling it gave off, while supers would feel the power in their very soul. This building was constructed by nanites and then enchanted by Luna. At her level, putting down powerful enchantments wasn't at all difficult. This building was like a small stadium. Seats rose from the ground floor to the ceiling, all of them surrounding a single empty area where the teacher would lecture. There wasn't even a podium. There was just an empty floor. All the academics in the stands were conversing with each other. One would be stupid not to take the opportunity to get to know the accomplished people around them, and with their intellect, holding a productive conversation was easy. The hall was filled with vibrant chatter. Attention! Suddenly, there was a shout. It wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly, as if the person spoke right next to them. They all turned to the empty floor. There, Luna had personally appeared. Everyone's eyes brightened as they saw her. She was basically a goddess. To even see her was an honor that countless people would fight for. All these academics were thrilled to see such a character. However, their gaze quickly shifted. Next to Luna was a young man. He was dressed in old-style clothing, looking both casual but presentable. Some of the older men in the stands could only chuckle. That young man actually matched the attire of those old geezers. Luna stepped forth. "Good morning, everyone. I won't bother taking up much time talking. I just want to introduce my husband. He goes by Dream, and he'll be your teacher for the foreseeable future. I can personally assure you that there's nobody on this planet who knows more about science or magic than him. All those megacities, space elevators, fusion technology, and space habitats were built by him alone. That should be enough to demonstrate his qualification. Although this class doesn't have a specific direction or cover a particular field of study, that won't be a problem. Ask him literally anything, and he'll probably have an answer. Anyway, I'll leave you all to it." With that simple speech, Luna took a step and disappeared. Dream stood there, overlooking the few thousand people around him. They all stared at him as well, wondering what he would do. So, Anyone have any existential questions they would like to ask? How skills work, how advancements work, the fabric of reality, or anything else? I've studied it all. Dream spoke, his voice not loud, but reaching everyone's ears. Chattering suddenly arose as everyone whispered to each other. Nobody stepped up to ask anything, though. To start a class this way was rather odd. It definitely wasn't professional. They had expected this young man to prepare a lecture, or at least drive the class on his own. This lull lasted for a minute or so. Suddenly, though, a younger middle-aged man stood up. He was in the middle of the stands, and upon standing, everyone turned their heads to him. He immediately felt nervous, but retained his mature demeanor as he scratched his short beard. I have a question, of course. I was wondering about souls. Anything specific? Not exactly. I was just wondering about their nature. Before the introduction of mana, nobody knew if the soul existed, but now it's been confirmed. Nobody knows much about it though, right? Well, I've done some work with souls before. Allow me to enlighten you. Dream assumed a lecturing stance as he thought about what he was going to say. The soul is a higher dimensional part of every sapient being. We obviously have our third dimension, but the soul exists above that in the fourth. The soul is not only where your memories are stored, but where your personality develops and your conscious being resides. The soul is also responsible for your wisdom, the thing that separates humans from animals. Not only that, but the soul also houses our emotions. Some think that our myriad of emotions, such as love, greed, hate, charity, and others come from our material being. That is not the case. Our material self, specifically our brain and nervous system, are purely responsible for superficial adaptation, pattern recognition, and survival instincts. What evidence do you have for this? Suddenly, another man spoke. While he didn't want to be disrespectful, he didn't sound very convinced. The nature of emotions and intellect were a widely debated topic, so it was natural to have speculation. This was especially so for people who had lived in the world prior to mana. Plus, this was something of an academic convention. It was only right that everything be questioned. Dream didn't smile or frown as he answered simply, "My evidence is myself. I am a class 4. Only few people in this world have advanced to that level, so naturally not many know about the process to advance. But let me explain. There are two types of advancements to class 4. One is a simple increase in power involving the condensation of mana into a denser form and then enchanting of the body. There is also a strengthening of the soul. These things allow greater power to be used. However, there is another way. That way is to reform the body and soul, creating an image that represents your being. In simple terms, you shed your mortal shell. Now, because you shed your mortal shell, you naturally lose your purely material body. In exchange, you gain a spirit, a tangible, higher form of a body. Despite this, you still don't lose things such as emotions, so you have shed your material body? Why do you look like a normal person? The same man questioned. Finally, Dream revealed a small smile. The reason I look like a normal person is because I choose to. It would be difficult to interact with the majority of ordinary people if I only existed in my spiritual form. Though, I guess I can prove it to you all. Here, watch closely. Saying that, Dream brought up his palms. Everyone leaned forward, watching intently. Suddenly, Dream's hands began to crack. A dark void was exposed from beneath his skin. His body began to flake away, sinking below into the abyss that existed within him. Then, his clothes disappeared. Finally, his entire material shell was hidden away. Oh my God! Everyone was suddenly enraptured. They gazed upon that cosmic figure that seemed to hold the universe within. There were no facial features, no beautifully sculpted muscles, and no charming appearance. The only thing left was a being that was comprised of his purest self. This was a spiritual being. It could be said that to gaze upon a spiritual body was to gaze upon someone's truest form. This was who they were at their core. Dream was a man of discovery and wonder, someone who pursued knowledge and higher wisdom. He was also a man of darkness and depth, one who cared deeply for the people and things that he came to be attached to. Finally, he was someone who came to desire to enter the unknown, to dig down to the farthest and darkest depths in order to crack open the secrets of the universe. This was all represented in his spiritual form, his cosmic self. He had even formed a new species around this pure being of his called the metacosmic psyche. and upon gazing at his spiritual body, everyone in the hall felt nothing but pure awe, the wonder of his cosmic form infecting them like the plague. They couldn't turn their eyes away, their gazes piercing into him as if his body contained the answer to existence. However, he also felt unapproachable, like a god, and to them, he was the closest thing to one. Not many in the hall were supers, and even if they were, they couldn't distinguish between him and an omnipotent being. Eventually, Dream retracted his spiritual form, covering up with his mortal shell. Everyone suddenly felt a wave of disappointment due to this. They felt like they could gaze at him for eternity. Dream allowed everyone to collect themselves before speaking. So, that is a spiritual body. Naturally, it isn't material, and I've still retained my emotions. However, I have lost the survival instincts associated with the brain. This is to no detriment, though. I may not have the instincts, but I do have desires. This means I wish to survive and live so I can one day fulfill those desires of mine. I hope that clears things up. Everyone was quiet, unable to speak. Dream could only chuckle at this. He knew what probably happened. Because he had shown his power, everyone would now take his words as gospel. No matter how stubborn someone was, in the face of his cosmic wonder, they were reduced to children. Everyone now felt extreme curiosity, as if they had become a child again. Dream didn't think this was a bad thing, though. Many lost that sense of wonder through their years. Rekindling it was something Dream wouldn't mind doing in the slightest. He knew the euphoria of wonder, so he wouldn't mind letting others experience that as well. A man suddenly stood. "Sir, would you be able to tell me about the nature of reality?" "Oh." Dream turned with a smile, laying eyes on an older gentleman. This man was in his 70s, but he was speaking with the excitement of a child. He didn't care, though. He only wanted to hear what Dream had to say, and Dream indulged him. The nature of reality. There are many different natures: dimensional reality, chaotic reality, and conceptual reality. Let's talk about dimensional reality. There are several dimensions, and within each dimension, different states of existence are housed. For example, in the fourth dimension, we are exposed to mana, flux, ether, and more. The fourth dimension holds dominion over time, and because our souls reside in the fourth dimension, we can experience the passage of time. As for the third dimensional universe, it only experiences a constant evolution that replicates itself across every instant, ever-changing but also set in stone. Then there is the second dimension that holds an instance of true infinity. Dream spoke, forming images above him in the air that mimicked his internal visualizations. Everyone watched, totally enraptured by his words and imagery. A body of knowledge was forming in their minds as Dream went on, containing everything he said. This was because Dream spoke not just in words, but with his soul. Everyone else's souls were affected by his words that contained real power. And because they were so curious, dozens of questions were asked, all of them about the most mystical problems of the universe. Dream took all of them, answering with gusto. It was a lecture unlike any other. Naturally, all of this was being recorded as well. Several hundred people had brought cameras and microphones. Naturally, Dream didn't stop this. In fact, he wanted this footage to be released. While others wouldn't understand things the way these people did since nobody else would feel the power of his words, he was still releasing hugely important knowledge. The class session went on for 10 hours, Dream never once stopping to take a breath. While the students wouldn't normally be able to physically do such a thing, Luna had laid down enchantments that injected them with vitality, allowing them to last the entire class time. Even their souls were rejuvenated, letting them absorb all of Dream's words and images with comfort. Once the 10 hours ended, though, Dream stopped. Everyone suddenly felt a bit of fatigue overcome them. This pain helped to sober them up. They couldn't help but be depressed, though. They wanted it to go on forever. Dream had to let their souls process all the information, though. He sent them off with the promise that there would be more. With that, they reluctantly left. When the hall was empty, Luna appeared next to Dream. She nudged him with her shoulder. "Good job. You took to it better than I thought. Only because I used the power of words. Please, you could have simply written out a lecture, and they would benefit immensely. You underestimate the value of your knowledge." Luna shook her head. While Dream was self-aware of his own power, his boundless standards often led to him underestimating himself. She wished that he would ground himself once in a while, perhaps having even a little pride for his achievements. Dream chuckled. The next moment, though, He gave some orders to Sophia. He had her release all the mathematics for the physics knowledge he gave out. While he could enlighten these people, they still had to have systems of numbers and theories they could use to produce tangible results. They weren't him who could manipulate physics directly. They still worked with standard science and machines. With that, the night passed. All the students who had listened to Dream's lecture slept deeper than they ever had before, their souls absorbing all the knowledge. They all dreamed of the things he said, processing his knowledge and wisdom in their own ways to form their own trains of thought. When they came out, they would be able to hold countless discussions about it, all of them bringing on a different perspective. Such a terrifying amount of varied knowledge was what drove exponential technological innovation. This was what the people of Earth were most exceptional at. The next day, Dream didn't hold a lecture, but all those academics came together of their own volition and held hundreds of little meetings and discussions. They all spoke with their newfound wonder and excitement, applying all their previous knowledge and garnered wisdom to draw conclusions and expound on it. That wasn't all, though. Many also chose to rush to the internet or to friends, preaching about how amazing the lecture was. They felt like the luckiest people in the world, and they couldn't wait to talk to others about it. Naturally, such a frenzy startled those on the outside. They couldn't understand what got everyone all riled up. When the video footage from the lecture was released, though, everyone was able to somewhat understand what all the craziness was about. Dream had spilled knowledge that exposed some of the core secrets of the universe. He talked of objective realities, the mysterious quantum realm, dimensions, and more subjects that couldn't be touched upon by standard science. Also, hundreds of mathematical systems were released to prove his knowledge, enabling scientists around the world to experiment with his theories. Within the day, the scientific community was turned upside down. This was the single greatest gathering of information ever recorded, and it was only the first time it would happen. This would only continue. With Dream releasing more and more knowledge, people began to worry about not being able to keep up with it. Chapter 239, Conversion/Science Nexus. For the next few months, Dream continued to give lectures every few days. The downtime in between lectures was so everyone could process the information, coming back with even more questions than before. They also asked more specific questions, and Dream had to elaborate on a variety of subjects, giving mathematical evidence and logical reasoning. It was like he was a repository of all knowledge in the universe. Dream was a single open book that all the students had to flip through as best they could, getting as much out of him as possible about all kinds of different topics. It seemed like there was never enough time for him to speak. Meanwhile, the outside world was constantly breaking down every word he said. As soon as everyone realized that he knew what he was talking about, they took a nosedive into the pool of knowledge he spilled, analyzing every detail and criticizing every angle. Academics from all around the globe applied his knowledge in experiments, seeking to confirm it as truth. While many experiments couldn't be performed in the short term, there were those that were quickly put together. These experiments became unusually popular, even more so when they found that everything Dream said was fact. All his mathematics worked, and the only reason they didn't was that there was an error in the experiment or the equipment wasn't precise enough. Some theories were confirmed, and others were denied. Scientists started using his mathematics as the foundation for future projects, and they garnered massive success. Realizing this, funds were poured into projects that were based on Dream's knowledge, and companies around the globe pushed forward technological innovation by decades. Over the course of 6 months, the people of Earth made leaps and bounds in all fields of science. The only limit on their innovation was time. Time was needed to develop advanced infrastructure and a myriad of new technologies made possible with this new knowledge. Nonetheless, the progress made in this single span of time eclipsed that of the last couple decades. It pushed the planet forward almost a century. Seeing this, Luna was ecstatic. She knew that when Dream opened the gates to the inner universe, this technology would be a significant edge for the planet. Not only that, but this technology helped to develop the supers of the planet. Their primary source of experience was the demon population, and technology helped to ensure the lives of many supers. It gave them second chances and allowed even more to grow, finding the limits of their potential. Under Luna's guidance, this led to a spike in the superpopulation across all levels. Of course, the thing Luna was most happy about was Dream's recognition. It only took a couple months for him to become a globally recognized name. People were calling him the single smartest person in the world, as well as the most powerful. While many debates arose over the difference between Luna and Dream's strength, nobody doubted that they were the top two in the world. Dream didn't hesitate to show everyone things like dimensions. He tore open space to expose the chaotic void, bent space to carry out different experiments, and manipulated energy to prove different characteristics. His unrivaled ability to bend the forces of nature stunned all. He was already being called a demigod. Of course, the man himself didn't mind. He just enjoyed lecturing others. He enjoyed enlightening everyone and imparting wisdom. He always smiled when he saw the advancements made in science, especially when he saw his students go on to develop previously impossible technology. It was the joy of a teacher seeing his students succeed. Although there was some conflict among his students and different scientific groups, his students would often leave his school with an almost obsessive desire to study and discover. They became fanatics who found unusual wonder in the sciences. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Dream had not only imparted his knowledge, but a part of himself onto those who experienced his lectures. However, because he was so powerful, his traits were a bit overwhelming for some. His desire for the pursuit of knowledge was unfathomably vast. So if even a little of that desire was imparted to a regular person, they would manifest that desire in a bit of an extreme way. They would seem crazy in the eyes of others, people who were obsessed with academia. Luckily, Dream knew how to control what he passed on. It could be said that everything he did and affected was intentionally done. No part of him was unintentional. So, his effects on his students were planned. However, Luna actually didn't mind this and let it slide. She and Dream were thinking the same thing. They wanted to leave a small population of hyper-academic scientists who would drive technological innovation. After all, Dream wouldn't be here forever, and Earth couldn't afford to stagnate. His students were the perfect people to carry out this rapid innovation. And it wasn't like this obsession was bad. Dream only amplified this aspect of others, not artificially plant it. Not only did this change their personality, but it actually boosted their magical ability. Those who had already been supers were made stronger and more in tune with the forces of nature and mana. Those who were ordinary were stimulated, bringing out the ability to interact with the mystical forces. Without exception, all of his students would become accomplished supers. This would only push Earth forward faster. Dream also didn't teach the same people all the time. His knowledge couldn't only be absorbed by a few thousand. So, Dream ended up revolving his students. By the end of the 6 months, he had taught over 60,000 people. This led to him teaching for more hours, but he was okay with that. Unfortunately, this teaching job wasn't destined to last forever. Dimensions have their own dominions over certain concepts, as well as their own rules. Naturally, the fourth dimension operates with entirely different systems than the third dimension. It's why mana is able to display supernatural effects. However, they're also not totally different. After all, the fourth dimension can manifest in the third, so they have some common ground. This common ground enables magic and the connection between soul and body. Dream spoke in front of a stadium of 3,000. This was another lecture, and the people within were totally different from the first batch. They displayed the same enraptured faces, though. In front of Dream, this was natural. Suddenly, someone stood up. Sage, what about the lower second dimension? Is it possible to descend things from higher dimensions into it? A younger man spoke with fervor. As for calling Dream by the name of Sage, that had become normal. Sage was the name given to Dream by the entirety of his students and many scientists around the world. After all, Dream was the smartest man to ever walk the planet. Such a name was deserved. Plus, calling him by his name felt weird for most, especially after he became known for his godlike abilities. Dream pondered for half a second. Unfortunately, I have not yet done such a thing. The second dimension is subject to the concept of infinity. To inject foreign material into it would be extraordinarily difficult, especially since the second dimension is the foundation for all three-dimensional material anyway. What about mana? Mana, Dream mumbled, pondering the question. At this time, though, his expression froze, then became solemn. Descending mana into the second dimension? While I know that ascending materials into higher dimensions would change their nature, I'm not sure about descending them. Material in the third dimension takes on a more elementary form in the second, manifesting as dots. As for mana, wait. Dream felt chills before his eyes suddenly went wide. Descending mana, if it becomes elementary, then it would turn back into its material counterpart. In the second dimension, mana can't simply manifest, it must descend. It must change its nature. Mana and material are simply two of the same thing, only based in different dimensions. If mana was forced to descend, it would become material. That is arcane transmutation, Dream shouted, feeling enlightened. His students were startled as he suddenly revealed his cosmic form. Luna, come to me. Dream spoke with erupting excitement. The next moment, Luna appeared next to him. What's going on? Protect them. Dream gave his command. He then released his influence. The space, matter, and mana within 10 meters suddenly froze. Luna almost froze with it, but she was able to resist with her powerful soul. Suddenly, Dream tore a hole in dimensions, exposing the lower second dimension. Luna realized what was going on and released her own influence, locking down the mana around Dream and protecting all the students. Everyone watched as Dream peered into the lower dimension. They could all see incomprehensible images flash within that tear. At the same time, Dream brought up his palms. His being seethed with power as his perception multiplied. Descending mana. Dream activated. Arcane transmutation. A ball of iron was quickly formed in his hands. However, he only cared about what was happening in the second dimension. Dream knew that mana disappeared and reappeared as material during the process of arcane transmutation. However, he wasn't ever able to figure out what happened during that disappearance. Now, with his student's question, he was enlightened. Forcing mana to descend would change its nature, making it the lower dimensional counterpart. Usually, one would assume that by that logic, mana would change when exposed to the third dimension since it was a fourth dimension material. But by now, Dream had realized that the third dimension wasn't as simple as it appeared to be. Regardless, mana didn't change when it was inserted into the third dimension. But the lower second dimension was different. Dream watched the lower dimension closely as the mana disappeared. When he did, he could see the mana warp in on itself in the second dimension, becoming nothing but dots. At that moment, he confirmed his sudden guess. Descending mana changes it to a material. Arcane transmutation has leveled up. Arcane transmutation is level 55. Dream watched as notifications appeared in his vision. Before, this skill had remained at level 1. No matter how Dream used it, the skill wouldn't level up. But now, after realizing its function, it skyrocketed 54 levels. Dream could suddenly feel his power over mana increase, and he found descending it to be much easier. Luna watched as his influence suddenly became more powerful. She could feel the mana she locked down around Dream being converted and taken under his control. It was like her mana was eager to bow down after being exposed to his power. This caused her to think of something, though. She activated her skill Rule, and suddenly, her mana resisted the conversion. This caused her to sigh, though. She had to actively use skills to resist Dream's power. Whatever he had done, it was making him more and more powerful. Luna continued to watch while protecting everyone. After several minutes, though, Dream's influence was retracted, and he covered himself in his mortal shell. Everything returned to normal as he clasped his hands behind his back, looking off in the distance with a wide smile. So, what breakthrough did you make? Luna asked after a bit. Dream turned to her, still sporting that gleeful grin. I figured out the main function behind arcane transmutation. Really? That's good. Yes, it is. Dream chuckled as he tossed the iron ball in his hands up and down. Luna released her protective barrier at the same time. She felt like something was off, though. It seemed that Dream had discovered more than just how his skill worked. Dream. Luna, use mana to catch this. Okay. Luna was confused as she agreed. Next, Dream brought back the iron ball with his arm. Then, he threw it at Luna. It was launched at about the speed of a baseball. Luna did what he said and formed a net of mana. Once the ball hit this net, the mana would infuse into the ball and slow it down. However, the results were different from expectations. When the ball collided with the mana, the force of the ball was actually applied to the mana, pushing it back. Luna was shocked as the ball fell to the floor with a clang. She felt herself have to expend energy to stop her mana as well. While the energy was minuscule, that wasn't the point. You can affect mana with material? Luna almost didn't want to believe it. She knew that Dream had been working on cracking this function for a long time. He had told her about the Keeper and his star that could apply force to mana, like some kind of magical energy source. But the star was pure energy and material, not magical. Mana could affect matter, not the other way around. Magic was used against magic. The only way to stop magic was to use your own and directly fight it. However, since the third dimension was a material dimension, everyone still had material bodies, and they used material tools. To fight mana with matter, people would enchant and bind mana to things like swords or even guns. This would allow mana to ride the force of a bullet or blade and collide with another source of mana. But even then, the power behind the enchantment and magic had to do all the lifting. The weapon was only a delivery mechanism. This was an indirect way for matter to affect mana, and Dream would argue that it still didn't. Case in point, he had come to know that enchanting was merely telling mana to follow physical matter, using flux to bind it to matter. Still, mana and matter still never really interacted directly, and mana was still the one to do the heavy lifting. But this was directly affecting mana. The iron ball that Dream threw had no mana within it. It was a pure ball of iron, nothing more. He didn't even throw it fast. Yet, it still collided with Luna's mana, as if her mana had been turned into an actual net. Such a thing had never been seen before, and it threw Luna off. It was a huge disconnect from the logic she knew. After all, she and Dream could directly negate physical damage by reverting to their spirit bodies. This was making that assumption false. How? She asked, causing Dream to smile even wider. Mana is the magical version of matter.
Yes.
Flux is the magical version of the fundamental forces.
Yeah.
Ether is the magical version of space.
Sure.
If I can descend mana and turn it into material, then what happens when I descend the other magical energies? You could generate physical force with flux and space with ether. Correct. Now, what happens when I ascend those things? You would turn them back into a magical energy. Luna's eyes went wide when she realized. If Dream ascended something like mechanical energy or thermal energy, then he could generate flux which gave force to mana. He turned the force behind the iron ball into energy that could affect her mana directly. She looked at him with a surprised gaze. Dream spoke. I have a few energy control skills, all of which have been integrated under my particle manipulation skill. By using that skill in conjunction with arcane transmutation, I can turn energy into flux, giving force to mana without converting the material, like the iron ball, into mana. So you also figured out how to ascend things? Kind of. By expending my own energy, I can use dimensional tunneling to ascend things like matter and energy. However, the actual conversion process is still a mystery. It's like asking why the laws of physics are the way they are. The ascension and conversion are a byproduct of the natural laws.
It just happens.
Still, that's incredible, right? My arcane transmutation first went up to level 55 from understanding ascension, and then up again to level 70 after actually performing that little display. There's one downfall, though. What's that? It takes a good amount of energy. Dream sighed. Using that skill is expensive. It sucks up my soul energy. Plus, whatever material I want to affect mana with has to be enchanted using my influence. After that, as long as it has energy, it can convert physical force into flux. It works like regular enchantments, only a million times more complex. The enchantments on that iron ball have already run out of energy just from that one throw. Dream sucked the ball into his hand as he said that. He had laid some quick enchantments so that he could display what he did, but now all signs of that were gone. It was a truly normal iron ball now. Dream continued to observe the iron ball. Luna looked at him as he did so, many thoughts going through her mind. So, I'm guessing you're going back out, she spoke, causing Dream to turn to her and nod. Yeah, I've got much due to now, but don't worry. I have a feeling I won't be long. I'm not worried about that. Go and get that portal working. I'll wait for your call. Of course. I'll see you later, love. Dream kissed Luna on the forehead before suddenly disappearing. While he looked composed, he was actually holding back his uncontrollable desire to experiment. This was an advancement years in the making. How could he not want to dive into it? Luna smiled at where he disappeared from. She could feel him shoot into space through their connection, off to do who knows what. Taking a breath, she turned to all the students. They were still dazed from the images they saw when Dream had exposed the lower dimension. As for what was said, none of them heard anything since Dream had isolated the space around him and Luna. They looked at Luna, wondering what to do. She smiled wryly. Unfortunately, Dream has some studies to do. For the foreseeable future, he won't make another appearance. I both apologize and thank you all for attending. If need be, arrangements will be made for your return to the institutions you came from. However, I'll also be making an announcement about the research institution I'll be opening under the Oasis Empire in a few days. If any are interested, I'll point you to who to talk to. Anybody who has attended Dream's lectures are welcome to apply for the institution, in which case you'll be accepted automatically. I'll be providing any resources you need to research and develop, so do give it some thought. A research institution? Sign me up. Me too. With Luna's announcement, all the students began to clamor. While they were disappointed that Dream so suddenly left to never return, this brightened their newfound spirit for scientific discovery. Scientists always had the issue of gathering funds and resources, but if it were under the rich Oasis Empire, backed by Luna herself, then that wouldn't ever be a consideration. They would be able to exercise their minds to their fullest, developing anything their imagination could think of. And sure enough, a few days later when Luna made the official announcement, several million instantly applied. Naturally, anyone who was a student of Dreams was accepted. Better yet, every single one applied, regardless of their previous affiliations. They were made heads of their own science teams. With that, Dream disappeared while the world was sent into another frenzy. The opening of Luna's research institution, called the Science Nexus, caused the largest scientific tremor ever. It rapidly became a hub for all scientific and technological development, surpassing any other university and tech company in the world. Chapter 240, Concept/Energy Control. Dream didn't spend much time shuttling through space before coming to a stop and beginning another session of study. The first thing he did was further utilize arcane transmutation. To study the process of transmutation more, he naturally needed to observe it. Like this, he was able to quickly solidify his knowledge of the process. After handling it a bit more, Dream was able to use dimensional tunneling, particle manipulation, and arcane transmutation in conjunction to ascend either matter or energy, turning it into mana or flux. He figured out ways to increase efficiency, making it less costly on his soul energy. The soul powered everything from moving mana to enchanting, but the energy wasn't unlimited. It could be said that all people, all souls, were merely batteries by which all magic was powered. Only, this logic wouldn't remain forever. Dream was overturning it every day. Physical energy could be converted to flux, effectively meaning matter could affect mana by transferring force. The only limiter was Dream's ability to impart the effects of his skills onto material objects through his influence. He immediately thought of creating a sustainable chain reaction where infinite magical force could be produced, like a magic fusion reactor, but those hopes were dashed very quickly. He simply didn't have the energy or comprehension to construct such a thing. So, he stuck with studying it. He was able to refine his use of the skill, something that actually leveled up his other skills. Over the course of a few weeks, the level of arcane transmutation rose to level 75. However, particle manipulation actually maxed out in level. Particle manipulation was a skill that allowed Dream to manipulate particles. Over time, he was able to directly manipulate atoms, and then subatomic particles. Finally, he peered into the second dimension, discovering strings and dots. While he couldn't manipulate those, discovering their functions and ways to control them actually maxed out his skill. Through arcane transmutation, he was able to discover new things about the dots that comprised all material. The dots actually resided throughout all of space, regardless of whether there was material or not. Dream had realized that dots caused those small quantum fluctuations in vacuum space, and this led him to theorize about zero-point energy. The dots always had a certain value of information that maintained their existence. If one could figure out how to exploit this, they would be able to harness the ever-present energy contained in space. This amounted to a staggering amount of energy, more than could be produced from a fusion reactor. However, harnessing this was still beyond Dream's abilities at the moment. Regardless, Dream indulged in the euphoria of pieces of knowledge clicking together, constantly forming stronger theories and rules. He developed new technologies and even new weapons, but he couldn't stop at making new and cool technologies. In the 7th month of the 9th year since he had returned to Earth, Dream stopped researching arcane transmutation He finally moved on to cracking the demon portal. At this point, Dream had realized that the demon portal was unimaginably complex. Whenever he solved a problem, 10 more would pop up, making the portal a rabbit hole of arcane tech. He couldn't imagine how the demons had actually constructed this. It seemed impossible for those mindless things to build such an amazing piece of art. And then there was the bracelet. The bracelet was stolen by Alice from a demon lord, a class 6 demon. According to her, those bracelets were used to allow the demon lord to descend to the portal when it was constructed. If Alice hadn't stolen the bracelet and Dream hadn't killed that artificial class 5 demon, the demon lord would have descended to the world Dream was sent to. If that happened, everyone would have been wiped out, Dream being no exception. Now, Dream not only had to understand both pieces of tech, but how they connected together. At this point, though, he had sufficient foundation to do so. Dream brought out the portal that rested in his inventory. He and the portal floated beside each other in space. Dream poked into the mechanisms of the portal with his influence. This thing pokes through space, letting others portal to different areas. However, it needs an exit point. It needs an anchor from one point to another. The bracelet is the sender, and the portal is the receiver. The portal actually does all the work, though. I wonder why. Dream activated his power, searching through the intricate enchantments of the portal and breaking down their functions. He did this for a week, slowly understanding the information behind it. This has to be a special function. Alice has said that the demons infiltrate worlds, bringing about the descent of a demon lord. Naturally, I doubt the demon lords know where their little armies go to since there are so many. So he has one bracelet that he uses and many portals that it can connect to. I'm pretty sure the demons have the blueprints for the portal tech within them. They don't construct it, only following natural instincts. They sacrifice themselves to finalize it and activate it, connecting with the bracelet using coordinates that are already written in their very souls. It's like demons have a system that they use themselves, all for the purpose of taking over worlds. Either way, this portal is able to connect to a set of coordinates. The bracelet only receives it, providing another anchor point once the bridge has been laid. If I can work this correctly, I can remove the need for an anchor point, directly ejecting someone at the coordinates. This is the only way to reach the coordinates I've been given, Dream pondered, removing a section of the portal. By now, it had been disassembled into 6 main pieces, each one holding major functions. He looked through the section, viewing the faint pathways that ether would travel through. Because this portal needed to pierce through space, it naturally relied heavily on ether. Dream already knew he would have to supply a lot, so he already had Aegis start stockpiling. He broke down the functions, figuring out what every part did. Some parts were responsible for splitting space, while other parts were for sustaining a portion of space for the shuttling of people through it. There were even parts that pierced through dimensions. However, there was one thing Dream was still unable to understand. Just how can this portal tunnel across vast distances? Korvach was able to make a gateway that led from the Andromeda Galaxy to Earth. That's crossing a distance of over 2 million light-years. I couldn't imagine crossing such a distance by any means, but he had done it. And while I don't want to doubt his power, I refuse to believe he created a spatial tunnel covering that distance. There's gotta be something else I'm missing, he thought, never ceasing to analyze everything. After about a month, his understanding of the major functions reached a high level. He had gradually pieced the portal back together. Now, he decided he would do some small tests. Let's see if you don't expose your secrets for me. Saying that, he activated the portal. Ether began to flood the whole system, space twisting in a vortex in the center of the ring. Dream watched with his influence covering the whole thing. Then, he saw it. The vortex of space pierced into a point several feet behind the portal like a tornado. At that point, the dimension tore, revealing the chaotic void. Dream was stunned as the tornado rushed into the chaotic void. So that's it. What's so special about the void? Time for another experiment. Saying that, Dream shut the portal down. He took out the bracelet, placing it on his arm. He then charged the portal back up. All right, let's go. He spun around, pointing himself at the sun. Taking a step, Dream disappeared as he tunneled to the star. After a bit over a day, Dream arrived at the sun's exterior. The flaming mass filled his vision like an endless sea of fire. Turning around, he faced the direction of the portal that he left about 250 million miles away. Light takes about 8 minutes to travel from the Sun to Earth. The portal is over double the distance away, within the asteroid belt. Now, I've set the coordinates for the bracelet, and it should activate by itself in about 2 minutes. Let's see how fast this connection happens. Dream took out his pocket watch as he said that. This was his most precise time tracking tool. He used another clock attached to the portal to activate the portal after a certain amount of time. Then, he flew to the Sun. This was in order to test the tunneling speed of the portal. The results of this test would determine how effective tunneling through the chaotic void was. Soon, the time came. Dream watched as the second hand hit the number 12 at the top of the clock. When that happened, a system activated within the clock to start a timer. This was to precisely track the portal's tunneling speed. However, Dream was shocked to see his bracelet light up the instant the timer started. A portal rapidly formed in front of him, quickly stabilizing. Within a couple seconds, the portal was ready to travel through. You can't be serious. Dream was dumbfounded. It had traversed such an insane distance in an instant. It was faster than light itself, far faster in fact. However, he wanted to know if it was effective. He stepped forward, flying into the portal. His body was then enveloped by space, being shot through the void. For the smallest amount of time, Dream was surrounded by that annihilating darkness. He couldn't even get a good look before being shot out. He found himself among rocks. Behind him was the portal, a spiraling vortex within it. Dream was stupefied as he looked at his pocket watch, seeing how less than a second has passed. There wasn't even any time dilation. This is ridiculous. I've been wasting so much time. Dream shouted, feeling stupid. I've been tunneling through space, traveling slow as a damn snail. Who knew the chaotic void just didn't care about the concept of distance? As long as I have coordinates, I can go anywhere almost instantly. Dream yelled in exasperation. He found it impossible that simply entering the chaotic void could enable instantaneous travel to anywhere, but it was shaping up to be that way. While he knew that there must be limitations, he currently saw none. Well, if anything is gonna get us to the inner universe, it'll have to be something as insane as this. Sophia chimed in, just as shocked as Dream, but it made sense as well. Dream was left with this bracelet and portal as the gateway to the inner universe. It had to be capable of getting him there, and seeing the amazing effects of traveling through the chaotic void, she was understanding that it wouldn't fail him. As she was thinking this, though, Dream suddenly tore open space, exposing the chaotic void like he had done several other times in experiments by accident. Now, though it was on purpose, he exuded a sense of spite as he did so, and Sophia was alarmed to see that the tear was as large as his body. Dream, I'm gonna do it. Don't. Let's at least take baby steps. There are no baby steps in the chaotic void. You have no idea where it will take you. You can only cross the void with a destination. So going in without one could get you ejected literally anywhere. Sophia spoke with a sense of panic. If he spent any amount of time in the void where distance basically didn't exist, then he really could pop out anywhere. It wouldn't be surprising if he was sent back to the Andromeda Galaxy. If that happened, who knew if he could get back to Earth? Dream only pondered for a second, though. Well, it's a good thing I got the bracelet then. Huh? Set a timer for 1 month and have the portal activate then? We're gonna die. Perhaps. Now let's go. With the burning spirit of a scientist, Dream tossed his body into the tear. He was quickly engulfed by black nothingness. Then, the tear closed behind him. Immediately, Dream could feel oppressive forces bear down upon his body. His very soul felt like it was being torn apart. Dream had to mobilize his ether and influence, pouring as much power as he could into maintaining a stable space around him. However, doing this brought about some amazing effects. Dream found it incredibly difficult to even move his energy, but he was able to see why. Alice was right that the void didn't even contain space. It was a place of nothingness that existed between dimensions. Dream had used it as a garbage dump many times before because it took things he didn't want far away. Over half of the planet Mercury disappeared like this. As Dream protected himself, he could feel forces destroy and tear apart his mana and influence. This forced him to constantly expend energy. After some time, though, he mobilized enough ether. He concentrated. In truth, all of this was happening exceptionally fast. Dream bundled together all the ether he could muster, including the ether that Aegis was stockpiling within him. Then, with a burst of energy, he ascended half the ether, creating space. The other half of the ether went into reinforcing it. A bubble was formed around Dream. He sighed in relief as his body and soul had the pressure taken off them. However, he couldn't rest for long. He found that the power of the void collapsed down on the space, seeping into it. This power was unlike anything he had ever seen before, though. Shockingly, Dream found that in front of this power, space and ether ceased to function as they normally did. It's like the laws of physics are breaking down. Dream was enraptured as he saw this. It wasn't only physics, but magic that ceased to function. Dream let loose some mana and flux, and saw how they became chaotic before dispersing into nothing. This kind of annihilation rid mana of the laws that made it mana. It returned it to nothing. As this happened, though, Dream was observing that breakdown. He watched the chaotic void impart its effects. Dream could feel something within him, perhaps the deepest parts of his soul, gain something from watching that breakdown. Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has levelly dash. Arcana is max level. As he watched, Dream didn't notice his magic skill max out in level. It had been only a few levels away, and it seemed like those last few levels were hardest to cross. Now, they were jumped in an instant, but it wasn't for no reason. It was like Dream was being enlightened as he watched the fundamental rules of the universe break down in front of him. He suddenly understood magic in its most basic parts. His arcana skill, which encompassed the usage of all magical energies, reached the pinnacle of perfection. This meant that he had learned everything he needed to about magic, otherwise known as arcana. There weren't many like him who could thoroughly understand what magic was at its most fundamental, but it didn't stop there. When the skill maxed out, Dream continued to touch upon a higher height. He watched for an unknown amount of time that constant breakdown and effect on the laws of the universe. He didn't even notice as the chaotic void touched his body, tearing it apart as well. Then, he was suddenly swept up by a storm, being ejected from the void. Dream reappeared in space that seemed so bright compared to the nothingness of the void. But he wasn't lucid. Or perhaps, he was more lucid than he's ever been. He floated in an unknown part of the universe for over a week, just thinking. Finally, something happened. A light appeared from within him, shooting from his chest and piercing into the heavens. This light disappeared after rising for miles above him, but Dream knew that it wasn't truly disappearing. It was piercing into a higher dimension, making contact with something. When that happened, Dream felt it. He felt the light that shot out of him form a bridge with a higher dimension far beyond the fourth. Then, his mind was sucked up by that light, crossing the bridge and being injected into that higher dimension. Dream entered a world of darkness. But within that darkness, there were sources of light that lit up the surroundings, turning night into day. Massive fields of absolute dominion, like stars in the sky. Dream gazed upon these fields. These stars formed from absolute power that appeared as bright orbs all around him. Some of these stars were small, but others were massive, eclipsing all others. The big fields of power had connections with all the smaller ones. They were obviously linked in some way, possibly a part of the same whole. Dream saw these and could feel their presence, but he couldn't comprehend any of them. They merely touched his soul, as if curious about a rare passerby. Then, he stopped. The light that guided his soul through this higher dimension pierced into one particular star. This star was massive, powerful, and unfathomable. Dream could see that among the other stars, it was one of the bigger ones, perhaps near the bottom of the highest level. Dream's mind touched upon the star's most surface layer. In that momentary touch, he felt a grand mysticism and domination. The field directly imprinted what it was into his mind. The concept of ethereal force, magic. It was a concept. This concept was a rule of the universe, something all existences under it followed as naturally as existing. This was the concept of magic, or more officially known as ethereal force. It was the way by which a soul could touch and control things like mana, flux, and ether. Through ethereal force, one could control any mystical energy, bending the world to their will. Dream wanted to sink into this concept, losing himself in the feeling of awe. To stand in front of such an unfathomable existence was enlightening. But Dream wasn't allowed to stay for long. After barely grazing the surface and leaving the tiniest mark, he shot off in another direction. He headed toward another star, Another concept. This one was one of the biggest concepts, much bigger than ethereal force. Like previously, he touched the surface with that light guiding him. This time, he felt from it a blazing heat, nihilistic cold, metallic structure, and extreme order. He was given its name, its dominion, the concept of physical reality, science. This was the concept of science, or physical reality. This held dominion of all things that made the physical universe function. Atoms, dots, forces, energy. All these things existed within this concept. With this concept, one could understand the entirety of the physical universe. They would know the why behind the laws of physics. Then, after a small wisp of himself was left on the concept, Dream shot away. He descended back through dimensions. That light sunk back into his body that floated in space, leaving him dazed and a bit heartbroken as if his lover slammed the door on him. But that feeling rapidly faded. With touching an actual concept came an unexpected surprise. You have gained the passive skill. Nuclear energy control. You have gained the passive skill. Gravitational energy control. You have gained the passive skill. Ionic energy control. You have gained the passive skill. Magnetic energy control. You have gained the passive skill. Electric energy control. You have gained the passive skill. Chromodynamic energy control. You have gained the passive skill. Radiant energy control. Congratulations. You have gained all energy control skills. This achievement will be reflected in the title.